Chapter 613. Chapter 613. Smiling Sansheng is actually a woman. Chapter 613. Smiling Sansheng is actually a woman. Jiang Hao left. Ran Hui and his wife were also working hard for their future. Jiang Hao didn't know their decision because he wasn't sure what mattered to Ran Hui more, a future with her or her charm physique. Even if she was disfigured, her gift still exuded unparalleled allure. Ordinary people couldn't resist it. Could Ran Hui resist it? Or was he captivated by the allure? Ordinary people didn't possess strong mental fortitude to remain unaffected by the charm. So, it was unclear whether Ran Hui only loved his wife because of the influence of the charm or if he really loved her. If it was the former, that was to be expected. Many went crazy over someone with a charm physique. If it was the latter, it was an extremely rare case. He left the choice to them. "Senior, what do you think they will choose?" Jiang Hao asked curiously on the way. Perhaps Hong Yuye could understand something he did not. "Who can say for sure when it comes to the affairs of the heart?" said Hong Yuye as she walked ahead. "Didn't you mention someone who loved someone with a charm physique before?" Shang and Jiang Hao said. "Right. Did he love the person or her charm?" Hong Yuye suddenly asked. Jiang Hao lowered his head. He was unwilling to admit it. I think he liked her irrespective of the charm. He still remembered that the charm goddess had instructed Shang and to attack him. But Shang and had refused. It meant Shang and was unaffected by her charm, and he truly saw her for herself. He had his own values, morals, and worldview. Why can't it be possible that this person is the same? Maybe his decision is his own, said Hong Yuye. Jiang Hao remained silent for a moment. Was it because the other person wasn't special enough? Or was Shang too unique? He couldn't find an answer. From what he knew, it seemed that Ran Hui's mind hadn't been influenced. There were occasional passers-by on the road. Unlike other islands, this island had ordinary people. There were quite a few of them. Jiang Hao looked at them, but didn't think much about them. When I left just now, they had no answer. I don't know if they are afraid of dying or something else, Jiang Hao said softly. How confident are you? Hong Yuye asked. 70%. But even if I was 99% sure, I would still say the same thing. No one knows what might happen at the last minute, said Jiang Hao truthfully. He helped them out of kindness. It was a small effort. After all, he used the identity of Smiling Sansheng. He had nothing to lose. Do you hope for a good ending for them, Senior? Jiang Hao asked. Hong Yuye just glanced at him, but didn't answer. The two hurried toward the center of the island. They wanted to ask about the location of the 7A village. Tian Chen's child was there, and finding him meant finding Tian Chen himself. Then, they would know whether the stone tablet came from him. Senior, please wait, said a voice suddenly. Jiang Hao looked over and saw a young cultivator. He had a good cultivation base and was at the early stage of the primordial spirit realm. He looked about 28 or 29, but his actual age was unclear. He might not be that young. Young friend, you called me? Jiang Hao asked. He imitated Dan Yuan. However, Hong Yuye seemed to give him a peculiar look. Is this the first time you have come to Chaos Stone Island, Senior? The young cultivator was dressed somewhat messily and tidied up as he came over. I'm Jing Fengyan. Greetings to both of you, seniors. How did you know it's our first time here? Jiang Hao asked. Because those who come to Chaos Stone Island are here for trade or have their own purposes, and they head to the center of the island. However, the location there is first come, first served. The better trades will be taken by the earliest arrivals. Seniors, you arrived late. It implied that it was your first time here. Jiang Hao nodded and was about to say something, but the young man continued. By the way, I just heard that Smiling Sansheng is here this time. The rumors aren't good, and the best trades this time might be taken by him. But I think he's an imposter. Jiang Hao was surprised. Why do you say that? I've seen Smiling Sansheng, Jing Fengyan said confidently. She is actually a woman. I saw it with my own eyes. Jiang Hao found it amusing. Are you familiar with her? I can definitely talk to her. You can rest assured, Senior. So, should I lead the way for you? Jing Fengyan asked. Your cultivation isn't bad. Do you lack spirit stones? Jiang Hao was curious. There was no law against having a guide, but it seemed strange to him. This wasn't an immortal sect, after all. Nobody was required to give a tour. I want to ask you a question relating to my cultivation realm. I find it difficult to advance. I don't know where the problem lies, Jing Fengyun said respectfully. Jiang Hao intended to use his appraisal on this person, but Hong Yuye was present, so he was hesitant to do it. Hong Yuye was unaware of the function of this ability. He didn't want to expose himself. Well, it depends on how much effort you put in while showing us the way, Jiang Hao said. I will do my best to guide you wherever you want to go, Jing Fengyun said earnestly. Then he asked for Jiang Hao's name. You mentioned someone impersonating smiling Sansheng, right? Just assume I'm one of them. Call me Sansheng, said Jiang Hao. Jing Fengyun didn't know what to think of this person, but he agreed. So, Senior Sansheng, what do you intend to learn about first? Jing Fengyun asked. There seem to be quite a few ordinary people here, Jiang Hao said. Although he wasn't concerned, he wanted to ask about it. Would the end of all things allow these ordinary people to live here? Logically, they wouldn't. They need some tasks to be done, so ordinary people are allowed to live here, said Jing Fengyun. The people gathered here join the end of all things because of their hatred and helplessness. That's not all. After joining, they earn spirit stones. Once life is easier, they change. Once they change, they strive for something better. However, these people can never become the higher-ups OT the end of all things. It is said that those who can rise to the top not only have exceptional talent, but also steadfast willpower. Jiang Hao understood that people changed. Are there many villages in Chaos? Stone Island? There aren't any villages here. This isn't a place for ordinary people to live comfortably. Naturally, there are no villages here, Jing Fengyun said. No villages? Jiang Hao looked at the young man and whispered, Have you heard of the 7-Day Village? The 7-Day Village? Jing Fengyun was surprised. I've heard of it, or to be precise, I've heard of it several times, but I don't know the specific location of the village. It's said that only members of the end of all things can enter that village. That village is strange. According to some, there is nothing valuable in that village, but no one wants to pry. Chapter 614. Chapter 614. There is no one on this island that I, smiling Sansheng, fear. Chapter 614. There is no one on this island that I, smiling Sansheng, fear. Jiang Hao walked on the mountain road ahead. Hong Yuye was by his side. She went unnoticed. Even Jing Fengyun paid her little attention. Jiang Hao was not surprised by this. After all, he was the one taking action. Hong Yuye was just accompanying him, even though she was the mastermind behind the scenes. However, she had never insisted on coming out to the forefront. On the way, Jiang Hao was thinking about the 7-Day Village. Tian Chen's child was inside that village. Did that mean it was a safe place? Did it also indicate that it was a gathering place for members of the end of all things? It seemed likely. But the purpose of the end of all things was to destroy everything. Would such a force really establish a refuge village? Jiang Hao couldn't be sure. He had to find a way to enter the village. How can one prove that they're a member of the end of all things? Jiang Hao asked. From what he knew, the end of all things did not have any identification method. Everyone knew that Smiling Sansheng was a member of the end of all things. But he didn't have any credentials. Was there a secret code? The codes changed frequently. Jing Fengyun thought about it. It seems like there isn't a specific way to prove it. On Chaos Stone Island, there is a method. If you're a member of the end of all things, you can get it from the island master's subordinates at the center of the island. Do they have a token or something like that? Jiang Hao asked. They usually have a secret code, Jing Fengyun said. The secret code is necessary for the end of all things. It's a way for them to designate tasks. Jiang Hao asked, What cultivation realm is the island master? The island master? Jing Fengyun fell into deep thought. According to rumors, the island master is not a high-ranking member of the end of all things, but his cultivation realm is definitely not weak. He is not considered an important figure in the end of all things. That's why the cultivation realms of people entering the island are restricted to below the immortal ascension platform. The island master is probably a cultivator of this realm, so he can control the overall situation. Immortal ascension platform, Jiang Hao felt that this was a bit troublesome. His cultivation was too low. It seemed like he needed to avoid conflict with the island master at any cost. But would smiling Sansheng be afraid? He would probably avoid it, but not out of fear. He would have other cards up his sleeve. He had the immortal mountain and sea shield. As long as he held out a bit longer, he could use the 1,000 miles teleportation talisman to escape. Once he escaped, he would have some time to communicate with the ring he left on the small island. He could always return using the ring and attack again. The other person might surrender after a few back and forths. Jiang Hao smiled. When Jing Fengyan saw this, he was surprised. He felt that this senior smile was somewhat unsettling. Senior, aren't you going to the central area for trade? It's said that this time they have dragon's blood. Dragon's blood? Yes. It's said that dragon's blood is an unexpected gain for the end of all things. Consuming it can temper the body and condense a strand of true dragon's aura. It has many benefits for cultivation. It can resonate with things related to the dragon clan. It's a rare treasure. Even if you don't use it, the selling price outside is extremely high. Really? Jiang Hao was quite surprised. Yes, there are quite a few people outside begging for dragon's blood. Jing Fengyan nodded. Jiang Hao thought of Shaoli, extremely high price. Shaoli rarely encountered mishaps, and she seldom suffered losses. The worst-case scenario for her would be embarrassment. He sighed inwardly and didn't think about it any further. People from overseas all coveted dragon's blood because it could summon the ancestral dragon's heart. Otherwise, it wouldn't have caused such a stir. But he had no interest in it. Apart from Shaoli, Lu Xingchen had the remnant soul of a true dragon in him. Heavenly King Hai Luo had also told him that there might be real dragons beneath Chaos Stone Island. So, instead of dragon's blood, it would be better to look for real dragons. So many people are vying for it, but we don't need it for now, Jiang Hao said with a smile. Let's go to the Island Master's subordinates to get an identity token for the end of all things, and then we visit the 7-day village. Jiang Hao strode forward. Jing Fengyan was puzzled. But you have to be a member of the end of all things to get one. I told you I am smiling Sansheng. Isn't he a member of the end of all things? Jiang Hao looked back at the young man behind him and smiled. What's there to fear? You're familiar with smiling Sansheng, so just help me build up a convincing excuse. Jiang Hao said easily. Jing Fengyan felt a bit helpless and hesitated. Jiang Hao stopped and looked at him. He used what he had learned from the nameless manual. Although he couldn't find out everything, his observational skills were not bad. Even if he didn't understand this person's cultivation technique, he could tell whether the circulation of spiritual energy was smooth. At this moment, the young man in front of him had at least 3 places where spiritual energy was stagnant. These 3 places hindered the gathering of strength. Jiang Hao opened his fan, and a gentle force hit the young man's shoulder. In an instant, the swirling aura was scattered. The flow of aura was smooth for a moment, but it would gradually congest again. This was due to the cultivation technique. As Jing Fengyan hesitated, he felt the smooth flow even before he advanced. This was an effect he hadn't achieved even after consulting many people. He was astonished. He looked at the senior in front of him. Shall we proceed? Jiang Hao asked with a smile. This time, Jing Fengyan didn't hesitate at all. Let's go. He walked at the forefront. Is my condition serious, senior? Lead the way first, Jiang Hao said calmly with an air of mystery. In reality, he didn't understand it. He could only ask Hong Yuye about it later. Being able to identify a problem was completely different from actually solving it. At the Chaos Stone Island, there was a large mansion now very far away from the center. Inside, everything was orderly. The scenery was beautiful, and the architecture was grand. Everything indicated wealth and status. Outside the main mansion was a smaller building with a long table inside. Sitting on the inner side of the table was a middle-aged man who appeared somewhat impatient. Across from him was a young man who looked frustrated. "You clearly said you would give me the identity token today, so why are you saying there's no token left?" the young man asked. "We showed the secret code to the island master, but it seems it needs further verification." "You'll have to wait," the middle-aged man casually said. Upon hearing this, the young man said indignantly, "How many times has this happened? Every time you say it needs verification, but each time during the secret code change, you claim it's incorrect. Yesterday, you assured me it would be fine today, and now you're saying it's not? If it's not fine, it's not fine. What's the use of arguing with me?" The middle-aged man said. "Then who should I talk to? That's beyond my capacity." "Then who's in charge?" "It's Senior Tian Shun, but he's not available at the moment. So, for now, you'll have to continue waiting." Then, the young man angrily walked away. Once he left, a servant entered. The middle-aged man handed over an identity token. "Deliver this to that distinguished guest, and make sure they settle the remaining spirit stones." "Yes." The servant took the token and hesitated. "Senior, if this is discovered, what will happen?" "What will happen? Daring to cause trouble here is challenging the island master." The island master rarely goes out, so there are guards to deal with troublemakers. Do these people still have the guts to cause trouble? The middle-aged man said coldly. Then he asked how many more distinguished guests need identity tokens. "There are 3 more," said the servant. "Let them bid. Whoever offers the highest price will be given the next token," the middle-aged man said. "Understood." The servant nodded in response. Chapter 6:15. Chapter 6:15. Are you disappointed? Follow me, I'll overturn the world. Chapter 6:15. Are you disappointed? Follow me, I'll overturn the world. In the center of the island, there was a bustling city. "This place is really amazing." Jiang Hao walked on the main road in awe. The streets here were clean and smooth, with buildings standing side by side. They were similar in type, but different in style. It was refreshing. There was no dirt or mess in the alleys. The entire city looked aesthetically pleasing. "It seems they put a lot of effort into building this city," Jiang Hao said. "Yes, the island master has invested a lot into this island." Jing Fengyan nodded. "What kind of people live here?" Jiang Hao asked. There were many ordinary people here, and cultivators were everywhere too. Their cultivation realms were not weak. Some are ordinary people brought here by the end of all things. Some are members of the end of all things who stay here. And some are like me, who came here and didn't leave immediately. There are also some who took refuge here, Jing Fengyan said. Jiang Hao nodded. Ordinary people had to come in by boat from outside, and only once a year. Once they took refuge here, they would be much safer. "Is there an inn?" Jiang Hao asked. He had quite a few spirit stones and could afford to stay in any inn. He could sell a lot of things, which would give him even more spirit stones. "Inn?" Jing Fengyan looked a bit puzzled, but still nodded. "Yes, but they are expensive. You can find a temporary residence among the residents in the city." "No need. Just go and do your thing," Hong Yuya suddenly said. Jiang Hao turned to look and found her smiling. It seemed like she really wanted to see how he would handle things. What does she want to see? Jiang Hao wondered. In the past, Hong Yuya would rest at the inn while he dealt with some trivial matters. This change made him quite curious. Initially, his plan was to provoke the island master alone. Then, he would leave Chaos Stone Island and come back at night. He would then destroy the island master's residence the next day and leave when the island master appeared. Again, he would return at night. He would then proceed to destroy the trading center at dawn and leave again. As long as he wasn't caught, he would keep causing havoc until the island master would take action. Of course, there was a problem. He had to be strong enough to endure the power of the Immortal Ascension platform. Otherwise, everything would be in vain. Furthermore, the golden ring must not be discovered. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to return. Hong Yuya didn't have the one-heart palm anymore. If she activated the ring on her hand, it could work. But now that Hong Yuya was following him, it was difficult for him to handle everything. Should he take her with him when he escaped? It felt like putting the cart before the horse. There was also a possibility that the other party would take action. After all, everything was for her purpose. It was only natural to make a move when encountering a strong enemy. Glancing again at the calm but suffocating face of the woman, Jiang Hao felt somewhat helpless. Life and death were in her hands. He had to be careful. She could afford to be laid back, but he couldn't be blindly confident. After all, they had been on an unequal balance from the very beginning. He looked at Jing Fengyan. Let's not go to the inn. Let's go get the identity token and ask how to get to the 7-day village. The 7-day village is a bit unique, senior. Let me handle it when the time comes, Jing Fengyan said. Many seniors were too impulsive and easily caused trouble. The members of the end of all things weren't easy to deal with, especially on Chaos Stone Island. They were the rulers here, and offending them meant not being able to buy a ticket to leave when the time came. Jiang Hao smiled and remained silent. Jing Fengyan didn't understand what kind of temperament the senior in front of him really had, so he could only lead the way for now. After all, there was a reason to go to the 7-day village if they could really obtain the identity token. If they couldn't get it, there would be trouble. On the way, Jiang Hao observed the surroundings. In the end, he took a detour. When Jing Fengyan wasn't looking, he entered a house and planted a golden ring there. The place wasn't particularly concealed, but it did look wealthy. The family must have a high status here. There was a risk if there was a person with a very high cultivation realm in their family. They might sense the presence of the golden ring. Therefore, when he came out, he looked at Hong Yuye and said, "I'll have to trouble you, senior." Hong Yuye's eyes flickered and she smiled. "What are you willing to offer in return?" "I'll brew red azure tea for you tonight, senior," said Jiang Hao. Since when can red azure tea be used as payment? Hong Yuye smiled lightly and stared at him. He felt uneasy. A red light flashed in the house. It meant Hong Yuye had taken action. "Change it to September spring," Hong Yuye said. Jiang Hao agreed reluctantly. He still had some red azure tea left, but he would have to buy the September spring again. It cost over 30,000 spirit stones. Although it was painful, he hoped he could still sell a lot of things later. Losing 2,000 wasn't a big deal if he could earn it easily. As for the conversation between the two, Jing Fengyan seemed oblivious. He just felt that this senior really had taste in things. He was wandering around everywhere. He felt relieved. Just at that moment, he heard angry voices ahead. "This is too much. Simply too much. They didn't even give me a token. They delayed it for so long. It's bad enough they delayed me. But they had the audacity to give the token to someone else. Outrageous." The voice piqued Jiang Hao's interest. In the alley, Zhang Long felt that something was wrong. He noticed a servant selling his token to a distinguished guest. The guest's cultivation realm was too high, and he had no choice but to swallow his anger. He was being mistreated and was desperate. Therefore, he joined the end of all things. He thought he would finally have his revenge, even if he died. But now he was humiliated. What was the point anyway? What was the use of joining the end of all things? He pounded his fist against the wall a few times and dropped his hand weakly. If he destroyed the walls here, he might attract the guards. Trouble would ensue. Zhang Long felt sad. As a golden core realm cultivator, what had he achieved when he didn't even dare to destroy a wall? Why were other golden core realm cultivators carefree and joyful, while he was bullied, even for a token? Are you angry? Are you disappointed with this world? Do you want to follow me? See how I can subvert the disappointing world for you? Said a sudden voice. Zhang Long felt surprised because he had heard similar words before. It was when the end of all things was trying to recruit him. He turned his head. There were 3 people in total. In the lead was a scholar with a folding fan in his hand. A woman stood beside him. It seemed she was his companion. On the other side, a man seemed to be showing them around. "Who are you? Are you from the end of all things? Do you use the same words to recruit people every time?" Zhang Long asked cautiously. The person was Jiang Hao. He squinted at the person in front of him. "Have you heard of it? So the identity token you just mentioned is the one issued by the end of all things?" Chapter 616. Chapter 616. Haven't you heard of a saying? Chapter 616. Haven't you heard of a saying? From the anger and words of the other person, Jiang Hao knew this was someone with a story. Most likely, they were members of the end of all things. If that was true, then the end of all things on Chaos Stone Island was no longer what it used to be. Normally, people from the end of all things were quite fearsome because they would use any means necessary for their ultimate goal. Dealing with such people was a headache for anyone, but once they started coveting wealth, they weren't as terrifying. The end of all things? Zhang Long laughed mockingly. I'm not a member of the end of all things. I can't get the identity token of the end of all things because I don't have enough money. The end of all things only accepts people with spirit stones. You are really pitiful. Jiang Hao smiled. When did the end of all things come up with so many rules? Have you never seen a true member of the end of all things? A true member? Zhang Long sneered. A true member of the end of all things sits high and decides the life and death of those below with their words. Aren't they just oppressing us, pushing us down, and mistreating ordinary members? No, that is not the end of all things. Jiang Hao shook his head. Then what is? Zhang Long asked. He was utterly disappointed. Jiang Hao pointed to himself. I am. If you haven't seen a true member of the end of all things, then today is your lucky day. You? Who are you? Zhang Long was puzzled. At that point, Jing Fengyan understood. Have you heard of smiling, Sansheng? What you're seeing in front of you is the same person. I haven't heard of them, Zhang Long said. It doesn't matter. Jiang Hao smiled. So, do you feel disappointed? Do you want to follow me and see how I can overturn the world, you know? Zhang Long looked at Jiang Hao in silence for a moment before nodding. He couldn't read the person in front of him and didn't know if the person was telling the truth or just lying to him. But he had no choice left. He might as well take a chance. Jiang Hao waved his fan and smiled. Let's go. It just so happens that I need to get the identity token too and see how efficient they are at handling things. Senior, the Island Master's mansion has many powerful experts, Jing Fengyan said. If you're afraid, you can wait outside when the time comes, said Jiang Hao as he walked ahead. Jing Fengyan hesitated. Going in was extremely risky. At the same time, the rewards he would receive would also be a lot. Staying outside might be safer, but the senior might not be wholeheartedly willing when helping him with his cultivation problems later. Was it worth the risk? He needed to make a decision. They arrived at a small building. Is this the place? Jiang Hao looked at the imposing residence behind the small building and couldn't help but marvel at it. The Island Master here really knows how to enjoy his life. The person in charge of the small building is not very strong, but once there's a conflict, the guards in the mansion will take action. Among them, the chief guard has an astonishing cultivation realm and is capable of suppressing both major fights, Jing Fengyan said. He didn't wait outside, but chose to go in together. After all, he had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. He might never have such an opportunity again. Yes, the guards are powerful, and the chief guard is intimidating, Zhang Long said. Jiang Hao simply nodded and let Zhang Long lead the way. Zhang Long saw the middle-aged man from before when he entered the small building with the group. Jiang Hao saw the identity token on the table with the name Tu Liang. It was quite an unusual name. Why are you here again? I've made it clear that your application is under review. What's the point of coming here again? If you have any issues, go and talk to the Island Master. See if the Island Master will handle it for you, Tu Liang said impatiently. I've already seen everything. You sold my token. Zhang Long shouted angrily. Tu Liang sneered. Yours? If you think I've done something wrong, you can report it to Senior Tianshun or the Island Master, instead of shouting at me. If I really did something wrong, the Island Master or Senior Tianshun would punish me. I don't need to care about your verdict. Zhang Long was speechless. He still couldn't see Senior Tianshun or the Island Master anywhere. This was just a bureaucratic circle. Jiang Hao patted Zhang Long on the shoulder. Since your token is still under review, let me take the lead for now. Zhang Long was a bit puzzled, but still stepped aside. Jiang Hao sat down, and looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. I'm also a member of the end of all things. Now, I want an identity token to work on this island. Tu Yang looked at Jiang Hao. Although he couldn't gauge the other party's cultivation realm, he wasn't intimidated by him either. Just because you say you're a member of the end of all things, that makes you one? This island is full of people claiming to be a member of the end of all things, said Tu Yang. You're right. So, how should I prove it? Jiang Hao nodded. You don't even know how to prove it yourself, and claim to be a member of the end of all things? Tu Yang sneered. Jiang Hao was surprised. He thought the other party would ask him for a code, but it seemed that was not the case. You need the passcode, Zhang Long said. Oh, Jiang Hao acknowledged it, and then asked Zhang Long to share the passcode. The reason he had brought Zhang Long over was for this. He didn't have the end of all things as passcode. Zhang Long didn't hesitate even a bit and share the passcode with him. Jing Fengyan was stunned. Was it okay to reveal the passcode so openly? Tu Yang looked at Jiang Hao and said nothing. He then picked up a pen and a piece of paper and asked, Name? Smiling San Sheng. Jiang Hao said, What is your mission on Chaos Stone Island? Tu Yang asked. No mission. Just here to stroll around, Jiang Hao said. Tu Yang raised an eyebrow at the person in front of him and then put down his pen. All right, I've noted it down. This will be under review. How long do I have to wait? Jiang Hao asked. It depends on how long the review takes. Either you wait a few more days or come by daily to inquire, Tu Yang said. Isn't that a bit inconvenient? Jiang Hao asked with a gentle smile. If it's inconvenient, report it to the island master, Tu Yang said coldly. Isn't there any way in which the process can be hastened? Asked Jiang Hao. I'm not in charge of this. If you want to improve efficiency, talk to Senior Tian Chun, Tu Yang said. Can you help me pass a message to him? Jiang Hao asked. Sorry, I can't. If there's nothing else, you may leave. Tu Yang dismissed them. Well, Jiang Hao's lips curved into a sinister smile. What use do I have for you then? The fan moved, and the blade appeared. Boom! Tu Yang was astonished. The blade cut into his skin. He was flung against the wall. His body bore multiple cuts. Although not fatal, it left him in a sorry state. Jiang Hao slowly stood up and looked at him. It seems you all have forgotten what the end of all things truly is. How dare you attack someone in charge of the Chaos Stone Island? Tu Yang roared. Chaos Stone Island? Isn't this the territory of the end of all things? Jiang Hao asked. Then he shook his head and sighed. It doesn't matter. Today, let me tell you what kind of person truly embodies the ideals of the end of all things. Haven't you ever heard of the saying that the end of all things has no future, but only a lingering last wish? Chapter 617. Chapter 617. The Truth of the End of All Things. Chapter 617. The Truth of the End of All Things. Who do you think you are? Tu Yang asked angrily. This is Chaos Stone Island. This is a place with rules. Without rules, there's no order. These rules were set by the island master. Now, you have taken action on your own and challenged the authority of the island master in the process. If you were truly a member of the end of all things, you wouldn't have acted against us in this way. Instead, you would have respected the jurisdiction of the island master. Even if you don't like me, you should serve the island master and use your identity and logic to file a complaint against me instead of attacking me in this manner. Are you a match for the island master? Are you a match for the chief guard? I am so disappointed. Jiang Hao looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. Don't you know that with my cultivation realm, I could kill you effortlessly? Where do you get the courage to say such things? What a joke. Then, why am I still alive? Isn't it because you don't dare to kill recklessly? Tu Yang seemed to gain more courage. Murdering someone is an entirely different thing. The fact remains that you attacked me and ignored the rules set by the island master. You will have to bear the consequences. You are truly beyond redemption. Jiang Hao shook his head. Then, he moved his fan. The blade cut off the opponent's arm. A painful muffled sound came from Tu Liang's mouth. He held his severed arm and still firmly believed that he wouldn't die. Jiang Hao approached him. Are you scared? I thought you weren't afraid. If you kill me, it'll only bring more trouble, said Tu Yang. Jiang Hao picked up the fan and placed it on the only remaining arm of the opponent. Then he lightly swiped it. Splat! Blood sprayed out. A cry of agony followed. Jiang Hao laughed. I thought you could rely on your rules to protect yourself from harm. Tu Yang leaned against the wall. He looked at the person before him in horror. He realized his own insignificant nature. Jiang Hao shook his head slightly and was about to finish him off. It had been so long, and no one had come to look. The guards here seemed incompetent. However, just as he was about to take action, he suddenly felt a force from behind. He turned around to avoid it. Boom! The force blasted open the building. At that moment, Tu Yang ran outside. Jiang Hao did not stop him because he wanted him to experience what it truly meant to face a member of the end of all things. As smiling Sansheng, he understood the end of all things quite thoroughly. He understood it more than these people. Smiling Sansheng, how dare you kill someone here? The middle-aged man behind Elder Li walked to the front of the building. He was accompanied by many people. Tu Yang seemed to have found his savior and hid behind them. He taunted Jiang Hao. You can't preach now. Jing Fengyun and the others retreated to the side. They dare not get involved. Zhang Long didn't expect things to escalate this quickly. He thought it was a pity that Tu Yang wasn't dead, though. Jiang Hao fanned himself and looked at the middle-aged man. Do you have something to say? The middle-aged man presented the token in his hand. This is the island. Master's token. Seeing this token is like seeing the island master himself. Now, I, in the role of the island master, order you to stand down. Today is chaos. Stone Island's important day. It's trading day. Whatever you want, you must consider the situation before you act. Otherwise, you will be presumed to be against the entire chaos Stone Island. Jiang Hao couldn't help but laugh out loud. The island master's token? Consider the overall situation? He looked at the man in front of him. Are you still a member of the end of all things? What do you mean? The middle-aged man frowned. Do you know what kind of force the end of all things is? Jiang Hao walked step by step toward them. The end of all things. The end of all life on Earth. That's the purpose of this organization. That's why we gather here. Do you know what it means to end all life? It means everyone must die. Anyone standing in the way will be eliminated, including the members themselves, if they stand in the way of the greater goal. Now, you're blocking my path. Isn't it just as logical for me to end you here? Jiang Hao approached the middle-aged man. Somehow, the fan had already touched the man's forehead. In horror, the middle-aged man said, Consider the greater good, smiling Sansheng. Splat! The blade pierced through the middle-aged man's forehead. Jiang Hao smiled. What is the greater good? The token in your hand? The island master you mentioned? Is he worth more than the goal of the end of all things? The middle-aged man looked in horror at the man in front of him. For the first time, he realized what arrogance and madness looked like. However, such answers made him pay with his life. In an instant, he understood why others hated the end of all things so much. Such people were unreasonable and utterly illogical. A moonlight appeared. His vision became distorted. He had no power to resist the attack. From the beginning, he had been suppressed by a divine aura of smiling Sansheng. It was too late to regret it. Jiang Hao beheaded the man in front of him with a single stroke of his blade and then looked at the others. Are you all in this together? Attack! One of them roared and rushed forward. Jiang Hao stepped forward and swung his blade. When facing enemies, he never underestimated or hesitated because he knew that they were powerful. If the opponent's cultivation realm was weak, it wasn't worth sparing them. At that moment, everyone felt fear. They saw the young, scholarly-looking man killing the people one by one. Blood stained the ground. The blades swung ruthlessly. Regardless of the defenses the opponents used or the techniques they employed, he cut them down with a single stroke. When the last person fell, Jiang Hao looked at Tu Yang and smiled. Do you now understand what the end of all things truly is? I am disappointed that you have survived here for so long and yet failed to grasp the essence of the end of all things. You? Tu Liang was terrified and lost for words. Jiang Hao turned to look at Zhang Long, who was hiding in the distance. Do you want to kill him? Zhang Long was shaken, but he walked to Jiang Hao's side. Jiang Hao handed the enemy's sword to him. When you kill him, you need to understand one thing. The angrier a strong person gets, the more they strike at an even stronger opponent. The angrier a weak person gets, the more they strike an even weaker opponent. Zhang Long took the sword, and Jiang Hao walked away. On the way, he picked up the Island Master's token, thus completing the purpose of this trip. After that, he let Jing Fengyan pick up the storage treasure and clean it. Then, he handed it over to Jiang Hao. With this done, he walked away with Hong Yuye. Jing Fengyan snapped back from his daze and caught up with him. Not long after, they heard screams from behind. It was Tu Liang begging for mercy. Chapter 618, Chapter 618, Blade at my neck, and he asked me if it's difficult. Chapter 618, Blade at my neck, and he asked me if it's difficult. From the start to the end, there were no guards. No one came to suppress the imposters. This was now normal. The only explanation was that Hong Yuye might have intervened. This is the only way they could proceed smoothly. It could also be true that the guards were too incompetent. On the way, Jiang Hao thanked Hong Yuye anyway. It was always good to be respectful to Hong Yuye. She just glanced at him without saying a word. Sometimes he could easily perceive the meaning in her eyes, and even deduce her thoughts from her actions. However, Hong Yuye's emotions were too few, and her actions were limited. Senior, why did that person call you Smiling Sansheng just now? Jing Fengyan asked. Because before meeting you, I met him first, Jiang Hao said. Although Jing Fengyan was puzzled, he didn't ask further. Is this token enough? Jiang Hao tossed the token to Jing Fengyan. He also retrieved several storage treasures. After settling down, he checked how many spirit stones were inside. He also wanted to see if there was a September spring here. In theory, there should be some. It's unlikely to have a lot, but there might be a rare chance that he could get some. Since the Chaos Stone Island gathered various forces, it wouldn't look good if they didn't have good tea for sale. With this token, many things can be done. Jing Fengyan was astonished. Originally, he only went to get a normal identity token, but he unexpectedly got the Island Master's token. Senior, do you have something to do? If you use this token for trading, it will be much more convenient, Jing Fengyan said. I want to go to the 7-day village, Jiang Hao said. All right, I will inquire about it. We should do it as soon as possible, Jing Fengyan said. The matter just now will be known soon. The longer it takes, the more unfavorable it will be for you, Senior. We find a place to stay first, and then we can handle it, Jiang Hao said. It so happened that he had some matters to take care of. A short while later, they settled in an inn and spent some spirit stones. Although it was a bit pricey, they could afford it. After that, Jiang Hao and Jing Fengyan left the inn. Jing Fengyan wasn't surprised. After all, he had the token, and it would be strange if they asked him to go alone. However, Jiang Hao was accompanying him to find out whether Jing Fengyan could fulfill what he promised. He appraised him, a disciple of Heavenly King Hai Luo. Jiang Hao was surprised. He didn't expect to encounter a disciple of Heavenly King Hai Luo during this trip. Indeed, Heavenly King Hai Luo was formidable in the overseas regions and had various subordinates. However, he had given up his position as the Heavenly King to become a prisoner at the Lawless Tower. What cultivation technique are you practicing? Jiang Hao asked. Jing Fengyan was momentarily stunned. He then immediately said the 9 transformations of wind and clouds technique. It's currently in the primordial spirit realm. The technique needs to be exchanged in our sect later. Let me take a look. Jiang Hao extended his hand. Smiling, Sansheng wasn't known for his tact. Jing Fengyan hesitated for a moment and handed over the cultivation technique. Jiang Hao took a look at it. With his experience, he should be able to identify some issues. After all, practicing the Hongmeng Heart Sutra and the Nameless Manual made him sensitive to the intricacies of cultivation techniques. As expected, There weren't many issues from lifeblood refinement to foundation establishment realm, but there were some problems with the primordial spirit realm in this cultivation technique. He wasn't certain how to modify it, though. He could only take the cultivation technique and ask Hong Yuya later. This left Jing Fengyan puzzled. Was Jiang Hao using the cultivation technique as collateral? But in the eyes of such a powerful person, his cultivation technique should be quite ordinary. Unfortunately, before he could ask, Jiang Hao disappeared from the spot. So, for now, he could only get to work. A little while later, they found a large shop and inquired about the September spring tea. Esteemed guest, we don't have much September spring tea here, and the ones we do have already been booked by other guests. It's difficult for us to sell it at this point, a woman said hesitantly. Jiang Hao's fan transformed into a long knife. He placed it against her neck. Is it difficult now? He asked politely. When the knife appeared, the sword's intent surged. The woman knew that if she said something offensive, she would end up dead. She smiled. Esteemed guest, you must be joking. Whether it's difficult or not depends on whether we do our best. It's our duty to serve the guests. I don't think it's difficult. In the end, Jiang Hao bought some September spring tea for 19,000 spirit stones. He still had another 19,000 spirit stones left. After that, he took out the blood-burning pill and other magical treasures. The other party purchased them for 60,000 spirit stones. In this way, most of the items were sold. Although the price was higher than expected, there were 2 decent magical treasures among them. He didn't know if he had been swindled. Fortunately, he could accept 60,000. He now had a total of 79,000 spirit stones. It was then that he remembered he still had some storage treasures. He began to open them right there. The spirit stones in these storage treasures weren't much. It totaled up to only 22,000 spirit stones. There were also some ordinary magical treasures and pills. Jiang Hao handed them all to the woman in front of him. This bewildered her. It was the first time she had seen someone act so recklessly, and these storage treasures seemed to belong to the island master. What had this person done? At the same time, she knew that if she displeased him in any way, she would end up dead. Helplessly, she looked through the storage treasures. In the end, she offered 30,000 for them. Jiang Hao was not disappointed. He left happily with the money. 79,000 plus 22,000 plus 30,000. Now he had 31,000 spirit stones. He was rich. He was truly rich. He had never seen so many spirit stones before. Now, I can afford a good blade for myself. After leaving the place, Jiang Hao took a deep breath. How many years would it take to accumulate this many spirit stones if he only sold talismans? Shaking his head, Jiang Hao returned to the inn. As agreed, he brewed September Spring for Hong Yuya. At the same time, outside the island master's residence, a man in armor stood before a pile of corpses. Smiling, Sansheng, he's only at the early stage of the return to Void Realm, and yet he dares to be so arrogant? The chief guard looked at old man Li beside him. Chief guard, you underestimate this cultivator. Li felt uneasy. He killed Bai, Ing, and several other cultivators at the middle stage of the return to Void Realm with a single stroke. I didn't notice when he made his move. He probably blocked my perception, said the chief guard with a frown. That person had the ability to deceive him. That wasn't good. It seems we'll have to wait for Senior Tian Chan to come back. Is the island master still in seclusion? Li asked. No need to wait. I will personally go and meet him. I'll see if he still has the strength to kill me with a single stroke, said the chief guard coldly. Chapter 619, Chapter 619, A Corpse by the River. Chapter 619, A Corpse by the River. The next day, by the riverside of Chaos Stone Island, Li arrived with the others. At that moment, there were many people gathered by the river. When Li arrived, they all made way for him. Li witnessed a terrifying scene. He trembled. Lying by the river was a man dressed in armor. He looked serene and peaceful, with no injuries on his body. However, there was no sign of life. He was dead. Chief! Chief Guard! Li was agitated. He felt a mix of fear and rage. He was so flustered that he couldn't even stand on his own and needed help from others to stay upright. However, his shock counted as a warning for others. Smiling Sansheng, Li gritted his teeth. He was filled with contempt. All those who had dared to go against smiling Sansheng had ended up dead. Even the chief guard was dead. That showed how terrifying smiling Sansheng actually was. Finally, Li decided not to investigate the matter involving smiling Sansheng any further. This incident had completely exceeded his expectations. The death of the chief guard was a sign that smiling Sansheng was an enemy of Chaos Stone Island. It was also a warning. The end of all things. At that moment, Li finally understood why some people said they weren't really true members of the End of All Things. Smiling Sansheng was what the end of all things represented. A person who was reckless and didn't care whether they lived or died. Someone who didn't care about the influence of sex and other forces. Who would dare to provoke such a person? Li was afraid. Report to the island master and let him decide. In the end, Li could only entrust the matter to someone more capable. As for himself, he was no longer willing to go against smiling Sansheng. The person lying by the river today was the chief guard. Tomorrow it could be him. Jiang Hao woke up in his room. After drinking tea last night, he felt refreshed and began practicing the mountain sea seal. This time was different as he finally started to grasp the basics. When he extended his hand, the mountain sea seal condensed in his hand, but it was still in its infancy. To achieve sufficient power, he needed to continue to study it. Perhaps he needed to keep drinking September spring tea. This type of tea truly yielded benefits with every sip. Unfortunately, he couldn't afford it. He could only wait until next time. Last night, he had felt a strong individual approaching him, but they disappeared in an instant. It must have been Hong Yuye's doing. After that, he took out the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl and sealed it with the Mountain Sea Seal. Everything was enveloped in purple energy. The seal became much more solid for a moment. It's useful for reinforcing the existing seal on something. Unfortunately, it doesn't have offensive capabilities for now. I can only rely on further understanding later. However, the Mountain Sea Seal still had a formidable aura. It was just not very noticeable. Shaking his head, Jiang Hao went to Hong Yuye's room. He lightly knocked on the door and opened it when he received no response. He found Hong Yuye sitting by the window. She was lost in thought. She wasn't looking at the sunrise. She stared in the direction of the sea. However, the sea wasn't visible from where they were. Simmer, net are you 100K one-ing at? Jiang Hao asked. What can you see? Hong Yuye asked in return. The building and the streets, Jiang Hao said. Then, why do you ask? Hong Yuye turned and looked at Jiang Hao. He lowered his head. Do you have news? Hong Yuye stood up and asked. Yes. Jiang Hao nodded. Jing Fengyun is waiting below. He has already asked about the entrance to the 7-day village. We need to enter the village to investigate the place. After that, Jiang Hao recounted what happened last night. However, he didn't get an answer. Jiang Hao felt puzzled. He could perceive it. That meant that Hong Yuye had allowed him to perceive it. Then, why didn't she tell him anything today? He didn't think too much about it. He was busy with the matter of the 7-day village today. As long as he found Tian Chen's child, he would have the leverage to ask him if he had placed the stone tablets in the southern region. If the other person knew about the stone tablets, he could find more information. As for the mastermind behind the stone tablets, Jiang Hao felt that it was still very complicated. It might not be easy to discover the truth. Mi Linghua stood in front of a woman and shared some information about Mu Longyu as well as the preparations that were made. The woman nodded. She then stood in front of Mi Linghua. The Great Thousand Spiritual Technique began to resonate with Mi Linghua. This can deepen your spiritual strength and make it less likely for problems to arise when undercover. Now that you have gained the trust of the other party, you must be even more careful. This time, you will receive more benefits. The Great Thousand Spiritual Technique was applied to Mi Linghua. It allowed her spirit to have a stronger connection with the artifacts of the great thousand-god sect. If she were to defect, she would face a catastrophe. This was the great thousand-god sect's method for controlling their undercover agents. It also allowed them to roughly understand the undercover agent's state of mind. Mi Lingwe worried immensely whenever this happened. If she was discovered, she would die right here. After a long time, the great thousand spiritual technique dissipated. The woman wearily let her leave. Wait for the next debriefing. It probably won't be at Chaos Stone Island. Not Chaos Stone Island? Then where? Your status is already quite high. The next time, there's a high probability you'll go to the Heavenly Tower. The Heavenly Tower. Mi Lingwe felt a sense of danger. She knew that there were people from the great thousand-god sect at the Heavenly Tower. She also knew that the person at the tower was difficult to deal with. He was extremely powerful, especially with a high level of mastery in the great thousand spiritual technique. She might not be able to pass. It seemed that she didn't have much time left. Mi Lingwe saw her two maids as she left the courtyard. "Madam," the two of them respectfully greeted her. "How did the investigation go?" Mi Lingwe asked as she put on a black robe. "We have obtained a token to head to 7-Day Village. It cost us quite a bit, but we should be able to enter smoothly," said the older maid. "Why would she be in 7-Day Village?" Mi Lingwe frowned. "Is there something unusual about 7-Day Village?" the younger maid asked. They knew very little about 7-Day Village. There was no information available. The 7-Day Village is not a place where ordinary people can enter. It seems her condition is not good. Mi Lingwe sighed. "Let's go and take a look. Hopefully, she can help me. By the way, is there anyone else going in besides us?" "It seems that people from the Heavenly Tower are going in. Some of Heavenly King Hai Luo's people are also asking around about it," said the older maid. "King Hai Luo?" Mi Lingwe narrowed her eyes. She sounded disdainful. "Let's see what's going on later. If it's just an ordinary person, make them pay a price. They should bear the price of the trouble King Hai Luo has caused. What about the true dragon's blood? Who obtained it?" "Heavenly King Budong's people have gotten it," said the older maid. "King Budong?" Mi Lingwe was puzzled. Heavenly King Budong wouldn't act on this usually. He had already obtained a lot of benefits from the Heavenly Notes sect. The other Heavenly Kings definitely wouldn't agree to this. Never mind. Leave the matter to the Heavenly Kings. Let's go to the 7-Day Village first. Mi Lingwe didn't think too much about it. Chapter 620. Chapter 620. Wherever smiling San Sheng appears, everyone must retreat. Chapter 620. Wherever smiling San Sheng appears, everyone must retreat. When Jiang Hao saw Jing Fengyun, he inquired about the situation of the 7-Day Village. The 7-Day Village is not far from here. It's beyond a mountain and can only be reached on foot. What if we fly there? We won't be able to reach the intersection if we fly. There must be an array set up by seniors. It makes it impossible for normal cultivators to know about the 7-Day Village. Jiang Hao nodded. After all, who would choose to walk when they could fly? So despite flying all over Chaos Stone Island, the entrance remained unseen. It meant that the person who had set up the array had a high cultivation realm. "By the way, I heard that Smiling Sansheng has killed someone," said Jing Fengyun on the way. "Oh," Jiang Hao was surprised. "Who'd he kill now?" "I heard that Smiling Sansheng broke into the mansion last night and killed the chief guard. Now, the entire Chaos Stone Island is shrouded in the shadow of Smiling Sansheng. That's also the reason why things went so smoothly for me this time. I used Smiling Sansheng's reputation to my advantage," said Jing Fengyun. "Senior, what if we were discovered impersonating him? Didn't you say that he is also an impersonator?" Jiang Hao asked with a smile. Now, he knew who the powerful figure from last night was. It was actually the chief guard. He was indeed very powerful. He would probably not be an easy opponent to fight head-on unless he used the no-regrets technique again. But no regrets wasn't something that could be used at will. It required a calm state of mind and immense pressure. "Is it possible that the person wants you to bear this grudge, Senior?" Jing Fengyun asked. Wouldn't that be even better? Jiang Hao opened his fan. My reputation will grow. But it feels like you're being used, said Jing Fengyan. Jiang Hao smiled and remained silent. Jing Fengyan stopped talking about this and instead talked about the 7-day village. During the investigation, I found that besides us, there are others planning to enter the 7-day village. Who else? At least 2 groups. One should be from a heavenly tower, and the other is probably from one of the heavenly kings. The heavenly tower? This was the first time Jiang Hao had heard about it. On the other hand, he had heard about the 12 heavenly kings. After all, he was somewhat familiar with one of the heavenly kings. As for the heavenly tower, he knew nothing about it. Is this your first time overseas, senior? Jing Fengyan was stunned. It shouldn't be. Even if it's your first time, you should have heard something about it. Jiang Hao did not answer, but looked at him. Jing Fengyan was puzzled, but also knew better than to ask too much. He just felt a bit puzzled about this senior in front of him. He seemed to have appeared out of thin air. The heavenly tower controls the livelihood of most of the lower class overseas. They have the most information on overseas territories, and the majority of the secrets come from the heavenly tower. In the heavenly tower, there's a master on every level. They are powerful and hold many secrets. The highest level great master has never appeared, and it is rumored that even the 12 heavenly kings have to bow and greet him when they meet him. Moreover, all the overseas forces, such as the Great Thousand God Sect, the End of All Things, the Blood Dragon Sect, the Heavenly Spirit Tribe, and the Four Seas Tantra Sect, all show respect to this great master. There are rumors that this great master emerged from the Astronomical Academy. Although the Heavenly Tower is not the strongest, it is indispensable to many people and not an easy organization to provoke, Jing Fengyan said, and then looked around. There are probably some spies from the Heavenly Tower around here. Is it possible that our actions have already been noticed by the Heavenly Tower? Jiang Hao asked. Jing Fengyan thought for a moment. It's possible. Even if they don't find out immediately, they would piece together the situation based on the circumstances. Of course, it's not easy to transmit the information back to the Heavenly Tower. At least the information in Chaos Stone Island is not easy to send out. Will they be entering the 7-day village to obtain information? Jiang Hao asked. Not exactly. Jing Fengyan shook his head. Jiang Hao nodded. So, there were at least 3 groups of people. Although it was unknown if these people would cause trouble for him, it would be best to remain cautious. If they did, he would have to bear with it. For them, crossing a mountain was not difficult. At noon, they crossed the mountain and arrived at a valley. This was the entrance to the 7-day village. At the entrance, Mi Lingyue and others stared at the 2 people from the Heavenly Tower. They frowned. One was an old woman, and the other was a young woman supporting the old one. Both of them emitted an unusual aura and appeared to be in the Return to Void Realm, but their primordial spirits were quite powerful. They were very dangerous individuals. However, she had no intention of getting into any disputes with these people. This time, she was mainly targeting Heavenly King Hai Luo's people. Soon, they sensed that someone had arrived. Mi Lingyue looked at the 2 people from the Heavenly Tower with hostility. But in an instant, her brows raised. Smiling Sanshun. Then, she turned and glared at her maid. The maid said, "That guide, Jing Fengyan, is under the Heavenly King." Mi Lingyue was speechless. Jiang Hao, who had come over, was surprised to see Mi Lingyue here. However, it seemed that she had just been glaring at someone with hostility a moment ago. But the hostility disappeared when he arrived. He thought for a moment and looked at Jing Fengyan. Then, he shifted his gaze to the old woman and the young woman. From their spiritual extensions, both of these individuals were extraordinary. Their aura intertwined into one. They were indeed extraordinary. I don't know who is behind them. The entrance of the 7-day village is fixed, so we need to wait for some time, Jing Fengyan. Jiang Hao nodded and waited quietly. Mi Lingyue and others remained silent as well. All 8 people stood in their positions without interrupting each other. Jiang Hao glanced at Hong Yuye, who stood there and stared at the spot ahead. She was lost in thought. Shortly after, she furrowed her brows in disdain. Jiang Hao looked over but saw nothing. Before long, the stone wall turned into a narrow path. This was the entrance to the 7-day village. I remind you all, after entering, if you want to come out, you'll have to wait for 7 days. Some people can't stay in there for 7 days, said the old woman as she walked ahead. Mi Lingwei didn't say anything and followed inside. Naturally, Jiang Hao didn't care about this either. He was going to find Tian Chen's child. He would then have a better chance of finding Tian Chen himself. As for these people, as long as they didn't disrupt his plans, he didn't care. After some hesitation, Jing Fengyun followed as well. He had never been inside the 7-day village before, so he was quite curious. At the island master's mansion, a white-haired man looked down at the body of the chief guard and frowned. Smiling, Sansheng has come here? Yes, master. What cultivation realm is he in? Early stage of the return to Void Realm. Early stage. The island master chuckled. And yet, he can cut the primordial spirit of the chief guard with one slash? Where is he now? The 7-day village, Li said cautiously. The 7-day village. He does know how to choose a place. Let it be for now. The island master sighed. Send news to Tian Chen. He cares the most for that place. Also, inform everyone that whenever they see smiling Sansheng, they should just retreat. Chapter 621. Chapter 621. Because we are all bad people. Chapter 621. Because we are all bad people. On top of a hill, there was a valley with a small opening. It was dimly illuminated. It was narrow enough to let only one person pass through at a time. After walking for dozens of steps, suddenly everything opened up. The land was flat with houses, farmlands, beautiful ponds, mulberry trees, and bamboo groves. This is an otherworldly place. A young maid behind me, Lingwei gasped. Jiang Hao was also surprised. This was an ordinary village and was inhabited by common folk engaged in farming. Despite sweating from their labor, they wore smiles on their faces as though they awaited the harvest season. However, for some unknown reason, Jiang Hao felt something was off. No matter how he observed the surroundings, he couldn't find anything strange. These people were ordinary, and the surroundings appeared normal. Jiang Hao turned to look at the woman beside him. She furrowed her brows slightly. Jiang Hao wondered what she was frowning at. An otherworldly place, said the old woman, leading the way. Well, this place is well hidden. Only a few outsiders like us have come here in decades. You seem to know a lot about this place, Mi Lingwei said. Not a lot, but I can grasp your purpose for coming here to some extent. The old woman looked at Mi Lingwei and Jiang Hao. You're here to find Madame Gong, aren't you? Madame Gong. Jiang Hao frowned, but he remained composed. You want to know who Madame Gong was and why Mi Lingwei was here to find her. Are you here for Madame Gong as well, senior? Mi Lingwei asked. Who doesn't desire the information and knowledge from Madame Gong, said the old woman and chuckled. But not everyone can meet her. Do you have something exceptional you can offer? Outstanding talent or extraordinary background, perhaps? What about you, senior? Mi Lingwei asked calmly. She didn't need to rely on others. She had sufficient status overseas. The hands that could forge were enough to open many doors for her. I usually prefer to exchange information for information, the old woman said with a smile. Her meaning was clear. She had the information that Madame Gong wanted. Mi Lingwei nodded. After a while, Jiang Hao said, I heard the family of the members of the End of All Things are here. Where are they? Family? Whose descendants are you looking for? Mi Lingwei asked. Jiang Hao smiled, but did not mention Tian Chen. You should ask in the village, though they probably won't tell you, Mi Lingwei said. She naturally had no intention of prying. If you want to use the family of the End of All Things as leverage, I advise you to give up. It's futile, the old woman said. How are you so sure, senior? Jiang Hao was curious. You'll know if you try, the old woman said mysteriously. Jiang Hao fell silent. Are you here for Madame Gong's secrets or for her inheritance? Asked the. Neither. Mi Lingwei shook her head. I just want to ask her some questions. What about you, fellow disciple? The young woman asked Jiang Hao. Who is Madame Gong? Jiang Hao asked with a smile. The question left everyone stunned, especially the old woman. She looked embarrassed. She thought this young man was mocking her. Madame Gong was once one of the third master of the Heavenly Tower. She had remarkable strength and grace. She even contended for the position of one of the 12 heavenly kings back in the day. She failed, though. However, her failure was not due to lack of strength, but rather the sea realm did not choose her. Later, it said that she delved into the secrets deep within the sea realm and obtained a treasure. After that, she disappeared completely, Jing Fengyan said. He thought Jiang Hao really didn't know who Madame Gong was. Jiang Hao nodded. The secrets of the depths of the sea and a treasure. It wasn't worth his time to investigate further. After that, he asked Jing Fengyan to lead him to the village chief. When Jiang Hao left, the old woman furrowed her brows. This young man is quite impolite. Don't be upset, senior. It's normal for young people to be spirited, the young woman said with a smile. The old woman snorted. I hope he can walk out of the 7-day village after finding the member's family here. He's really brash. Mi Linghua frowned. She had some knowledge about the 7-day village, but clearly not as much as the person in front of her. She asked a few questions, but didn't get any answers. Since you also want to meet Madame Gong, let's go and see her, the old woman said. Shortly after, they arrived at courtyard. Peach blossoms were in full bloom, and a seemingly ordinary woman was seated there. She looked like she was waiting for someone. The old woman furrowed her brows. Senior, what's wrong? Mi Linghua asked. Something's off. What? People. People. Yes, usually Madame Gong stays in her room, and seeing visitors is entirely based on her mood. But today, she's in the courtyard. It means she wants to see someone. Is it one of the newcomers? Mi Linghua asked. Hard to say. Maybe she's thinking of something and hoping that person will come. The old woman shook her head. Although unexpected, the situation might be better than what she had expected. It all depended on how the interaction went. Are you looking for someone? In the center of the village, an elderly man looked warily at Jiang Hao and the others. Yes, we're distant relatives of disciple Tianshun. We heard that he has a child here and wanted to ask where the child is right now, Jiang Hao said with a smile. However, the man was cautious. He refused to reveal anything. He even wanted to drive them away. Jiang Hao had no choice but to use spiritual power to confuse the old man. He would then make the person utter the answers he wanted to hear when he was distracted. It wasn't a bad approach. Otherwise, if the man annoyed Hong Yuye, it could lead to a life-threatening situation. Jiang Hao walked to the east of the village when he learned the information he wanted. As expected, he saw a young boy in a humble courtyard. He seemed to be about 8 or 9 years old. He was much younger than Shaoli. He was struggling with firewood and muttering something to himself. It's the third day. The third day. Jiang Hao was puzzled. Little guy, where are your parents? He asked. At this moment, the young boy turned to look at Jiang Hao. He was a bit shy. He then put down the firewood and ran back into the house. With a bang, he closed the door. My father will be back soon. How soon? Jiang Hao asked as he approached the door. It's the third day. My father will be back on the 7th day, said a voice from inside the house. Jiang Hao furrowed his brow. Did your father leave 3 days ago? I won't talk to you. My father says strangers are bad people, said the stubborn voice of the child. I'll help you chop firewood. If you're scared, you can hide in the house. But the few of us have nowhere to stay. Can we stay in your courtyard for now? Jiang Hao asked. We can also cook. Do you want to eat something? I don't want to eat. And you can't stay here, the young boy shouted. Unfortunately, if we are all bad people, your objection would be invalid, said Jiang Hao with a chuckle. Chapter 622. Chapter 622. The Demoness. You can cook? Chapter 622. The Demoness. You can cook. In the courtyard, Jiang Hao sat in front of the firewood. He looked calm. He reached out and picked up the axe and started chopping the firewood. He used an ordinary person's strength. Snap! The firewood was split with a single strike, but he was calm and composed. He recalled the first time he had learned to chop firewood as his stepmother watched him. He didn't know why she was watching him. He had a massive number of tasks that he needed to fulfill, and she used to intentionally make things difficult for him. Snap! Another firewood split in half. Although he didn't like his stepmother, she did raise him well until he was 5. Snap! The firewood fell to the ground. Jiang Hao was calm as ever. He felt a peace of mind from deep within. For a moment, it was as if he had returned in the time when he was 4 years old. He had been restless, impatient, and full of resentment toward his stepmother. He had felt contempt toward his father for his negligence. He also remembered the bowl of rice with meat and how he had loved meat at that time. Countless emotions intertwined, but his mind remained calm. He felt a sense of acceptance with a bit of nostalgia. The mountain sea seal appeared in his hand as if it had become vast due to its owner's state of mind. A sense of peace extended in the surroundings. The firewood fell. Jing Fengyun suddenly froze. He felt that the surroundings had become too quiet. He even felt a sense of peace. Then he recalled the past. For some reason, this time, he viewed it without prejudice and without anger. It was as if he was calmly observing from the perspective of a bystander. He watched himself being mistreated and bullied. The resentment he had held before slowly resurfaced, but this time, it seemed like he understood more. A profound change occurred deep within his heart. Wind and cloud, 9 transformations activated instinctively. The obstructing aura was crushed into fragments. He broke through the restraints and advanced to a new cultivation realm. When he came back to his senses, he was in disbelief. At that moment, there was nothing he could hear except the sound of firewood being chopped. What's going on? A storm surged in his heart. Hong Yuye was looking at Jiang Hao. No one knew what she was thinking. When he finished chopping the firewood, Jiang Hao let out a sigh. He looked at the mountain sea seal that had condensed in his hand and felt that it had some power. He could naturally feel the change that had just occurred. He just hadn't expected that recalling the past would bring up so many emotions within him. Perhaps it was because he could never go back to how he was. Now he was 33. He was no longer young. For an ordinary person, just a few decades would pass quickly enough. Going back would take him 10 years. 10 years. How many decades does an ordinary person have? Jiang Hao put away the mountain sea seal, got up, and prepared to light a fire. He wanted to cook. Since the firewood was chopped, the next step was to make some food. "Young friend, come help me light the fire," Jiang Hao said calmly. "Huh?" Jing Fengyun woke up from a daze and nodded. He found that his problems had been solved unknowingly. At that moment, he not only felt grateful to Jiang Hao, but also deeply in awe of him. This senior was mysterious and unfathomable. Soon, the aroma of the meal began to waft about the surroundings. Hong Yuye walked over to him. "You can cook. Did you cook before?" Hong Yuye looked at the green vegetables on the plate. "I've only made simple meals," Jiang Hao said. "And how does it taste?" Hong Yuye asked. "Senior, you can try it." Jiang Hao pushed the dish over to her. However, Hong Yuye did not move. She looked at the plate of green vegetables with disdain. Jiang Hao felt puzzled. Did she dislike it even before tasting it? He shook his head. He wanted to know what she thought about his culinary skills. As soon as he picked up the chopsticks, Hong Yuye stared at him. In the end, he could only put down the chopsticks in his hand. It seemed that he couldn't eat it either. "Give this to the little kid," Jiang Hao said to Jing Fengyun. "I won't eat it." "It's useless," the kid shouted from inside. "If you don't eat, you'll starve before the 7th day arrives," Jiang Hao said. "I don't care," said the kid, but a little less sternly. Jiang Hao didn't insist. He simply made tea in the courtyard and read a book. The tea was for Hong Yuye. The next day, Jiang Hao prepared food for the child as usual. Most of it remained untouched, but a few pieces of meat were missing. "Are you trying to catch me to threaten my dad?" "You can dream on," the kid said defiantly from inside the house. "In that case, you better hide. If you come out, I'll catch you," Jiang Hao said with a smile. He didn't argue with the child. If he talked with them, that was okay. If not, they could just continue to wait here. They would wait for Tianqin here. If Tianqin saw them here, he would be much more willing to talk with them. Jiang Hao didn't expect it to be easy, but he had to try. This is the 4th day. Is your father coming back soon? Jing Fengyan asked. Of course. When my father arrives, you bad guys are done for, the kid said proudly. The 4th day. The old woman frowned as she looked at the woman in the courtyard. How could it be the 4th day so soon? It is indeed the 4th day. Many villagers have said the same, the young woman said. It seems that Madame Gong really wants to see someone, the old woman said as she knocked on the door. Nothing had worked. They had to take another approach if they wanted to succeed. Senior, who do you want to see? Perhaps we can help you find them, the old woman said softly. Creak. The courtyard gate opened. Mi Lingwei was surprised. Previously, no matter how they tried, it never worked. Now, with just a mention of someone, the gate opened. She immediately stepped inside. Madame Gong didn't appear as stunning as she was rumored to be. She looked just like an ordinary woman. However, she didn't seem to be in a good state. There was no sparkle in her eyes. She seemed lifeless. Senior, may I ask whom you wish to see? The old woman asked. At that moment, she expanded her mental power to try to pry. I can sense its fear. A person with great luck has appeared nearby. I want to see him. Madame Gong looked vacantly at the old woman and the others. A person with great luck? Mi Lingwei asked. She understood what Madame Gong meant, but there was no one with great luck in the whole world at present. Why did Madame Gong feel that there was such a person here? Senior, there has been no one with great luck in the whole world, said the old woman. As a person from the heavenly tower, she had a wealth of knowledge. Furthermore, such a person would cause quite a commotion. Their identity couldn't stay hidden for long. Currently, there were signs that a disciple of the Bright Moon sect might become a person of great luck, but she wouldn't come here. He is nearby. The fear is real. He wants to escape urgently from here. I want to see him, said Madame Gong as she looked at Mi Lingwei and the others. Her vacant gaze sent a shiver down their spine. They had no idea who or what she was talking about. Who was afraid? Who was this person of great luck? Chapter 623. Chapter 623. Let me give you a word of advice. Don't provoke him. Chapter 623. Let me give you a word of advice. Don't provoke him. In a land surrounded by the sun, moon, and stars, Su Bai stood in front of the burning immortal formation. He didn't leave the place and didn't allow anyone to enter. Some disciples found it strange. They didn't know what senior brother Su Bai was looking at, and they didn't even pay attention to the discoveries of the Yin and Yang formation. Senior brother Su Bai, we've made a major discovery. A young man came running over. A major discovery? Su Bai asked calmly. Junior brother Mo, you said the same thing last time. Huh? Mo Chuan scratched his head awkwardly. This time, it's really a major discovery. We've discovered the grudge between the human emperor and the fallen immortal clan. There are many documents inside, and a few seniors compile them to form a rough idea of what they all mean. The human emperor didn't end the fallen immortal clan deliberately. It was done out of necessity. Necessity? Su Bai was surprised. Yes. According to the records at that time, the human emperor faced many difficulties and the land was in turmoil. It almost entered a dark age. How could the human emperor provoke the fallen immortal clan? Mo Chuan presented the documents and said, Senior brother Su Bai, take a look at these. All the documents record the human emperor's exhaustion. He was almost unable to continue fighting. The reason he had to take action was that the fallen immortal clan had created some forbidden item. Forbidden item? Su Bai was intrigued. It was difficult to detect and impossible to resist. On the day this entity took form, it consumed countless spiritual lives and shook all races. The immortals named the demon Nine Nether, said Mo Chuan with a shudder. What happened next? Su Bai asked. The appearance of Nine Nether disrupted all plans. The balance that the human emperor tried hard to maintain was shaken once again. It caused turmoil, said Mo Chuan as he flipped through the book and furrowed his brow. During the process, it's unclear what the human emperor did, but he united many races. He even roped in the Xianyuan clan and attacked the fallen Immortal clan. In the end, they destroyed the essence of the Immortal clan. That's how the fallen Immortal clan fell. What about Nine Nether? Subai asked. Nine Nether? Mo Chuan flipped through the books. Let me find it. It should be here. Found it. After the turmoil subsided, the Heavenly Spirit Tribe took Nine Nether away and sealed it in the endless deep sea to never see the light of the day again. The Dragon Clan sent true dragons to guard it. Overseas? Guarded by true dragons? Subai was astonished. He had never heard of true dragons being present overseas. It's been so long. I don't know if Nine Nether has been completely eradicated, Mo Chuan said. Subai thought for a long time. Is there more information? Nothing more. The rest is still being compiled. We don't know what abilities Nine Nether still possesses, and we don't know its weaknesses. But something like this needs to be reported to the sect. It's best to send someone to confirm the situation. It would be a big problem if it were to come out, Mo Chuan said nervously. Subai just nodded and then asked him to continue investigating the matter. If there was any news, he would come back to report. At the Chaos Stone Island, the courtyard gate closed, and the old woman and her companions were forcefully pushed out. The old woman looked displeased. She hadn't expected this to happen. This was completely different from what she had anticipated. Did someone enter the village early? Why is it the third day? The old woman was puzzled at first, but now she seemed to understand something. Someone or something had come to the 7-day village ahead of time. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this. However, when they entered, it was indeed the first time the 7-day village had opened. So, someone else might have triggered the opening of the 7-day village. A person of great luck. Mi Lingwen knew little about it, but she understood that there was a special individual here. It's impossible for someone to have great luck, said the young woman. Regardless of whether there's someone like that or not, Madame Gong believes it. Even if this person isn't someone with great luck, he must still be someone special. We must find this person. Mi Lingwen looked at the others. Her tone of voice invited no question. She was a powerful individual, after all. The young woman was puzzled. The old woman also felt something was strange with the person in front of her. There's no way to determine who this person is, said the old woman. 3 days ago, the 7-day village started its activity, and at that time, no one entered. This means that everyone on the island is suspicious. No, not all, Mi Lingwen said seriously. 3 days ago was the day we arrived. At that time, we were still on the road, but it was enough to make something here sense our presence. So, this person must have been on the ship. Even if that's the case, there's no way to determine who it is. We need to. Certainty any entire island. We ain't knave tnat muck time, said Tiani young woman. Weren't you on the ship? Mi Lingwen asked. We weren't, the old woman said truthfully. If you were, you wouldn't say that, said Mi Lingwen. Why? The young girl asked. We must first find the unique and outstanding person that was on the ship. Mi Lingwen smiled. There must have been too many people. How can we be sure who it was? Even if we are sure, how do we get them to come here? Asked the young woman. Mi Lingwen smiled, and then she walked outside. He's already here. At that moment, Mi Lingwen realized something. The Heavenly Tower was not united. The information was not shared with everyone. There must have been people from the Heavenly Tower on that ship, but these two women were clueless about someone as powerful as Smiling Sansheng. They knew nothing about him. It's obvious that the information wasn't shared. Have they arrived? The old woman thought of Jiang Hao and his two companions. However, no matter how she thought about it, she didn't see anything special about them. Moreover, they weren't the only ones being observed. The attention didn't linger too long on those three. Senior, are those 3 people really special? The young woman asked. You'll know if you invite them over. I can't really explain it to you. The biggest impression he left behind was of his unrestrained and unpredictable nature, Mi Lingwen said. She felt that smiling Sansheng was terrifying, but she couldn't pinpoint exactly what the problem was. In any case, one must never provoke this person. That was certain. Let me give you a word of advice. Don't provoke him. Mi Lingyue's words stunned the old and the young woman, but they didn't say anything. Everyone came with a purpose in this place. As long as they could complete their mission, everything else could be put aside for now. At that moment, Jiang Hao was sitting at the table and reading a book. Jing Fengyin was busy cleaning the courtyard. Sometimes he stood watching the firewood and thought about how he could learn to be like Jiang Hao. He was amazed the first time he saw Jiang Hao chopping the firewood. "Someone is here, young friend. Please make some tea," said Jiang Hao. Han Yuye raised her eyebrows and looked at Jiang Hao. She was intrigued. Chapter 624, Chapter 624, The Demoness, You are Unlucky. Chapter 624, The Demoness, You are Unlucky. Jing Fengyin set the teacups on the table and poured fresh tea. He didn't even want to think too much about Jiang Hao's instructions. He even chopped firewood with such purpose that everything else was redundant. Sure enough, 5 people approached from outside. It was Mi Lingyue and her group. They were surprised to see Jing Fengyin preparing tea. The host was indeed hospitable. But why were they lingering in this courtyard? Moreover, they sensed the aroma of food. They were puzzled about the purpose of the person in front of them. "Would you like some tea?" Jiang Hao made a welcoming gesture. These people had considerable strength and needed to be treated properly. Friend smiling, Sansheng, you seem to be in a good mood. Mi Lingyue sat down. "We came here mainly to seek your help." "My help?" Jiang Hao shook his head. "I don't think there's anything that I can help with." He was not joking. These people were already at the top of the entire island in terms of strength and background. What he could do, they could do better. If there was something they couldn't do, Jiang Hao didn't think he would be of any use in that aspect. "Friend Sansheng, please listen to us once. Perhaps you'll be interested too," said Mi Lingyue. The old woman sat down. She was stunned. Smiling Sansheng, was the person in front of them really smiling Sansheng? She was sure they were deceived. However, Mi Lingyue seemed to admire this person. So, smiling Sansheng must have done something remarkable on the ship. She hadn't received any information regarding this. That meant that the information had been withheld from her deliberately. The fact that the people of Heavenly Tower did that meant that this person was indeed extraordinary. At that moment, she secretly communicated something as though she wanted someone to pry into this conversation. "Please go on." Jiang Hao was also interested. "Our intention was to find Madame Gong. She has something we want. In the past, it was difficult to meet her, but if we somehow met her, our goals might be closer. However, this time is different. Madame Gong seems to be waiting for someone," Mi Lingyue said. "Waiting for someone?" Jiang Hao asked. "Who is she waiting for?" "She said it's a person with great luck," Mi Lingyue said. Jiang Hao frowned and shook his head. "Is there such a person here?" In his understanding, Chu Jie was most likely to become a person with great luck. However, she was still young and had a long way to go to achieve that. "Madame Gong believes it." Mi Lingyue nodded. "However, we think there might be a misunderstanding. Perhaps someone has an extraordinary background instead of great luck itself." And then, Jiang Hao put down the teacup. "Why did you come to me?" "Because we came in here together. Madame Gong thinks that the special person is not from among us. There's a possibility that she might be referring to you, friend Sansheng," said Mi Lingyue. She was lying. She didn't tell him the whole truth, but that was fine for now. It was easy to arouse his interest. Jiang Hao was puzzled. Had Madame Gong really discovered him, or Han Yuye? Han Yuye wasn't a person of great luck, but she was immensely powerful. There was the primordial heavenly blade, the heavenly fate misfortune pearl. Is there any benefit in meeting her? Jiang Hao asked. He was somewhat interested, but didn't want to cause any trouble. Being able to detect a special aura meant that the person was quite formidable. Madame Gong is different from others. She was once the third master of the Heavenly Tower and possesses an extremely strong cultivation realm. Besides her treasure and inheritance, she knows far more than others. If she wants to meet you, it's impossible for us to know what that might entail, said the old woman. Jiang Hao turned to look at the old woman. Under the intertwining of her and the young woman's spirits, a strange spiritual eye appeared. It was staring at him, truly devious. His words made the old woman and the others puzzled. Devious? They were quite polite. They hadn't tried to offend him in any way. Just as Mi Lingyue was about to speak, she suddenly felt a sense of divine pressure. Divine might. For a moment, the spiritual fire raged like a sea of fire. Mi Lingyue was shocked, and her two maids rushed to the front. However, the spiritual fire did not burn them. Instead, it went straight toward the old and the young woman. The two were astonished, but the attack was too sudden. They had no time to react. The flames began to burn, and the painful screams came from a void. In a breath, the spiritual fire dissipated. The old woman and the young woman looked at Jiang Hao with pale faces. How'd he find out? When everything calmed down, Jiang Hao stood up. It's much better like this. Mi Lingyue was shocked. She had unknowingly brought along the troublemakers, despite being cautious. Madame Gong. Jiang Hao didn't actually want to meet her. There were many reasons, but the most important one was that she seemed very strong. He turned to look at Hong Yuye. She looked indifferent. Let's go and find out why she wants to meet me. He was smiling, San Sheng now, and the problems that arose had to be dealt with eventually. Otherwise, it could lead to trouble. Leaving Jing Fengyin here, Jiang Hao let Mi Lingyue lead the way. As for the other two women, he didn't care about them. Any reasonable person wouldn't engage in a fight at this moment. Everyone had a purpose, and achieving that purpose was the top priority. Jing Fengyin watched everyone leave and sat somewhat nervously in front of the firewood. He wanted to try chopping wood. He might not be as skilled as the senior, but he just wanted to try. A while later, Jiang Hao appeared in front of Madame Gong's courtyard. He frowned when he saw her. Madame Gong seemed somewhat ordinary, but also a bit strange. There was almost no aura on her, and her spiritual essence was completely silent. Jiang Hao would never believe that she was a living, breathing human being if he hadn't seen her. However, she wasn't dead either. He could sense her emotions. He looked at the woman beside him. Hong Yuye frowned slightly and met his gaze. You're quite unlucky. Jiang Hao was puzzled. Thump, thump. Mi Lingyue knocked. Senior. She had intended to say that they brought the person she wanted. However, even before she could utter a word, the door opened by itself. Creak, please come in. The sudden change surprised the old woman, Mi Lingyue, and the others. The door opened on its own, and the voice was respectful. They looked at smiling San Sheng in disbelief. Don't look at me. It's the person next to me you should be looking at. Jiang Hao knew that this was all because of her. The presence of Hong Yuye was definitely extraordinary. If something strange happened, it was probably related to her. Outside the Chaos Stone Island, a middle-aged man with a scar on his face stood at the entrance of the valley. His face darkened. The island master was also beside him. According to my observation, it's already the 4th day. You can only enter on the 7th day. I know. Tian Chun looked at the entrance in anticipation and despair. Chapter 625. Chapter 625. Let me show you something. Chapter 625. Let me show you something. Jiang Hao entered the courtyard gate first. This person must have sensed something. Jiang Hao didn't know what she had sensed. If he entered and found that her target was Hong Yuye, smiling San Sheng would be embarrassed. He didn't know if it would affect their mission. Once a legend is no longer a legend, fear disappears. Then, everyone would begin to think they could defeat him easily. A light breeze gently caressed the surroundings and caused Jiang Hao's clothes to sway. He stood confidently with his hands behind his back. After entering the courtyard, his divine senses activated instinctively. Something was peculiar in the surroundings. The Hongmeng Heart Sutra followed suit. The mountain sea seal appeared on the back of his hand. The sudden change left him shocked. What was it that could make his divine sense react so strongly? Since there was no obvious attack, he calmly walked into the courtyard and stared at Madame Gong. Madame Gong was dressed in splendid attire. She sat at the table with a look of pain on her face. Behind her, there was a pair of faint blood-red eyes which looked terrified. It emitted a chilling warning. In an instant, it disappeared, and the courtyard only had an ordinary woman seated at the table. Her vacant eyes gradually regained their liveliness. What was it? Jiang Hao looked at Hong Yuye in surprise. Don't look at me. It just feels like bad luck. Hong Yuye adjusted her hair. Bad luck? Jiang Hao recalled and realized that it was indeed not a very friendly gaze. What do you think is the unluckiest thing in the world? Hong Yuye suddenly asked. The unluckiest thing? Jiang Hao thought for a moment. The heavenly fate misfortune pearl. He had never seen anything unluckier and more dangerous than that. It was truly a harbinger of death, and no living or non-living thing could escape its curse. So, you can take it out and show it to them, Hong Yuye said. Jiang Hao was surprised. What if this person shattered the seal? Wouldn't they both die together? But he was sure that this person was likely to fear the heavenly fate misfortune pearl. Even dangerous and unluckiest things were afraid of the misfortune pearl. In this regard, the heavenly fate misfortune pearl was unmatched. Great luck. Madame Gong looked at Jiang Hao in respect. Mi Lingwei and the others were shaken. Did they find the right person after all? But was the person in front of them really the one with great luck? It didn't seem possible. Even though Mi Lingwei was wary of Sansheng, she thought he was a far cry from being a person with great luck. When they heard Jiang Hao's response, they couldn't help but feel disappointed. Senior, you've got the wrong person. Jiang Hao didn't think of himself as someone with great luck. The title of Great Luck Bearer was bestowed upon a recognized individual, and he was not recognized for anything. It attracted too much attention and brought too many troubles. However, Madame Gong didn't mind and stared at Jiang Hao with vacant eyes. It fears you. Jiang Hao was puzzled. Although he knew there was something unlucky here, he didn't know what it was specifically. Yes, it was on me, and I found out about its existence. I tried to find it, but I didn't expect it to hide inside me. It is trying to use me to escape. Madame Gong's vacant eyes gradually returned to normal. Her exhaustion was evident. I can't suppress it anymore. Please, save me. What is it? Jiang Hao asked. It is. Madame Gong looked at Jiang Hao. Her voice was very soft. I'll come closer to listen. Jiang Hao stepped forward. As he got closer, Madame Gong's voice got clearer. It is. At that moment, Madame Gong's eyes became vacant, and something sinister appeared. Suddenly, Jiang Hao interrupted her. Wait, Madame Gong instinctively paused. Jiang Hao smiled softly. Let me show you something first. As he spoke, he took out a purple pearl. His fingers slowly unfolded. Madame Gong, who was puzzled, was stunned when she saw the pearl. Then, she grimaced. A piercing cry of fear resounded. Madame Gong tried to distance herself and attempted to escape from this place. However, she couldn't escape from the courtyard. Jiang Hao held the heavenly fate misfortune pearl and looked at the panicked Madame Gong. He understood that she was no longer Madame Gong at this moment. She had become a creature. He restrained himself from appraising her because Hong Yuye was present. After a bit of panic, the things seemed to calm down. The old woman and the others had no idea what had just happened. All they felt was that Jiang Hao had taken something out, and then Madame Gong started to flee. At that moment, Jiang Hao felt strange as he looked at Madame Gong. He was sure that something had possessed Madame Gong's body, but he didn't know how to ease her state. However, the ominous thing seemed to resonate with the divine sense. In order to ensure a smooth meeting with Tian Shan in the future, he needed to do something. After thinking for a moment, he approached Madame Gong. The heavenly fate misfortune pearl had been in his hand all along, and it seemed to be effectively suppressing the other party. He immediately extended his hand and activated the universe in a palm technique. He wanted to try and seal the opponent's soul. The next moment, purple energy spread and invaded Madame Gong's body. It's working. Soon, Jiang Hao felt the creature struggle, and the mountain sea seal appeared. This time, the other party became much more obedient. In a few breaths, the purple energy started to return to his palm. Initially, Jiang Hao thought he would see Madame Gong's soul, but when he looked closely, it turned out to be a distorted figure. It kept banging against the seal. Jiang Hao placed the heavenly fate misfortune pearl beside it. You're so lively. Here, meet your playmate. The other party calmed down as soon as the heavenly fate misfortune pearl appeared. Jiang Hao was surprised. What on earth was this? He looked at Hong Yuya. You can ask the person involved, Hong Yuya said. The person involved? Jiang Hao looked at Madame Gong, who was now completely lifeless. Jiang Hao looked back at Hong Yuya, but she just gave him a mocking look. Jiang Hao's knowledge was quite limited on this. He turned to me Ling Yue and her others. Seems like Madame Gong is dead, he said. Mi Lingwei was speechless. What exactly had happened just now? For some reason, when Sansheng showed something to the other party, she had a strange sense of déjà vu. Eleni old woman, just Waknekel Ivyum Gong. Sni was silent. Seeing that they had nothing more to say, Jiang Hao turned and left. Although he found the situation strange, he had to leave it at that. Fortunately, it didn't affect his original plan. Once Jiang Hao left, Mi Lingyue looked at the old woman. Why aren't you leaving, Senior? Why don't you leave first, little girl? The old woman said. Senior seems to be injured, so it's only right for me to stay and help take care of things. The old woman didn't say anything more. Mi Lingyue didn't know exactly what the old woman was planning, but her intuition told her that there might be more changes in the future, and these changes were likely to come on the 7th day. Chapter 626. Chapter 626. The 7th day. Chapter 626. The 7th day. Back in the courtyard, Jiang Hao took out 2 pearls to examine them. He was eager to appraise them. Unfortunately, Hong Yuya had been with him. He needed to figure out a way to go outside to determine the level of danger this thing posed. If it was too dangerous, it should stay here. He already had a heavenly fate misfortune pearl, and adding another unidentified dangerous item would cause too many problems, especially since the other party didn't seem very honest and showed signs of breaking the seal at any moment. He condensed the mountain sea seal and reinforced the seal with universe in a palm. At that point, Jing Fengyan had already sent food to the little boy, who stubbornly refused to eat. In the evening, he changed his mind. Just because I eat your food, don't assume I'll open this door for you or let you threaten my father. Remember not to sleep too soundly tonight, Jiang Hao said. What? The little boy was nervous. Because I'm going to sleep, and if you sleep too soundly, you might have a thief at your house, Jiang Hao said casually. The kid seemed both angry and relieved. Jiang Hao smiled and walked over to pour a cup of tea for Hong Yuya. He intended to show her what he had found out today. However, she rejected them as soon as he took them out. Jiang Hao also asked Jing Fengyan about Madame Gong's situation, but Jing Fengyan knew very little about it. As for the situation in the 7-day village, there was almost no information. Now, they could only wait for Tian Chun to arrive and learn more from him. On the 5th day, the weather was clear. Jiang Hao went to the door and knocked lightly. What is it? The voice from behind the door sounded a bit nervous. It's time for breakfast, Jiang Hao said. Creak. The door was opened, and the little boy was about to come out. However, as soon as he saw Jiang Hao, he froze. Their eyes met, and they stared at each other in shock. Then, there was a scream. Bang! The door banged shut. What kind of sorcery did you use? Asked the little boy from inside. A very frightening one, Jiang Hao said. After a brief chat with the little boy, he asked Jing Fengyan to prepare a meal for him. In the past few days, Jiang Hao had not eaten a single bite, not because he didn't want to, but mainly because Hong Yuya didn't allow it. My father will be back soon, and you'll be in big trouble if you don't leave, the little boy said loudly. Jiang Hao had gone out for a walk that day. He noticed that many people were talking about the fifth day. In other words, everyone was waiting for the seventh day to arrive. Jiang Hao found it strange, but when he asked Hong Yuye, she didn't have an answer. On the sixth day, it was partly cloudy. In the early morning, Jiang Hao sat at the door and knocked twice. "What is it?" said the sleepy voice of a child. "Your father is coming back tomorrow?" Jiang Hao asked. "Of course, and when he comes back, you bad people will be in big trouble," the little boy said proudly. "How old are you this year?" Jiang Hao asked. "I'm 9 years old," the little boy said. "Where's your mother?" Jiang Hao asked. "She went out, but my father will come back soon. My mother will return the day after," the little boy said with confidence. Jiang Hao remained silent for a moment. "Wouldn't you like to come out for some fresh air? Tomorrow, we're going to get a scolding from your father. Won't you want to watch?" "That's your own fault. You should have run away," the little boy said. Jiang Hao smiled and didn't say anything. At mealtime, he would exchange a few words with the little boy. "Uncle, why do you want to be a bad person this badly?" the little boy asked. "Why?" The child question stumped Jiang Hao. "Yeah, why become a bad person? Isn't it better to be a good person?" the little boy asked. "You get bullied when you're good." Jiang Hao didn't say it aloud. There was no place for good people in the Heavenly Notes sect. He could only struggle to survive. It wasn't that he wanted to be a member of a demonic sect. It was just that he couldn't adapt to life in another way. "I want to be a good person too," Jiang Hao said with a smile. "Why don't you become one then?" "Why do you have to do bad things?" the little boy asked. Jiang Hao's eyes flickered, and he smiled. "What about you? Do you want to be a good person?" "I don't want to," said the little boy. "I want to become a benevolent person." "A benevolent person?" Jiang Hao was surprised. "Yes. When I grow up, I want to be a benevolent person who is celebrated by the world," the little boy said in excitement. Jiang Hao burst into laughter. "Well then, benevolent person, it's time to rest. Your father will be here tomorrow." This time, there was no sound from inside. Jiang Hao sat by the door and gazed at the night sky. The moon was exceptionally bright tonight, and its silvery light was scattered like white frost. The village was calm and peaceful, with the sounds of insects in the fields. A gentle breeze accompanied the sounds of insects. Time passed slowly. Midnight marked the arrival of the seventh day. Suddenly, the moonlight was obscured by dark clouds. The weather grew gloomy, and rain seemed imminent. "It seems it's going to rain on the seventh day," Jiang Hao said as he looked at the sky. Jing Fengyun felt that the weather was getting worse with each passing day. Hong Yuye sipped her tea and remained silent. In the morning, rain began to fall. However, what surprised Jiang Hao was that the rain didn't seem to affect the villagers at all. They were already up and working in the fields. Smoke rose from the chimneys of their homes as they prepared breakfast. Others went to their fields to do their work. Although everything seemed the same as before, Jiang Hao sensed a change in the atmosphere. Out of curiosity, he knocked on the little boy's door. However, the boy seemed disinterested. At noon, heavy rain began to pour from the sky. Such rain was not suitable for farming, but no one in the village returned to their homes. "Senior, look over there." Jing Fengyun suddenly pointed to a distant mountain peak. Jiang Hao had noticed it. There was an aura gathering on that mountain. If he wasn't mistaken, it was the aura of a true dragon. Soon, the aura descended to the base of the mountain and turned into a group of bandits. They cheered and galloped in the rain. They brandished large knives and left a trail of desolation and devastation in their wake. Trees withered behind them, and animals decayed. All life met an end. In just a short time, they reached the fields. The villagers, however, stood calmly in the rain. They showed no signs of panic and didn't attempt to hide. This continued until the bandits reached the first villager. A large knife struck the villager and blood spurted out. Laughter and cheers rang out among the bandits. In the Chaos Stone Island, outside the valley, when the aura of the true dragon emerged, the island master turned to the scarred man beside him. "The time has come. You can enter now. Tianqian nodded. As he stepped forward, the island master said, I advise you to come out before the end of the first day. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Tianqian lowered his head and nodded briskly. As he walked down the passage, he trembled. It seemed like he was about to witness the most painful experience of his life. Chapter 627. Chapter 627. Leave my corpse intact. Chapter 627. Leave my corpse intact. In the rain, Jiang Hao watched the oncoming thugs with a frown. They left a trail of death in their wake. They didn't just kill the villagers, but all life seemed to wither away. Flowers, plants, trees, birds, and animals. Everything died. Even the cured meat hanging in the courtyard decayed. The villagers met even more gruesome fates. They were either dismembered by horses or had their heads severed from their bodies. It wasn't that he didn't want to intervene, but he had tried to act discreetly from the beginning, and it had no effect. All his powers were ineffective against the thugs. The villagers were still killed regardless of someone blocking the blades. The bandits raising their knives were just a gesture. All life ended regardless. On the seventh day, the village was about to be destroyed. So, this is what it means when they say 7-day village. He now understood what the old woman from the heavenly tower meant when she said he couldn't use people here to threaten the members of the end of all things. Creak. The courtyard gate opened. The little boy walked out into the rain. He saw the thugs brutally slaying the villagers. As a 9-year-old child, he was scared, but it seemed like he knew what his fate would be. He didn't attempt to run away. Jiang Hao frowned. He could see that the little boy before him was trembling and deeply afraid. It seems like something bad is happening on the 7th day, Jiang Hao said as he shielded the boy from the pouring rain. Something good is happening today. My father will be coming back, the little boy said and trembled. But I won't be able to see him. Really? Do you miss him a lot? Jiang Hao asked. Yes. The little boy nodded. I want to ask him if he's doing well, and if I've caused him any trouble. I wanted to ask if he missed me. Jiang Hao fell silent for a moment. I'll ask him for you. The little boy looked at Jiang Hao. Uncle, can you do me a favor? Sure, Jiang Hao said without hesitation. He had understood the fate of the 7-day village. Although he didn't know why, the village's power was gradually erasing all life here. It wasn't just that. Even the meat they had cooked over the past few days was starting to decay. The boy asked, Uncle, are you a bad person? Yes. Jiang Hao nodded. Bad people kill others, right? It depends on what kind of bad person they are. But I have killed too. In that case, the boy stared at Jiang Hao. Uncle, can you kill me and leave my body intact? Otherwise, I'm afraid my father won't be able to find me. Jiang Hao was stunned. He was shaken by the boy's words. He fell silent. Just then, excited cheers came from a distance as many villagers were left dead and without calm to lead corpses. Seeing this, the boy grew even more frightened. He looked at Jiang Hao pleadingly. Uncle, Jiang Hao gazed at the 9-year-old boy before him. He found it hard to remain composed. He could never do something like that if it were only him, but he was smiling Sansheng here. He smiled kindly. Sure. However, his voice lacked the calmness it usually showed. Hong Ye looked at Jiang Hao. Before the boy could thank Jiang Hao, he suddenly looked behind the boy in surprise. Your father is here. The little boy turned around instinctively. In that instant, a blade flashed. The strike had no intention to kill. Tianqian walked the narrow path. He was walking slowly in the beginning, but now he hastened his steps. His formidable cultivation aura burst forth as he rushed toward the village like a madman. If he was fast enough, he could avoid the tragedy. However, no matter how many times he tried, he couldn't do it. He grimaced. The speed at which he walked left others dumbfounded. Wait for me. Wait for me. He went mad. Soon, he arrived at his house. As soon as he arrived, he saw the blade flash over his son. The boy, who was just an ordinary person, lost his life under that strike. With a thud, his body fell to the ground. Tianqian lost his sanity. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to kill you. Tian let out a howl and unleashed all his power. He wanted to end the person before him. Jiang Hao laughed. "You're so slow. I only struck him gently, but he died." Tian looked ferocious. His power began to burn. He was going to die with the person before him, but suddenly he felt a gaze on him. He looked down. It was his son's gaze. In an instant, his power vanished, and he snapped back to reality. Finally, he walked to his son's side, knelt and wept. Jiang Hao watched, but didn't say anything. He didn't know why he had said that to Tian. He hated himself for it. At that moment, the thugs on the horses passed them and collected the life energy of everything around them. As outsiders, it didn't pose any problems. Jing Fengyan was scared to death and thought he would have to face these mysterious thugs too. However, seeing that no one else was reacting and only he was getting nervous, he felt somewhat embarrassed. He lowered his head and dared not do anything. "He had a few questions for you," Jiang Hao said to the man before him. His voice was calm, yet piercing. He wanted to know if you were doing well, and if he had ever caused you any trouble. He also wanted to ask you if you missed him. Tian held his child and wept. Jiang Hao lowered his head. He had heard Tian's story. Even when Tian was just an ordinary person, his family had experienced an undeserved tragedy. Now that Tian had achieved the peak of the return to Void Realm, at least. 100 years had passed since then. A dead 9-year-old would still stay as a 9-year-old child in 100 years. He should have understood it a long time ago. The resurrection had just frozen the dead, loved ones at a certain time. The person he sought had appeared, but Jiang Hao had no intention of asking any questions. Instead, he watched the vanishing thugs and fell into deep thought. By this time, the village had already lost all its vitality. It was in ruins and was engulfed in silence, like a burial ground. "You should leave," said Tian after weeping for a long time. "The first day is about to arrive. Without special protection, if you stay here, your life force will be sucked away little by little. It will affect you." Jiang Hao looked at Hong Yuye, who looked as indifferent as ever. "Young friend Jing, please leave first." Hong Yuye could protect him, but there was no guarantee for Jing Fengyan. Jing Fengyan dared not linger and quickly left. Mi Lingwei and the others left with him. They exchanged glances and realized that Jing Fengyan was the weakest among them. However, they didn't dare to provoke him as they had seen Jiang Hao's extraordinary abilities. He had single-handedly killed Madame Gong. As time passed, moonlight appeared once again. At midnight, Jiang Hao looked up and faintly saw the shadow of a dragon. Following that, a surge of life force began descending. The grass, trees, and the land itself regained its vitality, and all living things were reborn. Death and life alternated like a continuous cycle. With each breath, it repeated itself. The first day was about to begin. Chapter 628. Chapter 628. I didn't kill him, she did. Chapter 628. I didn't kill him, she did. Life and vitality descended upon the land. The bloodstains that had once stained the village began to vanish, and even the corpses gradually turned into faint glimmers. The light flew toward the houses and reassembled into people. The young boy in Tian's arms also came alive. His body dissolved and reformed. When he reappeared, he was still in Tian's arms, but he had regained his breath. What was once dead was alive once again. Jiang Hao couldn't help but sigh. Today wasn't the 8th day. It was the first day. The meat in the courtyard had returned to freshness, and the vegetables planted in the ground were teeming with life. So, that's why she wouldn't let me eat it. Everything here ultimately decayed. Tian carried the child back into the house. Jiang Hao didn't rush. He made tea for Hong Yuye instead. During this time, he checked the seal and found that the distorted figure had not disappeared. It seemed to have separated into something else. He wasn't sure if this was good or bad. After a while, Tian came out of the house. Smiling Sansheng. "You know me?" Jiang Hao said. "The island master mentioned you." He said you killed the chief guard. Tian Chen stared at Jiang Hao. And you think I didn't? Jiang Hao asked with a smile. It doesn't seem like it, Tian Chen said honestly. Indeed, I didn't. Jiang Hao shrugged. Then who did it? She did. Jiang Hao glanced at Hong Yuya. She looked at him mockingly. Jiang Hao was speechless. He performed his role too well, and he was getting carried away. Tian Chen felt that this person was just playing with him. The woman in front of him was the least likely person to have killed the chief guard. What is your purpose for coming here? He asked. To find your son and have a conversation with you through him, Jiang Hao said honestly. And then, I was planning to do what you saw me do. Kill him. Tian Chen lowered his head. Finally, he sighed. What do you want to know? He could understand some things better than the person in front of him, and he knew the meaning behind that single strike. Do you know about the stone tablets? Jiang Hao asked. I do. Tian Chen nodded. The end of all things once gave several of those to the great Thousand God sect. I'm not sure of their exact use. Wasn't it you who provided them? Jiang Hao asked. No, it wasn't me. Tian Chen shook his head. It said that these things are extraordinary. Given my cultivation realm, just knowing about them is already good enough. I thought it was you who handled them. Jiang Hao chuckled. More or less. But I don't know who created them, Tian Chen said. I heard you were very interested in the southern region, Jiang Hao said. The southern region? Tian Chen shook his head. I'm only interested in certain individuals in the southern region. Certain individuals? Jiang Hao was puzzled. Yes, some scums who call themselves the immortal sects, Tian Chen said bitterly. The ones who killed your family? Yes. Are you interested in the Heavenly Note sect? The Heavenly Note sect? Tian Chen looked puzzled. Jiang Hao furrowed his brows. After all, Feng Hua had said that Tian Chen was particularly interested in the Heavenly Note sect. Moreover, many of their tasks were related to the Heavenly Note sect. Yes, it's a remote sect in the southern region. Jiang Hao nodded. Indeed, the end of all things did have some interest in this sect. However, it's not really us, the end of all things, who are particularly interested in that sect. It's the great Thousand God sect, said Tian Chen. The person who brought me into the end of all things mentioned that the great Thousand God sect is not as simple as it appears to be. They must be planning something big. The great Thousand God sect is interested in the Heavenly Note sect. Jiang Hao felt like he was being played. He had gone from the great Thousand God sect to the end of all things, and now he was circling back to the great Thousand God sect once again. Yes, there's someone who's particularly interested in that sect. Who? The great Thousand God sect's Feng Hua. Jiang Hao was at a loss. If I'm not mistaken, the task of taking up the stone tablets by the end of all things was assigned by Feng Hua. Jiang Hao remained silent for a long time. Are they targeting particular objects or regions or something? I don't know. Tian Chen shook his head. Do you know who was in contact with Feng Hua? Jiang Hao asked. Tian Chen didn't hesitate. One of the 12 Heaven Kings. King Taomu Xiao. Taomu Xiao, Jiang Hao frowned. Then he took out a book. As expected, he found the information there. One of the 12 Heaven Kings. Taomu Xiao is most likely one of the core members of the end of all things. This information was quite accurate. It was provided by Senior Dan Yuan, and Jiang Hao had jotted it down. He continued reading the next sentence. It is rumored that a core member of the end of all things entered the depths of the sea fog and has not returned. Is that true? I'm not sure about that, but it is true that the end of all things is without a leader right now. This information was given to me by the one who brought me into the end of all things, Tian Chen said. Jiang Hao nodded and put the book away. What kind of person is Feng Hua? Tian Chen thought for a long time. He has countless avatars. It's difficult to find his true body. He is very adept at manipulating people. Oh, Jiang Hao was quite surprised. What's his cultivation realm? Tian Chen furrowed his brows. All sources indicate that Feng Hua isn't very powerful. At most, he might be in the early stage of the Immortal Ascension platform. So, it's certain that he's adept at hiding himself. However, he must be a dangerous person. Anyone who can directly meet the Heaven King indicates that they're not that simple. Jiang Hao nodded and found that Tianshun was very cooperative and easy to talk to, which was different from what he had expected. He thought it would be difficult to obtain information from him, but he was answering every question without hesitation. He was even more cooperative than King Hai Luo. It made Jiang Hao wonder whether Tianshun was lying to him or had some kind of hidden agenda. Unfortunately, he couldn't appraise him here. Do you want to know anything else? Tianshun asked. Jiang Hao was speechless. The person was willing to answer even more questions. Tell me about the 7-day village. Jiang Hao raised his head. Do you know what just caused this place to recover? I don't know. Tianshun shook his head. Someone told me that this place is beyond my comprehension and there's no need to try to understand it. It seems that he doesn't know that a real dragon is present here. Jiang Hao had sensed the aura of a real dragon and even vaguely saw its form. Have you ever considered letting it go? Jiang Hao suddenly asked. Tianshun looked sorrowful for a moment. Then he shook his head. He didn't give a reason or elaborate on it. Is there any other hope? Jiang Hao asked. Tianshun fell silent. Perhaps when I become stronger, there might be. Tianshun was consoling himself. Jiang Hao understood what he meant by those words. Chapter 629. Chapter 629. Uncle, aren't you married yet? Chapter 629. Uncle, aren't you married yet? Time passed quickly, and Jiang Hao seemed a bit dazed. The sky was already starting to brighten. When did the 7-day village appear? He looked at Tianshun. At that moment, Tianshun was making a fire and cooking. He was waiting for his son to wake up. It was a very long time ago. The villagers here are mostly families of the members of the end of all things. We can only enter on the 7th day. We can never truly meet. It doesn't matter how fast we are or how hard we try. The only thing we can do is stay until the first day starts again, Tianshun said absent-mindedly while tending to the fire. Isn't that cruel? Jiang Hao asked. That's why others don't come here anymore, but they all care about the Chaos Stone Island, and there are some powerful figures among them. So, the Island Master allows them to visit, Tianshun said. What if I were to kill the Island Master and the others? Jiang Hao asked calmly. If you kill them, others will come and take their place. There's no shortage of people like them. Jiang Hao didn't pay much attention to it. Have you ever thought about starting over? Tianshun's hand paused. He then shook his head and smiled. We can't go back. Are you really interested in the end of all things? Jiang Hao asked. He never really got to talk with someone from the end of all things. He had so many questions. I'm not really interested, Tianshun said honestly. I just want to kill the people that I want dead. I'm not interested in anything else. But I will also do things for the end of all things anyway. In the world of cultivation, there's no such thing as innocent or guilty. What about ordinary people? Jiang Hao asked. If a lot of people die as a casualty, I wouldn't care, Tianshun said solemnly. I become the person I hate the most in this journey. I understand why those people don't care about the life and death of my entire family. Nobody cares. The only ones who care are the ones suffering. Jiang Hao fell silent. After some time, he asked more about the end of all things, but he didn't receive any concrete information, only some vague details. However, he obtained a way to access the end of all things secret code. It was regularly updated. The advantage was that he could truly become a member of the end of all things in the future. The disadvantage was that by using this identity, he might be noticed by Tianshun if he came into contact with him. Tianshun didn't have much information, but he knew that Feng Hua had taken over the stone tablet and that King Taomuxiu was involved. Both of them seemed powerful, and Jiang Hao wasn't sure if he could postpone the mission. However, there was one thing he couldn't ignore. Feng Hua played him. As smiling Sansheng, he couldn't let this slide. The first thing he had to do when he got back was to kill Hai Ming as a warning. It would be even better if he could somehow hurt Feng Hua. Only then could they communicate on equal terms. Now, it was a matter of whether he could make new discoveries, as there wasn't much information at the gathering. It seemed he would have to find unconventional methods. Jiang Hao thought of leaving, but at that moment, the door suddenly opened and the young boy walked out. He was dressed in ordinary clothes and looked like he had just woken up. His hair was messy, and his aura hadn't changed at all. Even the surprise and worry in his eyes when he saw Jiang Hao were the same as when they first met. The boy was about to warn his father when Tian Chun said, "Don't worry about it. It's all right." The young boy brightened up and ran over. "Where's my mother?" The boy glanced at Jiang Hao occasionally. However, he didn't seem as scared as before. "She'll be back soon," Tian Chun said with a smile. "Let's have breakfast first." Jiang Hao watched the young boy eat. After a while, Tian Chun cleaned the dishes and went to wash them. Jiang Hao didn't understand why he was so calm. "Uncle, are you very close to my dad?" the young boy asked. "Not really," Jiang Hao said. "Do you know my mother?" the young boy asked in a hushed voice. Jiang Hao shook his head. "I don't know her." "I thought so. My mother said my dad cares about her a lot. He treats her like a precious treasure. I just don't know why he's letting her go out alone now," the young boy said. "Really? Maybe she's visiting relatives, so he's at ease," Jiang Hao said with a smile. "Do you like Annie too?" the young boy suddenly asked. Jiang Hao was a bit puzzled. "That auntie?" The young boy looked at Hong Yuya. Jiang Hao was speechless. "Children say the most ridiculous things," he said hurriedly. Hong Yuya had been drinking tea. She set her teacup down. She glanced at the young boy and then back at Jiang Hao. A faint undercurrent seemed to be lurking in the gentle breeze. It was ready to surge at any moment. The young boy looked at Jiang Hao with wide eyes. He was confused. "Aren't you two married yet?" asked the boy. Jiang Hao sighed inwardly. This child wasn't as well behaved as Shao Li. He had to change the topic of this conversation. "Do you have dreams for the future?" "Dreams?" The young boy glanced at his busy father and nodded. "Yes. What do you dream of?" Jiang Hao asked. The young boy smiled warmly and said, "When I grow up, I want to be a great and kind person. I want to be someone whom others look up to." Jiang Hao was stunned. After hesitating for a while, he asked a question he had never asked before. "What's your name?" "Yang Chu. My mother named me. She's very knowledgeable, and she said I'd bring hope like the morning sun in the future," the young boy said. "Indeed." Jiang Hao nodded and smiled. Some people get to live their lives, no matter how bitter or melancholic they may be. Others don't even get to start, despite having bright dreams for the future. "I have to go now," Jiang Hao said as he got up to leave. "Uncle," the young boy said, "you're a good person, right?" Jiang Hao laughed. He bid the child goodbye and left. He had asked all he wanted to ask Tian Chun. Now he had some questions for Madame Gong. In theory, she should be able to survive and possibly gain her freedom. Tian Chun also knew very little about her. He only knew that she suddenly arrived one day and decided to stay. Since she hadn't caused any trouble, no one questioned her presence. As for Madame Gong's condition, Tian Chun knew nothing about it, so he couldn't inquire about the twisted figure. On his way, Jiang Hao had wanted to ask the young boy about his future, but when he met Hong Yuye's gaze, he didn't bring it up. It was a strange look. It was like a warning that advised him to not ask something like that. Chapter 630. Chapter 630. Requesting the Demoness to take action. Chapter 630. Requesting the Demoness to take action. In Madame Gong's courtyard, Jiang Hao didn't see Mi Lingwei and the old woman. They might have left already. The woman had changed. She was elegantly dressed and looked very beautiful. When she saw him approaching, her demeanor was different from before. She didn't show the same respect. She looked confused. "It seems like you don't recognize me anymore." Jiang Hao pushed the door open and smiled. In reality, her strength far exceeded his, and he should not be so disrespectful. However, the events from earlier had taught him not to appear weak, as it might affect their conversation. Madame Gong sat in a chair. Her brows were furrowed. She genuinely couldn't recognize the person in front of her. "May I ask who you are?" she asked softly. Jiang Hao sighed. "I'll show you something. Perhaps it will help you remember." With that, he tossed a purple bead to her. I'm returning this to its rightful owner. Madame Gong instinctively caught the object. Upon closer inspection, she saw the twisted figure within. In that instant, she recalled the fear that had dominated her for centuries. Her hands instinctively recoiled from the object, and she instinctively stepped back. The dignified and elegant Madame Gong appeared disoriented. "Oh, don't you want it back?" Jiang Hao smirked. At that moment, Madame Gong finally realized who the person before her was. She stood up. "Senior, I have not given you a proper welcome. Please forgive me. Please, don't address me as a senior. I'm not that high in my cultivation realm," Jiang Hao said. He caught the pearl and asked, "If I were to unseal it, would the thing return to your body?" Madame Gong's face turned pale, and she trembled in fear. "Please forgive me, senior." Jiang Hao decided to leave it at that, as the figure within the pearl started to struggle. It seemed to be yearning for its companion. He put away the pearl and sat down with Hong Yuye. As for Madame Gong, he left her standing. "I have a few questions to ask you," Jiang Hao said. "Please, senior, go ahead," Madame Gong said politely. She felt somewhat bitter at this point, because almost everyone who came to see her had questions. It always depended on her mood to answer them. But today, she was the one standing and urging the other person to ask away. The person appeared to be in return to Void Realm. The thought of whether she could kill them crossed her mind. Maybe it didn't take a strong person to seal the thing that was inside her. Or the person might be lying that he did it. Jiang Hao, though not a master of reading people's minds, understood the frustration that strong individuals felt when they were being questioned by someone weaker than them. This could impact their interaction. He turned to Hong Yuye. Before he could speak, she said, "September spring." "Of course," Jiang Hao said quickly. If she was willing to help him, everything would be much easier. He was clearly here to fulfill her mission, but it still seemed like he was asking for a favor. Strong individuals truly didn't follow logic. Madame Gong was thinking about what to do when the next question caught her off guard. "Madame Gong, have you ever considered how insignificant you are?" asked Jiang Hao calmly. Insignificant? The question was quite odd, and she wasn't sure how to answer it. She had faced challenges along her path, and even in the most desperate situations, she had always tried to save herself. She didn't really feel insignificant. "Look to the sky." A sudden voice resonated in her mind. Instinctively, she raised her head to look at the sky. At that moment, a tremendous presence gathered in the heavens. The sun and the moon trembled. The stars shattered. This vast and boundless aura brimmed with the power of destruction. It descended upon her. Fear consumed her as her own strength felt as insignificant as dust in the face of this overwhelming power. She heard a deafening roar. The entire 7A village shook. Mi Lingyue and the old woman, who had been about to leave, turned back instinctively. In the sky above the 7-day village, stars appeared, and all things converged as if the entire village was on the brink of destruction. Even though they didn't know why, the two dared not linger and hastened their steps. Outside, the island master waited in anticipation. He felt an unparalleled power enveloping the entire Chaos Stone Island. The terrifying feeling made him shiver. Next to him, Jing Fengyan trembled in fear. Further away, the sea surged and a storm approached. Everyone looked around with a sense of dread. The man who had given Jiang Hao 2,000 spirit stones watched all of this unfold. He thought of smiling Sansheng. Inside the 7-day village, Madame Gong experienced the most profound thing of all. Even before the aura reached her, she couldn't endure it any longer. She fell to the ground. She was overwhelmed by the powerful force. Please forgive me," she pleaded in a trembling voice. Fear, dread, despair, and regret. All sorts of emotions overwhelmed her. "May I ask you a few questions now?" Jiang Hao asked politely. He was respectful toward her. "I will tell you everything I know, senior," said Madame Gong in fear. In the next moment, the aura vanished. Madame Gong kept her head bowed and dare not raise it. This time, she finally understood the power it took to take the creature away from her. Jiang Hao looked at Hong Yuya. He had just witnessed her aura that had almost destroyed the entire seven-day village. Was the commotion a bit too loud? Pour the tea, Hong Yuya said. Jiang Hao didn't hesitate. He couldn't help but wonder if such a massive aura was needed to intimidate Madame Gong. He brushed the thoughts aside and asked his questions. How much do you know about Heavenly King Taomu Xiao as a member of the End of All Things? Jiang Hao asked. Heavenly King Taomu. Madame Gong was surprised by this question. She thought he would ask about some major secrets. Taomu Xiao became a heavenly king after joining the End of All Things. Although he's one of the members, he has his own ideals and doesn't care about whether his actions align with the organization's interests. The reason he joined the End of All Things was that he was harassed by fellow villagers when he was an ordinary person. His wife and children died as a result. After he joined a sect, he was harassed by his fellow disciples, and his partner also died because of him. When he joined overseas forces, he faced harassment again, and his beloved died for him. After that, his feelings changed dramatically, and he began to kill on a grand scale. He joined the End of All Things, and countless people died at his hands. He wanted to judge all the evil he suffered, and his verdict was just one thing: death. Later, he successfully competed for the position of Heavenly King, and his killings continued. The sea domain under his jurisdiction turned red overnight, and he killed many members of the End of All Things as well. Heavenly King. Taomu is also known as the Judgment Heavenly King. He cannot tolerate harassment and is a very radical person. However, he holds a significant position within the End of All Things and knows its secrets. Jiang Hao sighed. He didn't think he would have been able to withstand such tragedy either. Chapter 631. Chapter 631. Making Nine Nether a Servant. Chapter 631. Making Nine Nether a Servant. Heavenly King Taomu's past was not without adversity. Becoming a member of the End of All Things was not unexpected. But what was surprising was that even after becoming a heavenly king, his thoughts hadn't changed. This was somewhat unusual because at the heavenly king level, one usually focused more on profit. As long as the interests aligned, many things could be done. In theory, they would prefer the stability of the cultivation world, which would conflict with the End of All Things goals. However, Heavenly King Taomu seemed different. It was unlikely that anyone could coerce him, given his formidable strength as a heavenly king. Even the entire Heavenly Notes sect couldn't take him down. The Heavenly Notes sect had managed to imprison someone at that level, King Hai Luo. Sometimes, Jiang Hao felt sorry for Heavenly King Hai Luo. It was said that he had been brutally attacked when he was weak. Nowadays, any branch master could easily defeat him. Recently, Heavenly King Taomu took charge of matters related to the Heavenly Notes sect. Do you know about this? Jiang Hao asked. Madame Gong shook her head. I've been here for nearly 100 years, and my knowledge of recent events is limited. But the fact that Heavenly King Taomu has taken charge is no small matter. Perhaps he has prepared for it. I'm not sure if there's anything related to this. Maybe I can find out something. Stone tablet, said Jiang Hao calmly. Stone tablet. Madame Gong was perplexed. A mission in the south for that. Yes. Jiang Hao nodded. In that case, the one who took charge must be from the Great Thousand God sect, probably Feng Hua. He is highly attentive to matters in the south, Madame Gong said. Jiang Hao was surprised. Go on. The stone tablet is a mysterious artifact. While many people know about it, very few have actually seen one. No matter how much you look for it, you can't obtain one, Madame Gong said. Once the End of All Things finds a special opportunity, they release the stone tablets. We don't know the specific reasons, but it can be confirmed that when the End of All Things releases a stone tablet, it's usually because of a significant mission. This mission can strengthen them and bring them closer to their ultimate goal. Such missions usually involve collaboration with the Great Thousand God sect. Among the 3,000 members in the southern region, Feng Hua is the most outstanding one. It seems they have a special mission related to the stone tablets, and they will definitely fulfill that mission. Is the stone tablet from the end of all things? Jiang Hao asked. I'm not sure, but they do possess some of them, Madame Gong said. Jiang Hao sighed inwardly. It seemed that he would have to deal with the higher-ups of the end of all things. At present, Heavenly King Taomu was the most noticeable figure. He couldn't talk with them on equal footing. It would be very difficult to get information from them. It seemed he needed to plant a spy there. Fortunately, he could ask Qi Tian. How much do you know about Feng Hua? Jiang Hao asked. Meeting Heavenly King Taomu was impossible, but Feng Hua was still within reach. Right now, the plan was to provoke him and try to communicate as equally powerful individuals. Madame Gong, unlike Tian Shun, had extensive knowledge of numerous people, including Feng Hua. Feng Hua, their real name is Ming Tian Shui. Their cultivation realm is unclear, and they have concealed their true strength deeply. They have never used their full power, so it's difficult to predict how strong they really are. Due to their high talent, they have mastered the Great Thousand Spiritual Technique. They have many avatars. Finding their main body is almost impossible, but you could try an ambush. An ambush? Jiang Hao was quite curious. Yes. Madame Gong nodded. When Feng Hua was young, they were cursed with a peculiar curse that takes away their beauty every 20 years. They need to consume a special fruit from a particular tree. Although there are substitutes, they're difficult to find. It consumes a lot of their time. Their beauty. Jiang Hao narrowed his eyes. Feng Hua is a woman. Feng Hua is most likely a woman, Madame Gong said. I'm about 80% sure of it. Jiang Hao didn't care about Feng Hua's gender. It didn't change anything. What about the tree? He was worried he couldn't find Feng Hua's weakness, but now he had stumbled upon it. Madame Gong was truly exceptional. She knew many things. This tree just so happens to be my property. If you want it, I'm willing to give it to you, Senior, Madame Gong said respectfully. Jiang Hao looked at her carefully. What do you want in exchange? She clearly wanted to make a deal. I want to be useful so that I can help you, Senior. Jiang Hao was speechless. Is she worried I'll make a move? She's too strong. He had no plans to engage further. Hong Ye wouldn't always be around. There was no need to take risks. The more they interacted, the more problems would arise. Furthermore, he didn't intend to kill her. After all, he couldn't. He was thinking of planning a spy here. Madame Gong quickly said, 9 nether can be tamed. With your strength, you can do it. It won't harm you in the least. 9 nether? Jiang Hao didn't know what she was talking about, but quickly figured it out. He took out the sealed creature from his pocket. You mean this? Why, yes, Madame Gong said. Tell me about its origin, Jiang Hao said. He had never heard of 9 nether before. At first, he had no plans to take it with him, but now, it seemed that Madame Gong wanted to use it as a bargaining chip. To obtain Feng Hua's weakness, he had to take 9 nether with him. If 9 nether was left behind, Madame Gong would surely die. She might also not be willing to let him take away the object that was Feng Hua's weakness. Jiang Hao wondered if he had made it too obvious that information about Feng Hua was too important to him. He wasn't sure what to do, but he wanted to start by understanding 9 nether's origin. With the heavenly fate misfortune pearl with him, he might actually be able to take it away. 9 nether is a powerful ghost created by many powerful races in ancient times. It feeds on the spirit and can possess all living creatures. It's difficult to remove and is lethal. It can strike unexpectedly. It could become a rare type of servant or underling if used well, said Madame Gong. How strong is it? Jiang Hao asked. Something that can detect the heavenly fate misfortune pearl was definitely not weak. It is strong enough to wipe out a whole clan in one night, said Madame Gong. Jiang Hao was speechless. Wipe out a whole clan in one night. He couldn't control something like that. How could Madame Gong withstand something like that for such a long time? Had the creature become weaker? He thought about Madame Gong's sudden arrival in this place. You were unable to control it, So you came here to seek the help of the true dragon. There was a true dragon here, and if the 7-day village had the power to suppress it, it must have been because of that dragon. Rumors had it that nothing was hidden from Madame Gong. She knew everything. So, knowing about the presence of a true dragon in Chaos Stone Island was not impossible for her. Chapter 632. Chapter 632. Leaving Together with the Demoness. Chapter 632. Leaving Together with the Demoness. Madame Gong was surprised that Jiang Hao knew about the true dragon. But soon she understood. It was only natural for him to know about it. She recalled the immense aura from earlier. A display of such an aura was unnecessary to intimidate her. It was meant to intimidate the dragon. The entire 7-day village had trembled. It was to show the true dragon that these humans weren't someone simple. The more Madame Gong thought about it, the more careful she was not to offend the person before her. Yes, she said, it's possible that the true dragon is the guardian of the 9 nether realm. The closer I get, the more I can feel the suppression. The 9 nether seal is surprisingly close to this place. Even the 7-day village can suppress the 9 nether realm very effectively. I think that the 7-day village might be a special barrier drawn from the 9 nether seal, combined with the power of the true dragon. Where did you learn about the 9 nether? Jiang Hao asked. From a relic of the heavenly spirit tribe, Madame Gong quickly said. The 9 nether should be related to the heavenly spirit tribe. Jiang Hao sighed and thought that the heavenly spirit tribe had done many things. They had a significant influence on everything. He wondered if the 9 nether was their creation. Compared to the heaven lock technique, the 9 nether was somewhat lacking. The former had the power of creation, while the latter only had the power of destruction. It wasn't impossible for the heavenly spirit tribe that created heaven lock technique to also have created the 9 nether. This is undoubtedly a dangerous entity. Jiang Hao sighed as he looked at the 9 nether. Should he take it with him? He looked at Hong Yuye, but she completely ignored him. It seemed that he had to bear all these decisions on his own. Tell me more about Feng Hua, he said calmly. Madame Gong was delighted. She believed that someone of his strength wouldn't play tricks on her, and she didn't dare to haggle further. She promptly took out an old token. This is the residence of Feng Hua on the ancient spirit island. The fruit tree they need is inside. Senior, if you take away the fruit tree, the sea area will no longer have this fruit. Jiang Hao received the token. It had the word Gong written on it. Ancient spirit island? Wasn't that the island where Qi Tian was located? This was simply perfect. Have you communicated with the true dragon? Jiang Hao asked. When I entered the 7-day village, it wasn't at its peak, and I couldn't accurately perceive the presence of the true dragon. I could only use the 9 nether to sense its presence. The fact that you arrived is also because of the 9 nether, Madame Gong said truthfully. Is there anything else you would like to tell us? Jiang Hao asked. He needed to investigate more about the 9 nether. He had only just received Feng Hua's weakness. He needed to find out more and plan. Heavenly Tower. Each master has a token, and it's extremely difficult to become a master without one. It seems that someone within the Heavenly Tower has an unstable position and wants to use my token to become a new master, Madame Gong said without hesitation. I agreed, so there should be some commotion in the Heavenly Tower soon. The other person might be an undercover agent from the Great Thousand God Sect. She seems to want to break free from the control of the Great Thousand God Sect. I provided her with a way, but it's too cruel, so she probably won't do it. Actually, it's almost impossible to break free from the control of the dive item of the Great Thousand God Sect. Even if she somehow achieves it, it will only be a short-term liberation. So, Mi Lingyue was under the control of a divine item from the Great Thousand God Sect, which explained why she couldn't betray them, even with the protection of a heavenly king. He didn't need this information, but it was always good to remember them. He could bring up the matter of the Heavenly Tower in the next gathering. It wouldn't hurt to speak up occasionally. He also needed to ask about the 9 nether. He knew the general situation of Feng Hua and Heavenly King Taomu. He hadn't expected to find out so much about Fenghua. He had also gained some knowledge about the stone tablets. It was related to the higher-ups of the end of all things. Is there anything else? Jiang Hao asked once again. The question made Madame Gong feel stressed. She knew that what she had said so far wasn't enough to satisfy him. I will stay here for a while. If you have anything you want to know, you can ask me anytime. When I'm free from this predicament, I will definitely visit you to help with any troubles you may have, said Madame Gong. No need for that. Jiang Hao shook his head. She was too powerful, and he didn't want to create any trouble for himself. Madame Gong was nervous. Was he planning to kill her? In her moment of panic, Jiang Hao stood up. I'm leaving. Please accompany Yang Chu when you have time. He's a good kid. Yang Chu had no future, and Tianchen wouldn't be able to visit him all the time. If Madame Gong spent some time with him, that would be good. After all, she wouldn't pose a threat to him. Madame Gong was somewhat puzzled, but she was sure that Jiang Hao didn't plan to kill her. As for Yang Chu, she would ask about him later. May I ask for your name, Senior? Madame Gong asked cautiously. Jiang Hao opened his folding fan. Smiling, Sansheng. Jiang Hao turned and left. Madame Gong probably knew quite a bit about smiling Sansheng, but it didn't matter. He had used the imposing aura of Hong Yuye, and even if Madame Gong learned more about him as smiling Sansheng, she wouldn't dare to do much. Hong Yu didn't even look at Madame Gong and followed Jiang Hao. As they walked out, Jiang Hao took out the 9 nether and asked, Senior, what is the 9 nether? The one in your hand, Hong Yuye said. Is it dangerous for me to have this considering my current strength? Jiang Hao asked. Is the heavenly fate misfortune pearl dangerous for you? Hong Yuye asked. Jiang Hao shook his head. It wasn't dangerous, but the 9 nether was more active than the heavenly fate misfortune pearl. In the end, he decided to take it with him. If he released this thing, he would likely face death. Aren't you planning to tame it, Senior? Jiang Hao asked. He hadn't thought about it, but he understood the implications. Would he dare to use the 9 nether as a servant? Hong Yuye said, It's bad luck. Before leaving, he glanced at the 7-day village. If he wanted to meet the true dragon, this place was probably the most suitable one, but the opponent was too powerful, so it was better not to meet it right now. Knowing about its existence was sufficient. Senior, if the true dragon leaves, will the 7-day village still exist? Jiang Hao asked. It will, Hong Yuye said. Jiang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. This way, he could sell the information about the true dragon and exchange it for more information during the gathering. Shall we head directly to Ancient Spirit Island? Jiang Hao asked. Hong Yuye just looked at him and remained silent. The answer was clear. She left the decision to Jiang Hao. In that case, let's go. Jiang Hao extended his hand. They didn't need a ship to leave this place, but if he wanted to leave with the woman in front of him, he had to take her hand. She placed her hand in his outstretched palm. As he felt the slightly cold touch of her hand, Jiang Hao established a connection with the golden ring he had planted in the 9 falling island. By the time they walked out of the 7-day village, the connection had been established. The two of them, amidst the gaze of onlookers, joined hands and disappeared at the exit of the valley. Chapter 633. Chapter 633. Smiling Sansheng is out. Chapter 633. Smiling Sansheng is out. Something strange happened in the 7-day village. The island master and others waited outside. Though they were somewhat worried, it was their duty, and they couldn't move from their post. Jing Fengyun, Mi Lingyue, and 3 others were all there. They all watched the exit to see if smiling Sansheng would come out of the village. They all kept a distance from each other and silently waited. 2 figures emerged from the exit. They were walking side by side. This surprised everyone. It was smiling Sansheng. He appeared scholarly. He was fanning himself. The words, unrivaled in the world, flashed on his fan. At first, they thought of going up to greet him, but without any warning, he and the woman with him disappeared. He had nodded briskly before he vanished. It was a farewell. How did he disappear? The young woman asked. Everyone had the same question in their mind. It was at that moment that Li realized smiling Sansheng was not someone he could afford to offend. At Nine Falling Island, two figures appeared among the mountains. One looked like a scholar, and the other was a woman in a red and white gown. As soon as they appeared, Jiang Hao let go of her hand. At that moment, the golden ring flew to his wrist. He planned to go to Ancient Spirit Island first, and then return to Chaos Stone Island. After all, he still needed to find Ran Hui and ask him if he and his wife had made their choice. With a golden ring buried on the island, it would be convenient. He would retrieve it before returning. The ring was imbued with Hong Yuye's power, so he didn't have to worry about being discovered. There was no need to rush. However, he didn't know if Ran Hui could wait for him. Perhaps they would. The commotion on the ship was so great that no one would dare to harm them. Moreover, the person who had provided them with the ship tickets surely had made arrangements for them. They must have settled down somewhere on the island. At the harbor town, Jiang Hao found the person with the highest cultivation realm in charge. She was a woman with a divine cultivation realm. "Senior," said the woman politely, "is Ancient Spirit Island far from here?" Jiang Hao asked. When he arrived, he paid attention to the Nine Nether, and with the heavenly fate misfortune pearl, there hadn't been any trouble. As soon as he left the Chaos Stone Island, it became more active. It seemed that the seal needed to be made stronger. "It's some distance away," said the woman as she handed over a map. Jiang Hao wasn't a stingy person, so he let the woman name her price. She kindly offered it for 10 spirit stones. "Your price is quite fair, young friend," said Jiang Hao as he accepted it. However, he didn't take the man with him. He needed to check its contents. First, with his current wealth of 130,000 spirit stones, 10 more wouldn't hurt. "By the way, do you have September spring tea here?" Jiang Hao asked. The woman broke into a cold sweat. "I'm sorry to disappoint you, but we don't have such expensive tea here." Jiang Hao nodded and left. 7 days later, Jiang Hao stood on the sea and looked at the massive island shrouded in mist. He let out a sigh of relief. They had finally arrived. The journey had been quite troublesome. He had used the light and dust technique to the extreme. His figure could often be seen on the sea surface. The path shown on the map was considered safe. This island is larger than Chaos Stone Island. They arrived at the shore and stood in front of the city. "Ancient Wind City. Madame Gong's mansion is here," Jiang Hao said. Hong Yuye wasn't in a hurry. "She gave you her entire mansion?" "More or less." Jiang Hao nodded. "Let's go in and take a look," Hong Yuye said. Jiang Hao began queuing up to enter the city. Unlike other places, the security here seemed particularly strict. "Mr. Zhu, why are you queuing up?" Outside Ancient Wind City, Zhu Shun walked calmly along the road. He was accompanied by a young man dressed in luxurious attire. It indicated a good social status. "I just happen to be free, young Master Chun." Zhu Shun smiled. I've embarrassed myself. My father told me to learn from you," the young man said sincerely. Zhu Shun shook his head. "The son of the Blood Dragon sect master is of an unattainable status. I can't possibly teach him anything important." Chun Zhanji shook his head. "Mr. Zhu, you must be joking. Who here doesn't know that you are the favorite disciple of the sixth master and also in charge of the sixth hall? If such a person can't teach me, then who possibly can?" Zhu Shun walked to the back of the line and frowned slightly. He saw the back of the man in front of him. He seemed familiar. "Do you know him, Mr. Zhu?" Chun Zhanji was puzzled. "I advise you not to say or do anything offensive," Zhu Shun said. However, he felt that he might have been mistaken. He hesitated. "Has the ship from Chaos Stone Island arrived?" "No," said Chun Zhanji confidently. "It will take some time, probably about half a month." "Then, I must be mistaken," Zhu Shun said softly. However, as he got closer, he felt more and more like it wasn't a mistake. After learning about Smiling Sansheng, he put in a lot of effort to investigate the person. He had already learned about the person's appearance. In terms of appearance and posture, the person in front was a perfect match. After hesitating a while longer, he took a step forward. Apologies for bothering you, fellow disciple. Jiang Hao was observing the figure in front of him. She looked elegant and classy. However, every time he thought about her, the image of her taking a bath would flash in his mind. He brushed the thoughts off. If he was discovered, it would be a disaster. Suddenly, he heard someone call him from behind. He turned around to see a young man behind him. He had a restrained aura and a brilliance in his eyes. He was very powerful. However, the cultivation realm he displayed was only at the early stage of the return to Void Realm. Did you call me, fellow disciple? Jiang Hao was calm. I am Zhu Shun. I thought I knew you from somewhere. So I came to introduce myself, said Zhu Shun politely. People call me Smiling Sansheng, Jiang Hao said calmly as he opened his fan. Smiling Sansheng? Chun Zhangji was surprised. He had heard of this name from a ship, but it didn't make sense. The ship hadn't left the island yet, so how could Smiling Sansheng be here? Is he an imposter? What brings you here, fellow disciple? I know this place fairly well, said Zhu Shun. I'm looking for Madame Gong's mansion. Jiang Hao fanned himself. Madame Gong's mansion? Chun Zhangji was surprised. That place is not easy to enter. Even though Madame Gong is no longer the third master of the Heavenly Tower, she is still a very powerful person. Her mansion is rumored to hide many treasures. Even though no one guards it, no one has dared to enter it, he said. We're next, said a voice from the front. Jiang Hao nodded and asked Zhu Shun, do you know where it is? Naturally, I do. Zhu Shun nodded with a smile. I will lead the way for you. Chapter 634. Chapter 634. Do you still find, Smiling, Sansheng strange? Chapter 634. Do you still find Smiling, Sansheng strange? Here we are, Zhu Shun said. The mansion, which was nestled between the mountains and water, was shrouded in a vast array. Here, spiritual energy was abundant, and various formations left their traces. The mountains, rivers, and streams had all been meticulously imbued with immense power. This place was truly remarkable. Zhu Shun looked at Smiling Sansheng. What do you plan to do here, fellow disciple? What kind of person is Madame Gong? Jiang Hao suddenly asked. She is highly skilled, knowledgeable about many secrets, and well-versed in ancient and modern matters, Chun Zhangji said. Fellow disciple, I know you have quite the reputation, but when it comes to Madame Gong, be cautious, said Chun Zhangji as a warning. She has a way of finding people. Offending her is not in your best interest. Furthermore, many people in the Heavenly River Sea area seek her help, and the Heavenly Tower will always stand by her side. Picking a fight with her is akin to provoking half of the Heavenly River Sea region. Madame Gong indeed wields significant influence, Zhu Shun said. Jiang Hao smiled softly. You make it sound like I'm someone who loves causing trouble. Fellow disciple, you jest, Zhu Shun said calmly. Chun Zhangji wanted to say that if he was here to enter the mansion, he was trying to cause trouble. However, a glance from Zhu Shun stopped him from saying so. Are you busy, fellow disciples? Jiang Hao asked. Not particularly. Zhu Shun shook his head. Would you like to come inside with me, then? Jiang Hao pointed to the mansion. Zhu Shun was surprised, and Chun Zhangji couldn't believe it. Fellow disciple, this mansion is very special. It was constructed by Madame Gong to protect something inside. There is only one way to enter, and that is to have the key, said Chun Zhangji. However, the key is in Madame Gong's hands, and no one can take it unless she willingly gives it up. Jiang Hao ignored them and walked toward the mansion. He took out a token. The gates opened. Are you coming in? He asked. Chun Zhangji froze where he stood. His face burned in embarrassment. He wished he could disappear. Zhu Shun was also surprised. He knew a lot about this place, and there was no way Madame Gong would give up ownership of this place. What was happening? He subtly asked about it. The answer he received was that Madame Gong had given away her residence to this person because he needed it. The whole exchange had been casual and without any trouble. After spending some time inside, he left with Chun Zhangji. Mr. Zhu, what's going on? Chun Zhangji was shocked. He had looked down on the person, but now he was immensely respectful. He knew very well what kind of person Madame Gong was. She had handed over her residence so easily. What did it all mean? Was smiling Sansheng truly that formidable? Moreover, was this person truly smiling Sansheng? I don't know, but I have some urgent matters to attend to. Excuse me, Zhu Shun said before disappearing on the spot. In the heavenly tower, Zhu Shun walked in quickly. He knocked lightly on the door. Thump, thump. He knocked twice. Creak. The door opened. Mr. Tao was sitting cross-legged. He was holding a book in his hands. Why are you back so soon? Mr. Tao asked curiously. I've made a discovery, Zhu Shun said respectfully. I apologize for disturbing you. Mr. Tao put down the book and stood up. What kind of discovery? He was sturdy in build, and it appeared that he was only pretending to read the book. Smiling Sansheng has appeared, Zhu Shun said. Did the ship leave the island already? Mr. Tao asked. No. Zhu Shun shook his head. Mr. Tao smiled and sat down at a table. Take a seat and tell me slowly. Zhu Shun cautiously took a seat. Today, when I went to Ancient Spirit Island, I encountered someone who had the same appearance as smiling Sansheng. Out of curiosity, I approached him and asked. He said he was smiling Sansheng. He is at the early stage of the return to Void Realm. He has the Thousand Faces treasure fan. However, I wasn't sure until we reached Madame Gong's mansion. He displayed Madame Gong's token. Mr. Tao asked. Yes. Zhu Shen nodded. Not strange at all. Madame Gong is on Chaos Stone Island, and it's reasonable for smiling Sansheng to come to Ancient Spirit Island using her token. Mr. Tao poured some tea. Not strange. Zhu Shun was surprised. Isn't it strange that she gave up her token so easily? Even if we put aside the reasons behind it, it's not easy to get off Chaos Stone Island. If it were that simple, why open the path only once a year? Why would others need to buy tickets? Mr. Tao raised his teacup to his lips. Was smiling Sansheng alone? At this, Zhu Shun's eyes narrowed. He remembered clearly that there were two of them traveling together. But who was the other person? You don't remember? Mr. Tao took a sip of tea. Do you still find it strange? Zhu Shun remained silent. Mr. Tao pointed to the other teacup. Let's talk about something else. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly paused. He seemed to have sensed something. Jiang Hao enjoyed the brief visit to the mansion, made some tea for Hong Yuye, and then left. He needed to buy some September spring. Madame Gong's mansion wasn't very large, but encompassed the surrounding mountains and rivers. He also saw a pale tree with blood-red fruit. As he left the mansion, he felt the stone tablet vibrating. That meant that a gathering would be happening soon. So early, Jiang Hao was surprised. Nonetheless, it worked out perfectly. He could inquire about Nine Nether's situation, see how far the conquest for the ancestral dragon's heart had progressed, and address the issue of smiling Sansheng. Given his high-profile presence, anyone who paid attention to him would certainly take note of smiling Sansheng. Lu must have already found out. So, he needed to manage smiling Sansheng's identity. This shouldn't be difficult. As long as Hong Yuye was with him, it wouldn't affect his image among the others. He could use it to his advantage. Once outside, Jiang Hao took out the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl, Nine Nether, and Madame Gong's token. He only had to assess the pearl, but he didn't know if the Nine Nether had some traps in place. At that moment, Nine Nether seemed more dangerous. He appraised it. Were people in ancient times so free to have done so much? Jiang Hao sighed. These people were either focused on the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl or the Nine Nether. Couldn't they focus on something useful and less dangerous? There's no information about its power. It seems I'll have to investigate for myself. Back when he used the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl, there was no information about its power either. At that time, he never expected that releasing the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl would destroy the world. The entire southern region would just serve as an appetizer. Fortunately, Nine Nether didn't possess such destructive power. At least, It feared the heavenly fate misfortune pearl. Communicating with it can increase its intelligence and potentially an opportunity to tame it. This was worth trying, as it would at least reduce the threat. But which was more terrifying, a vicious creature with intelligence or without it? Chapter 635, Chapter 635, The Demoness Leaning on the Tub. Chapter 635, The Demoness Leaning on the Tub. 20,000. Jiang Hao frowned. He was no match for this old vendor. The old man was in the middle stage of the return to Void Realm. The people here were quite powerful. It was unexpected. After several rounds of bargaining, Jiang Hao bought some September spring tea for 20,000 spirit stones. He still had 110,000 spirit stones left. Besides the spirit stones, there were also some extra items like simple magic treasures and pills that he could sell. He knew people at the Foundation Establishment and Golden Core Realm in the Heavenly Note Sect, so he kept some for them. Do you accept talismans in exchange? Jiang Hao asked. It depends on the quality, the old man said politely. Seeing that the person in front of him had a high cultivation realm and was generous, he seemed like a good business partner. Jiang Hao thought for a moment. They might be quite valuable. Valuable, the old man chuckled. If you ask about who has the most guts on the ancient spirit island, it would be our Thousand Moon Pavilion. We accept things that others don't, and we can afford what others can't. Friend, you can rest assured. We have won the market with our integrity, so you don't need to worry. Do you accept this? Jiang Hao placed Madame Gong's token on the table. The old man hesitated for a moment. This seemed impossible. What is this? It's Madame Gong's estate token. This represents ownership of her estate. I heard from my friend, Zhu Shun, that there's only one key. I believe I understood him correctly, Jiang Hao said. Because the area was quite large and well-established, he was a bit worried. After all, it wasn't his, so he felt uneasy. But since he wouldn't be coming back here anytime soon, he didn't really care, at least not for the time being. The old man was stunned. Is it really Madame Gong's estate, the one by the mountains? That's right. The old man chuckled. But soon, his smile faded, and he looked serious. He straightened his clothes and pushed the storage treasure toward Jiang Hao, which contained the spirit stones for purchasing the September spring. Then, he stood up and bowed respectfully. I've made a mistake. I've been impolite to you. Just consider this September spring as an apology. Please forgive me. Let's not discuss buying Madame Gong's estate anymore. Our Thousand Moon Pavilion is small in scale, and we can't handle something like that. Jiang Hao was speechless. He had been serious about selling it. He was planning to stay here for a few days, but after leaving, this place would be of no use to him. If he could exchange it for some spirit stones, that would be best. It was a pity that it was more difficult than he had expected. Don't you want to consider it? The old man bowed even lower. Jiang Hao sighed and got up to leave. As for the spirit stones, he didn't take them with him. He didn't want to make things difficult for the old vendor. After that, he visited several other people and asked about Madame Gong's estate. Whenever he brought it up, people knelt and begged. It was clear that Madame Gong was a formidable person in this region. At Madame Gong's estate, Jiang Hao approached the tranquil fruit tree. He had decided to take this tree with him. The 7 fruits on it had already been unsealed, and he planned to eat them all in front of Feng Hua to tease them. Such an action would provoke a response, and Jiang Hao was prepared for the consequences. After ensuring that there were no issues, he used the universe in a palm technique to transform the fruit tree into a purple bead that fit into his hand. Since he had learned how to use the technique, he had sealed many things, including 9 nether, the corpse heart, a fragment of the earth extreme heart-devouring pearl, and more. If one day these seals were broken, it would likely lead to his death. I wonder what cultivation realm is required to resist the dangers these things bring. He shook his head and went to find Hong Yuye. He told her about the gathering that night. She didn't seem to care. Instead, she asked him to prepare a bath for her. At night, with complete darkness outside, Jiang Hao sat behind the screen and reviewed recent events. He needed to think about everything that had happened and be prepared for the gathering tonight. This time, he had more things to discuss and more questions to ask. He needed to be more cautious. Also, the most important thing was that he had to maintain the pretense of being smiling Sansheng, so he had to be careful not to talk too much. He heard splashes of water from behind and sighed. Not only did he prepare a bath, but he also brewed the September spring for Hong Yuye, who was now in the bath. He didn't drink any of it. If he drank more, his mountain sea seal would likely make further progress, but now wasn't a suitable time. He hoped that Hong Yuye would finish her bath soon. Unfortunately, she took a very long time. Occasionally, she would even chat with him. It was quite torturous for Jiang Hao. Eventually, he was glad he didn't need to endure this for long. He informed her that it was time for the gathering and entered the stone tablet. Behind the screen, Hong Yuye played with the flower petals on the water surface. Her long hair hung in front of her chest and swayed in the water. She turned slightly and looked at the blurry figure on the other side of the screen. Her eyes were calm. She stared at him for a while, then turned and leaned on the edge of the bath. She slowly closed her eyes. She seemed a little tired, but as soon as she closed her eyes, she immediately opened them. Then, she shifted her gaze to the T knot on the side, and her delicate finger pointed toward it. She stabilized the spiritual energy of the T. Then, she withdrew her hand and continued to lean over the tub. Her eyes closed again, but this time she didn't wake up. Instead, a force began to spread once she lowered her eyelids. This force repelled all breaths, and anyone who got close would be met with a storm. However, when the force spread to Jiang Hao, it accommodated him. "Is there any issue with your cultivation?" asked Dan Yuan in the common area. It had only been a short time since the last gathering, so naturally, no one had any cultivation issues. Jiang Hao had never spoken during this part of the gathering. If he did one day, he wasn't sure if it would affect the image he had created. Fortunately, he could ask Hong Yuye about cultivation problems. "Do you have any information about the Earth Extreme Silent Pearl, or the True Dragon?" Dan Yuan asked. "I investigated in the southern region," said Gue. "Many people of the end of all things have appeared in the south. There are many strong individuals. So far, they don't seem to have a goal, but they are heading southward. If the Earth Extreme Silent Pearl were to appear, what would happen?" Jiang Hao and the others were quite curious. Having Gue present was indeed beneficial because she was always so forward with her questions. The gathering would be incomplete without Gue. The Earth Extreme Silent Pearl primarily targets flesh and blood. Once it appears, it becomes a forbidden zone of life. Unlike the Heavenly Fate, Misfortune Pearl, which ignores distance and defense, the Earth Extreme Silent Pearl has the possibility of evasion and defense. If it's allowed to spread, an entire region will fall into silence. All living beings will be exterminated. "It doesn't particularly seem dangerous," Gue said. Senior Dan Yuan smiled. "If it isn't suppressed, it'll only take 7 days to end everything in the entire southern region." Gue was speechless. In other words, once it erupts, she would only have 7 days to escape. No matter how fast she is, she can't cross the southern region in 7 days. Jiang Hao lowered his head. He was hesitant about whether to bury a ring outside the southern region. He couldn't escape from the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl, but he had a chance to escape from the Earth Extreme Silent Pearl as long as he wasn't in the line of fire. Chapter 636, Chapter 636, 9 Nether in my possession. Chapter 636, 9 Nether in my possession. There was a problem with planting the rings in places. He didn't have enough rings. The Spirit Beast and Shao Li each had one. One was in the corpse realm, another one was in his courtyard, and one was with Hong Yuye. Now, there were only 3 left, and if he used one more, it would limit his movement. Maybe he should consider asking for the rings back from Shao Li and the Spirit Beast. As for the end of all things activities overseas, it seems they've already finished what they needed to do. There's no progress on the ancestral dragon's heart at the moment, but many people are gathering in the abyssal sea. Something might happen soon, Lu said. Dan Yuan nodded. Is there anything else? He asked. Seeing no one else speak up, Jiang Hao said, there's a true dragon on Chaos Stone Island. That surprised everyone. He had found a true dragon already. Are you sure, friend Jing? Dan Yuan was surprised. Jiang Hao nodded. I received information as well. There's a true dragon overseas, but we didn't expect it to be on Chaos Stone Island, said Xing. He wanted to say more, but he stopped himself. Maybe you can think about the reward you'd like, and we should have results next time, Dan Yuan said with a smile. Jiang Hao hadn't thought about what he wanted yet. He needed to think it over carefully. The matter with Nine Nether and others wasn't something he wanted to ask Dan Yuan about. He wanted to save them for more important situations. Once Dan Yuan was done, their transaction was next. Xing was the first to speak up. Friend Jing, you were right. It was an yin and yang formation. Then, shall I entrust the reward to friend Lu? Jiang Hao nodded. That had been agreed upon previously. Lu didn't need anything specific at the moment, so he set that aside for now. Do you have any leads on the Burning Immortal? Xing asked. Lu thought about it. I found some information. All I know is that it's used against a group of immortals. Other details are unclear. Xing looked at Gui. She shrugged. Then, she turned to Jing. If you don't want to die, don't get too close, and certainly don't activate the Burning Immortal formation, Jiang Hao casually said. Could you explain a bit more, friend Jing? Xing asked. Jiang Hao remained silent. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but it was Hong Yuye who had shared this information. So, do you have any leads on the person I'm looking for? Gui asked. In Zichen, Lu thought for a moment. I heard some news. It said that he entered the Mountain Sea Sword sect. Mountain Sea Sword sect? Gui was somewhat incredulous. Is he really that talented? The Mountain Sea Sword sect was an immortal sect with strict disciple recruitment standards. Only those with extraordinary qualifications could enter. I'm not sure about that, Lu said. But there is also news that he left the Mountain Sea Sword sect and has fled to the southern region. Gui, you could try to find people from the Mountain Sea Sword sect in the south. Maybe you can get some information. All right, Gui nodded. What else can I offer? Just give me some curse books, Lu said. Gui readily agreed. The trading session concluded, and the next part was for casual conversation. Jiang Hao had been waiting for a long time. It was the first time he had something to say, and he was quite eager. He also wanted to mention Nine Nether and see if he could get some information for free. If it didn't work, he'd figure something else out. It was dangerous for him. If necessary, Dan Yuan would provide answers. I haven't found anything other than the end of all things activities in my area. The Black Heaven sect is also very quiet these days. It's probably because the Grand Earth Sovereign is about to appear, Gui said. I have made quite a few discoveries too, Xing said. When the Bright Moon sect was exploring the Secret Palace, they found a relic inside and learned about the origin of the fallen immortal clan. It is said that they created a ghostly creature which affected the balance of all races. This caused the human emperor and other powerful figures to destroy the then immortal clan. What kind of entity triggered such a large-scale battle? Gui asked. Jiang Hao praised her for the excellent question, but he didn't want to ask himself. Nine Nether, Xing said. It is said that Nine Nether was sealed overseas and guarded by a true dragon. He looked at Jiang Hao. The others also glanced at him because Jiang Hao had just discovered a true dragon overseas. Perhaps it was just a coincidence, but it made people wonder. Even Dan Yuan was looking at Jiang Hao. Jiang Hao felt a bit helpless. He had wanted to get information on Nine Nether, but had ended up unknowingly exposing himself. I took Nine Nether with me. It was unfortunate, but Madame Gong was on Chaos Stone Island, and the person Dan Yuan was dealing with would inevitably ask for details. Since everyone at the gathering knew that Smiling Sansheng was related to him, it might just be best to be honest. Xing was speechless. Dan Yuan smiled. Young friend, it seems you have a connection to such things. Gui thought the same, considering that the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl was in his possession, And he also knew about the Earth Extreme Silent Pearl. Now, there was Nine Nether, too. An entity that could cause a massive war among the races must be a formidable threat. She looked at Dan Yuan. How dangerous is Nine Nether? Jiang Hao had been waiting for the question, as he hadn't been able to figure out Nine Nether's true strength. He wondered if Dan Yuan could provide an answer. The others also looked at him. After a moment of silence, Dan Yuan said, I know very little about Nine Nether. However, there are some records that might be useful. Jiang Hao and the others listened attentively. The anger of the fallen immortal clan spread across the entire province, and a blood-red shadow appeared in the night sky. It caused fear, but no apparent harm came to the living beings day after day. 9 days later, the light of salvation was gone, Dan Yuan softly said. By the 10th day, someone had passed by and saw 1,000,000 corpses with no one left alive. This included many powerful sections. All of them died. It's probably the work of Nine Nether. Jiang Hao was speechless. After 9 days, the light of salvation was gone. After 9 days, the inhabitants of an entire domain could no longer see the sunrise. For 9 days, anyone within the area would die unknowingly, feeding on spirits and attacking them while making it difficult to detect. It was no wonder they needed to go after it. If this continued, the fallen immortal clan would eliminate anyone they wanted. Feeling the dread of Nine Nether, Gui looked at Jing again. For a moment, she felt that it was too dangerous to stay in the southern region. Now that she was here, why let Jing appear? How do you plan to deal with Nine Nether, friend Jing? Dan Yuan asked. Nine Nether was too terrifying, and they were all rightfully concerned about it. So how should he answer? Jiang Hao thought about it. I put it together with the heavenly fate, misfortune pearl. Everyone wondered if that meant he would put it in the heavenly note sect together with the heavenly fate misfortune pearl with that golden core realm cultivator, Jiang Hao. Gui was curious. Did that Jiang Hao person know what he had received? Although the others were puzzled, they didn't say much. Now that the person already had the heavenly fate misfortune pearl, having one more thing like Nine Nether didn't matter. After all, Nine Nether couldn't compare to the heavenly fate misfortune pearl. But they should still avoid the heavenly note sect in the future. Chapter 637. Chapter 637. The Demoness. How long have you been here? Chapter 637. The Demoness. How long have you been here? Xing was surprised, and he understood that Nine Nether had been sealed. Everyone knew the state of the heavenly fate misfortune pearl. Putting them together meant that they were in the same state. After some hesitation, he went on to explain the details. Jiang Hao only realized the origins of Nine Nether after hearing the story. The fallen immortal clan gathered. The human emperor took action. The heavenly spirit tribe was suppressed, and the true dragon guarded the Nine Nether. Madame Gong was indeed lucky. Maybe she was right. Someone might have weakened its seal. After Xing finished speaking, Jiang Hao said in a low voice, someone in the overseas region has taken Madame Gong's token. The Heavenly Tower may be facing a crisis. The overseas Heavenly Tower. Gui was surprised. The tower has a significant influence. It is said to be related to a reclusive senior from the Astronomical Academy. The Heavenly Tower's great master is indeed a reclusive senior from the Astronomical Academy, but no one knows exactly who that is. It is said that he left the Astronomical Academy due to differences in opinion, Lu said. When I was in the Bright Moon sect, the Astronomical Academy said they had a great senior there and have been searching for him for a long time. I wonder if it's the same person, Gui said. Jiang Hao lowered his head. He felt that Gui's speculation was a bit far-fetched. However, the Heavenly Tower was indeed remarkable. By the way, Madame Gong knows a lot about many things. She might have more information on Feng Hua and the end of all things, Lu suddenly said. Jiang Hao understood that Lu was speaking to him. Because of the ancestral dragon's heart, there should be a lot of events happening in the overseas region, right? Gui asked. There's indeed quite a lot happening right now. Lu nodded. After thinking for a moment, he said, "It seems that some people are willing to venture into the abyssal sea to try and summon the ancestral dragon's heart. They all want to obtain it, but don't know exactly what the ancestral dragon's heart is. There may be people from the Saint Bandits involved too. Recently, I found some of their tracks. Apart from that, the name of Smiling Sansheng has spread far and wide. It's said that some people who are against him are waiting for him to come out of Chaos Stone Island. But I heard recently that he has already left Chaos Stone Island. It shouldn't be long before people targeting him show up." Lu looked at Jing. He wasn't the only one. Both Xing and Gue did the same. Everyone knew that Smiling Sansheng was related to Jing in some way. Jiang Hao had anticipated this situation, but Lu's information was accurate. Jiang Hao had barely left Chaos Stone Island, and he already knew about it. This also showed that Lu had quite a lot of influence in the overseas region. After a brief silence, Jiang Hao said, "I could be Smiling Sansheng. What does that mean?" Everyone was puzzled. Jiang Hao did not elaborate. He left them guessing. This way wouldn't raise too much suspicion. He wasn't strong enough by himself. However, if he was with Hong Yuye, he wouldn't mind accepting his role as Smiling Sansheng. This would make people less suspicious. Even if they did become suspicious, with Hong Yuye's help, his aura would be strong enough. He had nothing to fear. The concern was during the gathering and while in the sect, where he could only rely on himself. "What do you plan to do, friend Jing?" Gue asked. Jiang Hao felt that Lu should be cheering in his heart. After a moment of silence, he said, "I plan to go take a look at the abyssal sea. Are you interested in the ancestral dragon's heart, friend Jing?" Xing asked. Jiang Hao shook his head. The ancestral dragon's heart had nothing to do with him or Hong Yuye. This time, they wanted the Archean Abyss Dragon Pearl. This time, his focus was on the Abyssal Dragon Pearl. It had been more than 100 years since he had last seen it. After that, the discussion continued for quite some time. It touched on various matters in the overseas region. Lu also talked about the heavenly King Hai Luo. He mentioned that many people were wondering what he was up to. Some thought he had gone crazy, while others believed he was up to something big. Most importantly, some wanted to control him. Xing mentioned that members of the Clear Sky School were in the southern region looking for Shang, and Gue expressed that she had recently felt the presence of mysterious, powerful individuals and wasn't sure if they were from the Clear Sky School. At Madame Gong's mansion, Jiang Hao slowly opened his eyes. This gathering took quite some time, and they discussed various matters. While they gained some valuable information, it seemed the most pertinent was about Nine Nether and the fact that someone might come after Smiling Sansheng. Jiang Hao reached for a notebook to jot down the details of the meeting. However, just as he was about to start, he suddenly remembered something. He had entered the meeting while Hong Yuye was still bathing. He looked behind to see if she was done. The screen could block his line of sight, but he could still see some faint silhouette. He spotted a figure leaning by the edge of the tub. "Has she not come out yet?" Jiang Hao hesitated a moment. "Senior," there was no response. After waiting for a while, he took a few steps toward the screen. "Senior." Still, there was no response. "I'm coming in, Senior." With those words, he went around the screen. She was as fair as snow, and her arm rested on the edge of the tub. Her profile faced him as she slept. A few strands of hair had fallen outside the bath and swayed with her breathing. Is she asleep? This time, he could clearly see her breathing, so he wasn't worried about her. He had intended to leave, but then he noticed the teapot. He had forgotten to drink the September spring earlier, so having a cup now shouldn't be a problem. He hesitated a bit and then walked to the teapot. His footsteps were incredibly light. He made no sound. When Jiang Hao reached the teapot, he saw that the tea was in excellent condition, which pleased him greatly. Just a few sips of this tea, and the mountain sea seal would gather more power. As he was about to pour the tea, he instinctively glanced at the woman who was asleep in the tub. Since he had secretly entered, he was worried that she might wake up, or perhaps she was already awake and was watching him. However, Hong Yuye still seemed to be sound asleep. He heaved a sigh of relief and poured the tea. However, On his way back, he suddenly saw her fair, jade-like back, which prompted him to look at her chest. In a split second, he saw everything. For a moment, Jiang Hao was taken aback. At that moment, with her long hair floating in the water, something seemed faintly noticeable. His gaze followed. Then, he snapped back to reality. He closed his eyes and tried to calm himself. This shouldn't be happening. Is it because of the poison, or is it an illusion? Jiang Hao couldn't figure out what was happening, but decided to focus on what was necessary for now. His priority was to drink the September spring. At that point, the water stirred. Jiang Hao was alarmed. He didn't dare to move from where he stood. Fortunately, Hong Ye only moved slightly and turned toward him. She was still asleep. Jiang Hao was dumbfounded. The situation made him think of their first encounter. After a few breaths, he realized he was under the influence of a powerful illusion. However, not long after, he felt someone's gaze on him. When he turned to look at her, he saw Hong Yuye's brilliant, sharp eyes looking at him. This was bad. If he died because of this, he couldn't accept it. He had made such a petty mistake. Cold sweat soaked his back, and numerous thoughts flooded his mind. He quickly regained his composure. I only came in to get some tea, Senior. Hong Ye turned back to her original position and looked at Jiang Hao calmly. How long have you been here? Chapter 638. Chapter 638. The Silent Demoness. Chapter 638. The Silent Demoness. The water in the bath was still steaming. The temperature in the room wasn't particularly hot, but it wasn't chilly either. However, Jiang Hao couldn't feel the warmth. Despite the comfortable surroundings, he was breaking into a cold sweat. This situation was different from before. If she decided to hold him accountable, he might not survive. Faced with Hong Yuye's question, he didn't dare hesitate to answer. I just entered. I didn't intend to. Before he could finish his sentence, a vast aura erupted and overwhelmed him. It came crashing down upon him like a tidal wave. In an instant, he felt enveloped by this immense pressure, and a sense of powerlessness overcame him. With a loud crash, the folding screen was shattered, and he was sent hurtling into the wall. When everything finally came to a stop, Jiang Hao felt like he had narrowly escaped a disaster. He couldn't even tell where he had crashed. He was completely disoriented. He patted his body and found no visible injuries. He was just in a daze. It was indeed a close call. Repair the folding screen, she said. Her voice was calm and indifferent. Jiang Hao couldn't guess what she must be thinking. He touched his face and realized that the change in his appearance was likely due to his transformation into smiling Sansheng. But now, he was back to his original self. He felt that continuing to pretend to be smiling Sansheng might not be a good idea. Hong Ye often looked at him coldly. The folding screen was destroyed, and there was no way to repair it. Senior, I'll go buy a new one, Jiang Hao said. Hong Ye raised an eyebrow and looked at him. She didn't say anything. She left him to figure out a way on his own. Jiang Hao sighed inwardly. Even without instructions, he understood what she meant. The wooden frame could be repaired, but the silk in the middle was another matter. He thought for a moment and decided to use large sheets of paper to replace it. Perhaps he could use some spells to keep it secure. Once the frame was restored, he faced the challenge of repairing the painting on it. Senior, is this okay? Jiang Hao didn't dare to turn around. He felt her gaze on him and a soft chuckle. If you think it's acceptable, then it is. Jiang Hao was speechless. Was that a yes or a no? He had never really painted before, and it was impossible to say if he was good at it. He could almost dive at a TRV. Since he was good at drawing runes, he must have some talent in this field as well. After grinding the ink, Jiang Hao stepped forward and faced away from Hong Yuye. He was ready to begin his painting. On the outside, he was facing the screen. If anything went wrong, he could immediately see it from the inside. It was another way to avoid disaster. Before starting his artwork, Jiang Hao thought it best to take care of the actual matter first. Senior, can I have some tea? He asked. You can have tea, but if I'm not satisfied afterward, you know the consequences, right? I understand, he said. The consequences would be the terrifying aura, or perhaps she might make him give up something of his. Both choices were risky, but not life-threatening. Jiang Hao stepped forward and approached the tub to retrieve the teapot. He took a sip and returned to the folding screen. He held the ink in his left hand and the brush in his right. After some thought, he began to paint. He started from the left and painted a landscape. As he painted, he felt that there should be another tree in the scenery. But what kind of tree would be suitable? The one he knew best was the peach tree. So, he decided to paint a peach tree. However, halfway through, he felt that there should be a person too. But what kind of person would be suitable? He was lost in thought for a moment. His mind felt exceptionally clear, as if he could see through the endless mist. His vision was vast, and his state of mind was sharp. Drip, drip. It seemed that something was appearing in the landscape of mountains and rivers. It was just an ordinary courtyard with a peach tree swaying in the wind, and beneath the tree sat a woman in a red dress. Her hair swayed with the breeze. In the next moment, he began to paint. This time, he painted quickly. Hong Ye watched from start to finish with disdain and mockery, as if she were watching him make a fool of himself. However, suddenly, she became interested. Jiang Hao seemed to be free of his constraints. His brushwork became more unrestrained, and the landscape emerged on the paper. The peach tree turned into peach blossoms and bloomed in the spring breeze. A figure gradually appeared beneath the tree. She was sitting on a wooden chair with a teacup on the table. After completing all this, Jiang Hao picked up his brush and wrote something underneath. Clouds wish for elegant attire, and flowers yearn for a beautiful countenance. With the spring breeze brushing the threshold, dewdrops glistened brightly. It was just one line. After finishing, he nodded in satisfaction and discarded the ink palette and brush. With a flick of his hand, a teapot appeared in his hand. He drank heartily and finished all the tea. Then he extended his index finger and made a gentle cut. A drop of blood oozed from his finger. It fell on the figure on the paper. In an instant, her clothing was stained with blood. Hong Ye, who was watching from behind, looked at the woman under the tree in a red dress. She then looked at the words written beneath. It's done. Jiang Hao sighed in relief. However, he quickly realized his error and instinctively turned around. At that moment, their eyes met. With a loud crash, Jiang Hao was thrown against the wall, while Hong Ye remained seated in the bathtub. On the continent under the starry skies, Su Bai stood before the burning, immortal formation. He was deep in thought. He frowned. If he entered the formation, its brilliance would cover the entire place. That would mean that the formation would be activated. Senior brother, we've made a significant discovery. Mo Chuan rushed over once again. This time, he was accompanied by two others. All of them radiated the power of the stars. What's the new discovery, junior brother? Asked Su Bai with a smile. He paid closer attention this time, as it was no longer just Mo Chuan. There were 3 people this time. We've found information about the burning immortal formation, Mo Chuan exclaimed. We entered the 2nd floor, and there was a room that contained records of the burning immortal formation. It's in a room in the secret chamber, so it's unlikely to be fake. Information about the burning immortal formation? Su Bai was surprised. What does it say? According to the records, whoever activates the burning immortal formation can control the formation, he said earnestly. Moreover, the burning immortal formation serves as an auxiliary formation to enter deeper into the secret palace. So, obtaining the control of the burning immortal formation will enable us to explore more of the palace. Activate the burning immortal formation? Su Bai inquired. What's the plan? Junior brother? The other person said, we're planning to enter the formation and activate the burning immortal formation. Chapter 639. Chapter 639. Is the princess truly the first genius of the royal family? Chapter 639. Is the princess truly the first genius of the royal family? Enter the burning immortal formation. Subai looked at his fellow disciples. How was the information recorded? I know you have doubts, so I brought all the information to check if there are any issues, said a senior in a blue robe. She took out some jade slips and bamboo scrolls. Subai received them one by one and inspected them. The more he read, the more his brows furrowed. The records explained how to control the burning immortal formation and how to mitigate the dangers that came with activating it. Everything involved risk, but if done properly, it would grant complete control of the formation. Furthermore, some books contained detailed examples, both successful and failed attempts. The records were exceptionally detailed and left no room for doubt. Even he had to admit that he couldn't find any issues with the information. How about it, senior brother? Mo Chuan asked. It's very detailed and objective, Subai said. Can we give it a try? A senior asked. Logically, we can give it a try. Subai nodded. Logically, the senior in the blue robe was puzzled. Subai put away the materials and looked at them with a smile. Don't rush it, seniors. You can continue exploring that place for now. If there's nothing new to gain there, then we could try the burning immortal formation. But once we master the burning immortal formation, our progress will be much quicker, said the senior brother. Subai shook his head. Let's explore that place first. We'll put the burning immortal formation aside for now. But the blue-robed senior didn't understand why this junior was hesitant. Seniors, there's no need to rush. Sometimes, jumping to conclusions too quickly isn't safe. Continue to explore, and you'll find out more. We can make a decision later, Subai said. But what if we miss the opportunity? Wouldn't that be a shame? Said the senior brother. Subai pointed to the sky, where a figure sat cross-legged and resonated with the stars and the universe. As long as junior sister Chu doesn't encounter any accidents, we will have made significant gains. Not to mention that after the yin-yang formation is activated, there will be much more to explore. Let's set the burning immortal formation aside for now, all right? Subai looked at them with a smile. After some hesitation, they all nodded. If it were someone else, they might not have agreed, but this was Subai. He was young, yet he not only surpassed them in cultivation, but also had a broader perspective. Since he suggested it, they would wait a little longer and collect more information. In the south, in a city near the front line, Princess Baiju sat in front of an artificial mountain with her brows furrowed in concentration. What are you thinking about, Princess? Xiao Yi walked in. Aren't you going to rest? Auntie Xiao. Baiju asked with a smile. Xiao Yi shook her head. This isn't a safe place. I must guard you against any potential threats. Aren't you supposed to be looking for Yin Zichen? We've got some information, but trouble has arrived too. Baiju sighed. There's news that he joined the Mountain Sea Sword sect. It seems he has a remarkable talent. The Mountain Sea Sword sect in the north. Xiao Yi was surprised. Yes, that's the one, said Baiju. Auntie Xiao, please tell me the truth. Do you have any grudges against him? Why are you so insistent on finding him? If you want to kill him, it should be relatively easy. All you need is something he carries with him and some relevant information, and it won't be long before he dies. If you had a drop of his blood, it would be even better. Xiao, he looked incredulous. Is the princess joking again? She had followed her all this way, but had never seen her in action. She hadn't witnessed the brilliance of the one true genius of the royal family. However, her information was usually accurate. She didn't know where Baiju got her information. She was worried that the princess was deceiving her, so she accompanied her to this dangerous place. She couldn't let her guard down. We aren't enemies. He helped me escape from the heavenly spirit tribe. After that, I heard he fell out with the tribe as well. When you asked me if I had any unfinished business, he came in my mind. Baiju hesitated. Are you saying we should save him? Save him? Xiao, he was puzzled. Didn't you say he joined the Mountain Sea Sword sect? Yes. Baiju shrugged. However, recently I heard he defected from a Mountain Sea Sword sect and fled to the south. Do you wonder why he escaped to the south instead of somewhere else? I've been considering leaving the south lately. Defected? Xiao Yi found it hard to believe. Why would he do something like that? Princess, why do you want to leave the southern region? You are part of the southern royal family, and there are people who can protect you here. You don't know how dangerous the south has become. Bai Zhu sighed. Ever since Jing appeared, all sorts of dangers have arisen. I wonder who attracted whom. Did the dangers attract Jing, or did Jing bring the dangers? Forget it. Let's go and investigate the presence of the Mountain Sea Sword sect. If someone has entered the south, we might find out. However, we need to find someone first. Bai Zhu got up. Since she had promised to help Xiao Yi, she couldn't abandon the task halfway. Who do you want to find, princess? Xiao Yi asked. Someone who can see through the secrets of heaven. I haven't sought him out in a long time, said Bai Zhu with a smile. Xiao Yi was speechless. Overseas, in the heavenly tower, Mr. Tao arrived at a courtyard at sunrise. Zhu Shun was the first to visit him. Mr. Tao, are you looking for me? He asked. Yes. There's something I want to remind you of, Mr. Tao said as he sat on a pavilion. Please, go ahead, Zhu Shun said attentively. Is there anyone from the heavenly tower on Chaos Stone Island? Mr. Tao asked. Yes. Zhu Shun nodded. Do you know who they belong to? Mr. Tao asked. They come from various places, but their identities can be investigated, Zhu Shun said. Good. I want you to go there. The moment the ship arrives, gather all the people from the heavenly tower and take them to a safe place. Also take this with you. Mr. Tao placed a palm-sized jade scroll on the table. Find someone who can resonate with this and take them to safety. Zhu Shun looked at the scroll in shock. It was Mr. Tao's token. The only people who could resonate with it were those who held Mr. Tao's trust. Zhu Shun knew that this mission was a very important one, so he didn't hesitate. Mr. Tao, wait for good news, he said as he took the token and bowed respectfully. No need to worry too much. If you can't obtain it, it won't be an issue. Mr. Tao smiled. Zhu Shun didn't respond, but he was determined to give it his all. Mr. Tao also understood his thoughts. With the token in hand, he wasn't worried about anything. By the way, how's the situation at the Abyssal Sea? Mr. Tao asked. All the major forces are converging there. Some people have descended into the Abyssal Sea, but none have returned yet. The resonance with the ancestral dragon's heart is also much more apparent than before, Zhu Shun said. Is that so? Mr. Tao stood up. The place there is nice. I plan to go and take a look. Mr. Tao, are you going to compete for ancestral dragon's heart? Zhu Shun was surprised. You're thinking too much, Mr. Tao said. I just want to go and see. Staying in the room for too long makes you forget what it's like outside. Chapter 640. Chapter 640. The Demoness enjoys discussing matters of the heart. Chapter 640. The Demoness enjoys discussing matters of the heart. Have you finished your tea? Hong Yuya sat in her chair. At that moment, she was dressed in a red gown. Her long black hair flowed down her back. Jiang Hao stood nearby. He felt sore all over. The gathering was over, and he needed to inform Hong Yuya of the content of that gathering. The work here was almost done, and they would be able to leave tomorrow. He had to decide whether he would go to Abyssal Sea or Chaos Stone Island. I'll prepare another pot of tea for you, Senior, Jiang Hao said respectfully and picked up the teapot. However, this time it was not the September spring, but just ordinary tea leaves. It had only cost him 250 spirit stones. Compared to the September spring tea, it was indeed very ordinary. He collected the soaked tea leaves and planned to take them back for the spirit beast to eat. There was no need to waste them. After the tea was brewed, Hong Ye took a sip and looked at the man in front of her coldly. It seems you've grown accustomed to being evasive. Jiang Hao was taken aback and said respectfully, Senior, you must be joking. It's just that I haven't found suitable tea leaves for now. You're full of lies. Hong Ye held her teacup. Tell me about the gathering. Jiang Hao sat down, took out a book, and planned to record the content while talking. Last night, he had wanted to write everything down, but he spent the whole night working on the screen. Fortunately, after experiencing Hong Yuye's wrath, he felt much calmer. He started from the beginning. First, it was the news about the Earth Extreme Silent Pearl. Hong Yuye didn't show any emotions about the pearl's presence in the southern region. Next was the information about the true dragon. She didn't care about that either because she was well aware of it. He briefly mentioned the mission of Xing and Gue. Finally, he went over the casual discussions they had had. He gave a detailed account of 9 Nether's origins. Hong Yuye showed a slight interest in that. Then he spoke about the things concerning him. He told her that Lu knew about them. The information from the Heavenly Tower is very accurate. Maybe Lu is a member of the Heavenly Tower. I wouldn't rule out the possibility that his people are here, Jiang Hao said. Since Qi Tian was here, it made sense that Lu's people were keeping an eye here. Is someone targeting smiling San Sheng? Hong Yuye asked. Yes. Jiang Hao nodded. It might be related to some past issues. Hong Yuye looked at Jiang Hao and smiled. I didn't see anyone targeting you on Chaos Stone Island. It seems the real smiling San Sheng isn't as bold as you. You are right, Senior. I have been too reckless in impersonating him, Jiang Hao said humbly. Hong Yuye chuckled and gestured for him to continue. There wasn't anything particularly important after that, but Jiang Hao still told her everything sincerely. To be interested in some things. Heavenly King Hai Luo, the one who is willing to give up his position for his beloved? Yes, he is now in the Lawless Tower. Do you think he has other intentions? Other intentions, such as abandoning his status as a heavenly king to gain insight into the heavenly path? Jiang Hao was stunned. Was there such a possibility? However, he felt that was unlikely. When he had appraised King Hai Luo, there was no mention of something like that. It was true that the appraisal only showed him immediate information. What if the Heavenly King was actually heading toward that path? Wouldn't that mean his troubles were over? He thought he should go to the Lawless Tower to check. If there was a real breakthrough, it would be difficult to make him obey afterward. After talking about Heavenly King Hai Luo, Hong Yuye brought up Shang'an. Did he go after the charm goddess? It's hard to say. Logically, he would have gone west if he wanted the charm goddess. Jiang Hao didn't understand Shang'an's plans. The corpse realm was likely to open in the west or north. Since Shang'an came from the western region, he would be familiar with the place. There was no need to head to the unfamiliar south. Therefore, it was highly likely that he had come to demand answers. Do you think it's worth it? Hong Yuye suddenly asked. What do you mean, Senior? Jiang Hao asked. Doing so much for that charm goddess. I don't think it's worth it, but Shang'an believes it is. Why do you think it's not worth it? Hong Yuye raised an eyebrow at Jiang Hao. Because I'm not Shang'an. I don't have as many emotions as him. Other people's disgust or disdain toward me doesn't affect me. I'm not as gullible as Shang'an for a charm goddess to take advantage. I'm just me. He was different from Shang'an. He had matured greatly. Even at the age of 5, he had a place to live in. He might not be as strong as Shang'an, but he had ended up luckier than him. Moreover, the charm goddess could have countless others like Shang'an, but Shang'an had only that one charm goddess to rely on. It made Jiang Hao feel frustrated. Such unfairness made him feel that it wasn't worth it. What kind of person do you think is worth it? Hong Yuye asked. Jiang Hao remained silent for a long time. He then shook his head. He didn't know because he had never thought about it. As for now, he was just focused on surviving. As the sky grew brighter, Hong Yuye got up. Jiang Hao packed up his belongings and left the mansion. He would have to take the screen back to his house in the sect. Qi Tian is at the Sun Moon Pavilion. He is also a member of the End of All Things. After leaving, Jiang Hao began to think about how he should meet with Qi Tian. Should he use the appearance of smiling San Sheng, or should he use another disguise? In fact, there wasn't much difference, but smiling San Sheng had certain restrictions. A person who pays attention to details will never fear the unknown. So, he decided to change his appearance. Walking through the crowd, Jiang Hao transformed from a scholar into a swordsman. The Thousand Faces treasure fan became a longsword. Not bad. With a slight smile, he headed towards the Sun Moon Pavilion. He had saved his daily appraisal to prevent being caught by surprise. Otherwise, he would have appraised Madame Gong's token all ready to see if she held any bad intentions toward him. Finally, it looks quite impressive. Jiang Hao gazed at the magnificent tower. Upon entering, a woman approached him. "What can I help you with, sir? I heard that there's a skilled alchemist here, and I've come to pay a visit." "Do you know the name of the person you're looking for?" asked the woman. "His name is Hua Lu. People call him Master Hua." Jiang Hao smiled politely. Sensing the terrifying aura Jiang Hao exuded, the woman forced out a fearful smile. "Senior Hua, I will introduce you to him." Jiang Hao nodded. In the room, Qi Tian sat in a chair. In front of him were various medicinal pills, which had been his recent work. As time passed, the fear he initially felt from the person who had visited him gradually diminished. Now, he intended to gather his strength, so he could withstand whatever came with time. By the time the other person discovered him, it might already be too late. "Knock, knock, Senior Hua Lu, someone has specifically asked for you." Chapter 641. Chapter 641. Do you not recognize me? Chapter 641. Do you not recognize me? Someone came to visit? Qi Tian frowned. He wasn't particularly well known, so it was unusual for someone to ask for him. "Yes, it's a senior with quite a high cultivation realm," the woman said. Qi Tian's heart sank. "A senior with a high cultivation realm? What does he look like?" he asked. "He's a middle-aged man carrying a sword," said the woman. "Middle-aged?" Qi Tian sighed in relief. At least it wasn't the same person who delivered the letter last time. "Let him in," he said. "Of course. Please wait a moment." Qi Tian sat in his chair and examined a pill. Even though someone had come to visit, he continued to do his work. After some time, there was a knock. "Senior Hua Lu, the guest is here." With his head down, Qi Tian said, "Let him in." The door was opened, and the woman escorted the guest inside. Qi Tian glanced at the middle-aged swordsman. He didn't seem familiar, which put his mind at ease. "Please make yourself comfortable. I need to finish up some work," Qi Tian said as he picked up a pill to examine. Although someone had come to visit, he didn't want to neglect his duties. The woman gestured for the guest to take a seat. He then poured him a cup of tea. After that, she left the room. Jiang Hao found it amusing as he sipped his tea. However, he thought that the tea was quite ordinary and not even as good as the low-quality tea he had given to Hanya. As for tea like the September spring, only important people could afford it. He had consumed quite a bit of it the previous night, but it was used for his artwork, and it hadn't improved the mountain sea seal. Nowadays, he often encountered dangerous creatures, so it was important to strengthen the mountain sea seal. He knew he would need to invest more time in it. The universe in a palm technique grew with his cultivation realm, but the mountain sea seal strengthened with his mental state. He could rely only on the mountain sea seal to seal important and powerful things. "Fellow disciple Hua, are you busy every day like this?" Jiang Hao asked. "Not every day. These few days, I've had a lot of people here," said Qi Tian. "Did you recently advance to the primordial spirit realm?" Jiang Hao curiously asked. The first time he met Qi Tian, he was at the Golden Core realm, and now he had reached the early stage of the primordial spirit realm. It was quite an achievement. "I've recently refined my cultivation," Qi Tian said casually. Jiang Hao wasn't bothered by it. "Is the Sun Moon Pavilion treating you well?" Qi Tian was puzzled. "What do you mean?" "I'm not implying anything." Jiang Hao smiled gently. "I'm just curious if you've ever thought about going somewhere else. Perhaps a place that might suit you better." This time, Qi Tian didn't ignore Jiang Hao, but set down the pill he was examining and turned to him. "Aren't you here today to test the pills?" "Maybe." Jiang Hao leaned back. "Would you like to hear me out?" "Please go on." Qi Tian wanted to know who this person was. "Although this place is nice, it's rather small." Jiang Hao sipped his tea. "The Sun Moon Pavilion may seem good, but in the context of Ancient Spirit Island, it's still a small place. Ancient Spirit Island is nice, but within the vast Heavenly Rive Sea region, it's still relatively small. Being small means that information doesn't flow well and there's limited room for development. I think someone as capable as you shouldn't be confined here. Chi Tian said, "You've only seen the surface. You don't understand the true scale of this region." Jiang Hao is unfazed. "No need to overthink, Senior Hua. I'm just wondering if you've ever considered going somewhere else. Maybe a place more fitting for your talents." Chi Tian said, "Why are you asking me this? Aren't you going to ask me where I want you to be instead?" Jiang Hao asked. "Where?" Chi Tian asked. "Judgment Heavenly King's domain, to serve under King Taomu," Jiang Hao said as he put down his teacup. "I must decline," Chi Tian said without hesitation. "Decline?" Jiang Hao feigned ignorance. "Why wouldn't you want to go?" Chi Tian was surprised by Jiang Hao's words. He didn't know how Jiang Hao had learned that he was a part of the end of all things, or that this place was a small business of the end of all things. "Who are you?" Chi Tian asked cautiously. Jiang Hao feigned puzzlement. "Don't you remember me? I had someone come to greet you not so long ago. You don't remember?" Jiang Hao stood up and exuded a heavy aura. It resembled boundless mountains and seas. This was the influence of the immortal mountain sea shield. "We haven't seen each other for so long, Chi Tian. How have you been?" Clang! Chi Tian was so shocked and scared that he stumbled back in panic and knocked something from the table. However, Jiang Hao remained composed. He simply stared at the man, who was now retreating. "Why are you so afraid of me?" Jiang Hao asked softly. Chi Tian didn't know why he was so frightened. He only knew that he had used the power of the end of all things and thought he had successfully hidden from this person. However, he realized it was all in vain. To this person, everything was like an illusion. Jiang Hao shook his head and sat back down. He didn't say anything more. He slowly sipped his tea. When he finished drinking the tea, he asked, "Did you find anything about the end of all things?" Chi Tian nodded. At that moment, he had lost his previous arrogance. He quickly shared all the information he knew, including the fundamental operations of the end of all things and some of the things he had witnessed. Jiang Hao listened attentively. From the conversation, it became apparent that the end of all things occasionally hired ordinary cultivators to assist them, such as in the Sun Moon Pavilion. There weren't many members here. Even the person in charge didn't know the real force behind them. Likewise, they were given various tasks, such as spreading rumors, all for the sake of facilitating the end of all things' subsequent actions. Such people couldn't easily interact with the core members, and even exploring missions required immense luck. "It seems that staying here won't provide any useful information," Jiang Hao remarked as he gazed at Chi Tian. "Have you thought about going to King Taomu?" "How will I go there?" Chi Tian asked with his head down. "It's up to you." Jiang Hao thought for a moment before saying, "I'm in no hurry. You can take your time." This wasn't something that could be rushed, and he didn't want Chi Tian to progress too quickly. After all, he had no chance of winning against King Tao Mu and needed plenty of time. Of course, with Chi Tian's level of strength, his progress wouldn't be swift. As long as Chi Tian was around, Jiang Hao would keep receiving an update. "Have you been well?" Jiang Hao asked again. Chi Tian looked at the man in front of him with a bitter smile. "Yes, very well." "That's good." Jiang Hao nodded. The present Chi Tian was no longer the same as the Chi Tian from before, who sought revenge and was willing to sacrifice anything, even his life. Again, this was what a normal person would feel. Chapter 642, Chapter 642, A Bit Far from the Mines. Chapter 642, A Bit Far from the Mines. When a person has nothing to lose, they dare to go all out, even at the cost of their life. But when a person has settled old scores and is living a comfortable and wealthy life, they start to fear losing things. They are more worried about their life. Hunger makes you crave food, and being full makes you desire warmth. That was human nature. "I'm leaving. Is there anything you want to say to me?" Jiang Hao asked. Chi Tian stood up respectfully. "When will you visit again, Senior?" I would like to welcome you properly." Hearing this, Jiang Hao chuckled softly. He then opened the door and left. "When it's time, someone will naturally come to find you," he said as he left. Even though he wouldn't be visiting the area, it didn't mean he couldn't send others. Lu was not an ordinary person. Once Jiang Hao left, Qi Tian sat down in his chair. Even though the other party hadn't threatened him, he felt afraid. No matter how he struggled, he always felt like he was within the other person's grasp. He just couldn't understand why such a significant figure would target someone as insignificant as him. After dealing with Qi Tian, Jiang Hao arranged his future plans and intended to find Hong Yuye. They would depart for the Abyssal Sea tomorrow. As for Heavenly King Taomu, he could only leave it to fate. His target was Fenghua, and he needed to find a way to obtain some useful information to ensure the success of his plan. I look for people from the Heavenly Tower or those related to the end of all things. I wonder if I can find someone from the Great Thousand God Sect. The Great Thousand God Sect reportedly had over 3,000 members, and Fenghua was one of them. So, finding someone from that sect would be a good starting point. He just didn't know who was more familiar with Fenghua or who might have a personal vendetta against him. Sometimes, it was better to find an enemy because only enemies truly understood you. Abyssal Sea has gathered many forces. I should be able to find someone from the Great Thousand God Sect. With that, Jiang Hao stopped dwelling on it. He would depart tomorrow. Several days later, Jiang Hao stood in Hong Yuye's room and couldn't help but sigh. So many days had passed, and Hong Yuye still hadn't woken up, which was quite frustrating. During that time, he had appraised Madame Gong's token. As he suspected, there was a problem. He couldn't give it away. Madame Gong was still the rightful owner of the place, and only she could give the token away. It wasn't impossible to destroy it, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. Jiang Hao couldn't help but sigh. Powerful people weren't ever honest. They always had something hidden. He also checked the tranquil fruit tree. There didn't seem to be any obvious issues. He just couldn't determine if it could be used to threaten Fenghua. To be on the safe side, he needed a backup plan. Of course, if Madame Gong had deceived him, he would know about it from Dan Yuan. Even if he couldn't kill Madame Gong, he would make her understand the meaning of pain. This was the problem with dealing with strong individuals. If they cheated you, you had no way to retaliate. With the formidable presence of Hong Yuye, the fact that the other party still had ulterior motives was truly remarkable. He also appraised Nine Nether. It was quite lively and wouldn't take long to break free from the seal. This was because of his lack of strength. I should go mining. Jiang Hao had inquired about it, but unfortunately, there were no mines nearby. The nearest mine was a day's journey away, so he couldn't leave without preparation. It's been many days. I wonder how many more days we have to stay here. If he had known it would take so long, he would have gone to the mines earlier. However, many people had come to ancient Spirit Island. They were looking for smiling Sansheng. He needed to be cautious. Around mid-October, Jiang Hao woke up from his meditation and found that his body was exuding the aura of a sword and the essence of the mountains and seas. This aura was not something he could normally possess at the return to Void Realm. He extended his hand, and the mountain sea seal appeared. It wasn't incredibly strong, but the aura was remarkable. I made some progress, but it's still not enough to confront my enemies. It can, however, be used to suppress some evil spirits. He used it to seal Nine Nether and then walked to the next room. Jiang Hao found that she was still lying on her bed and resting. She was soundly asleep. "Senior." He called her several times, but there was no response. Jiang Hao hesitated. Then he appraised her. Deep asleep? Jiang Hao felt helpless. He didn't know how long she would be asleep. If she continued to sleep, they would miss the events at the Abyssal Sea. 3 days later, Jiang Hao put away Nine Nether. Over the past few days, he had been attempting to communicate with it. Unfortunately, 3 days seemed insufficient, and there had been no changes. On that day, he entered Hong Yuye's room and found her sitting on the bed. Her eyes were slightly closed. Jiang Hao stood still. He had never seen her like this. Then, everything went black, and he almost passed out. At noon, the two of them left the ancient spirit island and headed to the abyssal sea. Jiang Hao left behind a golden ring in case it was needed later. In the sea not far from the abyssal sea, there was an island that remained uninhabited throughout the year. Even though there was a city, only a few dozen people were guarding it. Anybody who stayed was undoubtedly there to explore the abyssal sea. However, every year, the number of people here would decrease. But the sea area was never lacking in adventurous cultivators. So, the numbers kept filling up. The appearance of the ancestral dragon's heart suddenly brought many people to this island, and now it was bustling. However, everyone knew that once the ancestral dragon's heart was obtained, this place would return to its original state. This place has changed a lot. Mr. Tao couldn't help but marvel at the city. He was dressed in an ordinary outfit and carried a longsword. It suited him well. Mr. Tao, do you really need to dress like that? Said a young woman helplessly. She was of average height and had a knife strapped to her back. It's fine. This is how I used to dress. Zhu Shun is used to it, Mr. Tao said with a smile. But I'm not senior brother Zhu. The young woman sighed. Mr. Tao chuckled. Then, get used to it. Why did you come here, Mr. Tao? It's easy for someone to recognize you, and then they might suspect that the heavenly tower is also involved, the woman asked in confusion. If they want to suspect, let them suspect, Mr. Tao said nonchalantly. But, the girl whispered, there are people in the tower who know that you are on the wrong track. If you cause trouble for the tower here, it could become a problem for you, Mr. Tao. Mr. Tao smiled mysteriously. It's all right. Let's first gather some information about this place. What information do you want to gather, Mr. Tao? Do you think Smiling Sansheng is worth investigating? Not really. Is he? Let's ask around. Chapter 643. Chapter 643. Something different from the ancestral dragon's heart. Chapter 643. Something different from the ancestral dragon's heart. Boom! Jiang Hao's blade struck the water. In that split second, he felt that something was about to surface from the seabed. It was probably a demonic beast. However, there was no trace of the creature. It's strange. I felt it making a move, but in an instant, it disappeared. Using the nameless manual, he could vaguely sense the escape route of the creature. He had no intention of pursuing it. Senior, we can continue on. We're almost there, Jiang Hao said to Hong Yuye. It had been several days since they left ancient Spirit Island, and the abyssal sea was farther than expected. They reached their present location quickly thanks to Hong Yuye. Otherwise, it might have taken much longer. There was a teleportation array to the abyssal sea, but it was too expensive. He didn't tell Hong Yuye about it. 2 days later, Jiang Hao and Hong Yuye stood on the sea's surface and gazed at the distant island. We've arrived. After many days of traveling, they had finally reached an island near the abyssal sea. It wouldn't be long before Jiang Hao had to return to his sect. Now, it was early November, and they had just half a month left before their return to the sect. Overseas travels took time, and they had been relatively quick thanks to Hong Yuye. Senior, let's first gather information on the island, Jiang Hao said. Hong Yuye glanced at him. Her eyes were calm. It was hard to guess what she was thinking. After a while, the two of them landed on the shore, where many people were fishing. Jiang Hao felt that there was a type of elusive demonic beast in the surrounding waters. It was similar to what he had encountered before. Are these people here to fish for that thing? Jiang Hao wondered, but didn't ask aloud. First, he needed to settle in and then inquire about the members of the Great Thousand Gods sect. He wanted to see if he could make contact with them. If they were too strong, he might have to take Hong Yuye along with him. There was no need for a queue to enter or exit the area, and Jiang Hao took some time to find in. It was rather simple, but not run down, which was a relief. However, when he entered the inn, he couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching him. He saw a young woman. She had a restrained aura, but her presence extended far, and her spiritual energy was vast. This was another powerful individual. Jiang Hao sighed inwardly. There were quite a few strong individuals overseas. "Do you recognize me, disciple?" he asked. The woman seemed somewhat surprised, but said, "I do." "I have one question," the woman nodded. "I'm Tanya, a guard on the 6th floor of the Heavenly Tower." The Heavenly Tower? Jiang Hao was surprised, but made sense that they had found him so quickly. "Yes, if you answer my question, I'll answer one of yours," Tanya said seriously. "Please ask." Jiang Hao smiled. Since someone from the Heavenly Tower had come to him, it was an opportunity he couldn't pass up. "I remember you went to Chaos Stone Island before. How did you leave before the ships came out?" Tanya asked. Jiang Hao smiled and said, "Why take a ship to leave? But for someone at the early stage of the return to Void Realm, there is no other way to leave than the ship," said Tanya. Jiang Hao smiled but didn't say anything. His companion was not in the early stage of the return to Void Realm. Of course, it would be impossible to possess a magical treasure without sufficient cultivation, right? These matters could only be speculated. "All right, I'm not a fan of playing guessing games, but if you want to play, I can't help it. People I know like to play guessing games, so they're called seniors or juniors, while I'm just a guard." Tanya seemed very disdainful. "What do you want to ask? I'll see if I feel like answering. Is there a great 1,000-god sect with over 3,000 members here?" Jiang Hao asked. That was what he wanted to know. "Yes." Tanya nodded. "Do you know who they are and where they are?" Jiang Hao asked. "That is another question. There's a fee." Tanya held out her hand. Jiang Hao was speechless. He had a feeling that he was back in the task hall of the sect. In the end, he paid 1,000 spirit stones. Don't complain about the price later. You get what you pay for. While you might find out this information through investigation, it would take a lot of time, and there's no guarantee of accuracy. Moreover, investigating the members of the Great 1,000-God sect carries a significant risk of discovery. "I'm taking care of all that now," Tanya said. She made it clear that his spirit stones were well spent. Jiang Hao didn't say anything. 1,000 spirit stones for information was either a good deal or a ripoff. Either way, 1,000 spirit stones was quite a sum. "Is there anything you want to know?" "I have a lot of contacts here, and I can help you," Tanya said. "About the southern region," Jiang Hao said. "The southern region?" "Fenghua," Tanya asked. "Why is Fenghua so famous?" Jiang Hao was curious. "Why does everyone keep mentioning him?" Jiang Hao thought. "Oh, her. She's quite famous in the southern region." "I checked," Tanya said. "Is there anything special about her?" Jiang Hao asked. "Nothing special, and she's not here. I can recommend someone who knows a lot about that," Tanya said as she looked outside. After a quick scan, she pointed in the direction of the coastline. "She should be over there. One of the Great 1,000-God sect's top 3,000 members. A covert elder who roams the northern regions. She appears to have a contentious relationship with Fenghua, but in reality, they get along quite. 1,000 spirit stones. She should be able to tell you something useful. Of course, if you're not looking for Fenghua, it's better not to ask her. You can inquire with someone else who has better knowledge of the southern region." Tanya then pointed to someone on the street. "This person is the elder responsible for liaising with the southern region and is well informed about many tasks. This individual is tough, so you need to find a good approach, preferably by identifying their weaknesses. It's quite challenging, so I recommend starting with the first option. Fenghua has made quite a few enemies. Having some information on her can be used as a bargaining chip." "In that case, I'll go with the first option," Jiang Hao said. "All right, here you go." Tanya tossed a jade slip to him and handed over a bell. "Remember to take care of me the next time you have business. This can be used as long as you're in the sea. My people will find you as soon as possible. It won't work once you leave the sea area." After speaking, Tanya turned to leave. Jiang Hao looked bewildered. Were people from overseas usually this accommodating? However, he remembered that the senior at the task hall was quite accommodating as long as he had enough spirit stones. "Oh, by the way," Tanya suddenly said, "I'll tell you one more thing. It said that there's been a new change in the abyssal sea. It seems like there's a different energy from the ancestral dragon's heart. If you have time, you might want to check it out. Why is she telling me this? Jiang Hao is puzzled. It's a freebie. I hope you'll be respectful to me the next time I find you, Tang Yi said. Jiang Hao was perplexed, but it didn't matter. For now, he was smiling Sansheng. When he returned, smiling Sansheng would have nothing to do with him. Chapter 644. Chapter 644. Needs to raise the price. Chapter 644. Needs to raise the price. Shangguan Qingsu, Immortal Ascension Platform. As Jiang Hao read the contents of the Jade Slip, he sighed. The deeper he went for the tasks set by Hong Yuye, the more he felt that his cultivation realm wasn't enough. He was quite confident, but now, things are different. He could confront people here directly. Even exerting his full power would be difficult, unless he had Hong Yuye with him. However, with Hong Yuye, his abilities would be suppressed. So, he headed toward the coast alone. He already knew Shangguan Qingsu's appearance, so finding her shouldn't be too difficult. As for the bell, he sealed it without inspecting it till he had the chance to check if there was an issue. At the coastline, the main road of the city extended all the way to this place, with numerous pavilions built along the coast. Many people in these pavilions were fishing, just like the people on the shore. They were all trying to catch something special. Even he had trouble detecting the creature now with the Nameless Manual and Hongmeng Heart Sutra. They were difficult to detect. It indicated that these creatures were extraordinary. After some time, Jiang Hao saw a woman sitting in one of the pavilions. There were 3 people in total in her pavilion, including her and 2 other men. Both men emitted an aura not weaker than the woman's. 3 people. This might be tricky. Jiang Hao hesitated for a moment and then appraised the woman. Afflicted by a curse and unable to use her full power while enduring agonizing pain? Curse of 100 nights? What kind of grievance led to such a curse? Jiang Hao was uncertain, and he didn't know when she was afflicted with it. Apart from this, there was something else that caught his attention. Netherfish? Can I earn spirit stones from it? It was likely that it could fetch a lot of spirit stones, or why else would so many people be fishing for it? As for the people around Shangguan Qingsu, Jiang Hao closed his eyes and activated the Nameless Manual. When he felt he had accumulated enough energy, he opened his eyes again. This time, he gazed at Shangguan Qingsu and noticed various fluctuations in her aura. Among these, there was a faint dark aura, which was likely the curse. What surprised him was that all 3 people in her group had the same black aura. It indicated that they were all afflicted by the curse. However, he didn't detect this in anyone else nearby. It seemed that the 3 of them shared a similar experience. Jiang Hao quickly thought about it. Then, he headed toward the pavilion. When he approached, the 3 people inside turned to look at him. They were all holding fishing rods and waiting for the fish to bite the bait. However, they were curious about the person who had entered their space. No one had dared to enter the pavilion before. I, smiling Sansheng, offer my respects to you, seniors, he said. Young friend, you want to fish here? Shangguan Qingsu asked. She wore a green robe and had her hair in a simple bun. She was slightly pale. To her left was a middle-aged man with a stubble. He appeared quite rugged. To her right was a young man with an exceptionally pale complexion. He looked weak and feeble. You can sit here and fish. Just don't disturb us. And pay 1,000 spirit stones, said Shangguan Qingsu. After that, she moved to the left to make room. The place was quite spacious, and it could accommodate 4 more without a problem. Jiang Hao smiled and handed over 1,000 spirit stones. Then he took a seat. Do you have any fishing rods? He asked. 1,000 spirit stones for a day, Shangguan Qingsu said. She took out a fishing rod. It was a pretty decent magical treasure. Jiang Hao took the fishing rod. Thank you, senior. He immediately gave her 1,000 spirit stones. He had never expected that he could sit here and fish. Do you need bait? Shangguan Qingsu asked. Jiang Hao smiled and shook his head. No, I'm sure I'll catch what I'm looking for without bait. Shangguan Qingsu raised an eyebrow at that, but she didn't say much. The other two men were also silent. Jiang Hao felt the aura around him. After confirming that their dark auras were similar, he asked, Senior, are you from the Great Thousand God Sect? It seems you have done your homework on us, Shangguan Qingsu said nonchalantly. Yes, I have some questions I'd like to ask you. Jiang Hao nodded. Since he was confident, there was no need to hide anything. Although he wasn't sure if he would succeed, he had to give a try. Shangguan Qingsu gazed at the sea. You can ask, but you'll have to pay the price with spirit stones. The more you pay, the more I'll answer. I don't intend to pay spirit stones, Senior. Jiang Hao smiled. After he said it, there was a pause, and a pair of cold, disdainful eyes glanced at him. It seemed as though they might kick him out at any moment. Jiang Hao didn't pay any attention to her, and he continued to look at the sea. Senior, if you want spirit stones to make your life easier, why bother seeking help from afar? Shangguan Qingsu raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? I suddenly thought of a question. Jiang Hao turned to look at Shangguan Qingsu beside him. Confronted with such cold gazes, he remained unfazed. What do you want to ask? Shangguan Qingsu said. In 3 days, if I can help you go through the day safely without feeling any pain, I wonder how many spirit stones that's worth. Would it be enough to ask questions that I want to ask? Jiang Hao said calmly. In an instant, the individuals froze. Then, they looked at Jiang Hao in amazement. Moreover, they even sealed the surrounding area. It wasn't clear whether it was to guard against others or to capture the person in front of them. Jiang Hao smiled, but didn't say anything. He was also feeling anxious. With his current connection to the Golden Ring, he should have enough time to escape if something happened. As long as the Immortal Mountain Sea Shield could withstand one strike, he could leave safely. Soon, Shangguan Qingsu dissipated her aura. She gazed at Jiang Hao. What did you know about that? Jiang Hao breathed a sigh of relief. He just continued with his fishing. Senior, why bother asking? If it's hidden, I wouldn't have known. If it isn't hidden, then why wouldn't I find out about it? He said. Do you really have a way? Shangguan Qingsu asked. The other two were also staring at Jiang Hao. Yes, but it's limited to getting through the pain in 3 days from now, Jiang Hao said. What do you want to ask? Shangguan Qingsu asked. Jiang Hao looked at the sea and was silent for a while. Feng Hua's weakness. Feng Hua. Shangguan Qingsu frowned. We're good friends, and she has helped me several times before. She even risked her life to save me once. So, Jiang Hao was intrigued. I have to raise the price, Shangguan Qingsu said seriously. Chapter 645, Chapter 645, Taking Along the 3 People to Meet the Demoness. Chapter 645, Taking Along the 3 People to Meet the Demoness. Raise the price. Jiang Hao looked at the person in front of him and frowned. That hadn't crossed his mind, but after a brief moment of hesitation, he slowly said, add 1 more person. He didn't want to give extra spirit stones, and twice the relief wasn't possible. The former was because he was short of spirit stones, and the latter was because it was impossible. So, he could only make a concession in terms of the number of people. Shangguan Qingsu extended 2 fingers. 2, and I'll answer your questions. Jiang Hao lowered his head. He didn't immediately respond. Instead, he focused on fishing quietly. The man beside them seemed somewhat dissatisfied. His aura surged. However, Jiang Hao was unfazed and sat still on the fishing platform. He had offered relief to 2 people. However, that offer was useless because all 3 of them had the same goal. Jiang Hao paused. 3 people with the same goal? The most significant aspect of the Great Thousand God Sect that piqued his interest was the Great Thousand Spiritual Avatar. Could the other 2 people be avatars of Shangguan Qingsu? The primary body had achieved the Immortal Ascension platform. Had the avatars done the same, Jiang Hao thought that it was impossible. Regardless, he had to act like he was in a difficult position to make them feel like they had the upper hand. With that, she might answer him truthfully. Otherwise, she would hide things from him while answering his questions. Do you agree or not? Shangguan Qingsu's voice was cold. Jiang Hao turned to look at her. I have two conditions. Go on, Shangguan Qingsu immediately said. 1. I have to see if the information you provide is worth my help. If the information isn't worth my assistance, it would put me in a difficult position, Jiang Hao said. Shangguan Qingsu was silent for a moment. After a short while, she said, What's the second condition? Secondly, Jiang Hao shook the fishing rod in his hand. Senior, can I have this fishing rod? Just that. Shangguan Qingsu seemed incredulous. She thought the second request would be very demanding. She didn't expect it to be so simple. Yeah, just that. Jiang Hao nodded with a smile. All right, Shangguan Qingsu said. The fishing rod is yours. But you owe me 1,100 spirit stones. However, the fishing rod was also a decent magical treasure and of good quality. It was worth around 1,000 to 2,000 spirit stones. The only issue was that fishing rods were quite uncommon and not easy to sell. What would you like to know? Shangguan Qingsu asked. What is Feng Hua's weakness? Jiang Hao got straight to the point. Weakness? Shangguan Qingsu frowned. Her appearance. Besides her appearance? Jiang Hao asked. Shangguan Qingsu raised an eyebrow. You knew about that? Jiang Hao smiled, but didn't say anything. The woman in front of him was surprised. She didn't hide her emotions. It seems you're not as simple as I thought. There aren't many people who know this, and each of the ones who do are quite powerful. It's not something you can find out while just being in the Return to Void Realm, she said. Senior, please continue, Jiang Hao said. Besides her looks, she's also very concerned about a particular avatar located in the Sunset Immortal Sect. This avatar has a perfect appearance, at least in her eyes, and is incomparable. She visited all 4 regions, East, West, South, and North. But she only stopped for that avatar. She stayed in the southern region from then on. She has other motives for staying in the south as well. Nevertheless, it's this avatar that makes her unwilling to leave the south. She said that this avatar lives as she most desires and has invested most of her emotions into her. So, there's such an avatar. Jiang Hao was amazed. What kind of avatar would make her feel that way? There were countless avatars. People couldn't find her main body. It was almost impossible, but she was willing to stay in one place just because of an avatar. Indeed, Feng Hua is quite extraordinary, Jiang Hao said with a soft laugh. For both her appearance and her obsession with that particular avatar, she's truly an emotional individual. He couldn't help but wonder whether these emotions might be a bit twisted. Indeed, she's quite unique, Shangguan Qingsu said. Her recent behavior in the last few decades has been especially strange. It seems she has been in contact with someone remarkable. Someone remarkable? Jiang Hao made a mental note of it. Who is the avatar? Jiang Hao asked. Shangguan Qingsu didn't hesitate to answer. She's a young lady, Yan Shang, the daughter of an elder in the Sunset Immortal Sect. Jiang Hao was somewhat frustrated because he didn't have anyone that he knew in the Sunset Immortal Sect. In fact, he had enemies there, which would make it challenging to gather information from there. Nevertheless, having some information was still better than having none. Is there anything else? Jiang Hao asked. Nothing. Shangguan Qingsu shook her head. How many weaknesses do you want? A couple isn't enough? Jiang Hao nodded. He wasn't greedy. One more weakness would do. After he finished eating the fruits from the tranquil fruit tree, he would pay a visit and greet the young lady. That way, Feng Hua would know not to mess with him. Of course, he would do it as smiling Sansheng. After completing that, he would need to return as his old self and wait patiently. He had to become stronger. Only then would he have a safer future. As time went on, it became increasingly difficult for him to communicate on an equal footing with others, let alone with heavenly King Taomu. Even though he could have a good conversation with Shangguan Qingsu now, he was still limited in his actions. If she made a move against him, he didn't know if he could even escape safely. Is there anything else you want to ask? Shangguan Qingsu asked. Are you looking for a reward, senior? Jiang Hao asked with a smile. If you can't do what you promised, I will kill you, Shangguan Qingsu said bluntly. Then let's go. I'll take you to a place where you can wait for my arrangements, Jiang Hao said. The three of them looked at each other and agreed with Jiang Hao. Their plan was simple. They would capture this person if he really had the ability to help them. If they could seize what they wanted, they would. If not, they would imprison him for life. Jiang Hao put away his fishing rod. Although he didn't know what these people were thinking, greed was basic human nature, especially when powerful people were concerned. Plundering someone's belongings was merely because they had caught their eye, and it wasn't their concern if the owner couldn't defend them. Jiang Hao just assumed that people would act that way. So, he would take them to the inn and ask for Hong Yuye's help. As for suppressing their pain, this was even easier. Even the most formidable curse would be negated by the mere presence of the heavenly fate misfortune pearl. After we're done, what are your plans, seniors? Jiang Hao asked as they walked. Many people are fishing here. Is the catch decent? Some are offering 50,000 spirit stones for one nether fish, said Shangguan Qingsu. Jiang Hao was so stunned that he stopped in his tracks. Should he go back to fishing? Chapter 646. Chapter 646. Why does the sea god pill seem inexpensive? Chapter 646. Why does the sea god pill seem inexpensive? Why aren't you walking? Shangguan Qingsu asked. The other two men seemed curious too. Jiang Hao walked ahead. Nothing. I'm just curious as to what kind of fish would fetch such a high price. He wanted to go back to fishing, but a more pressing matter required his attention. No matter how many spirit stones they had, it wouldn't matter if they didn't have their lives. This place is close to the abyssal sea. The nether fish can enter and exit it safely. Some people who want to enter or exit the abyssal sea offer high prices to get the fish to study how it does it, said Shangguan Qingsu. Is it for the ancestral dragon's heart? Jiang Hao asked. Shangguan Qingsu thought for a moment. You're quite well informed. But some people seem to be after more than just the ancestral dragon's heart. There are rumors that the abyssal sea holds the secret to becoming a heavenly king. Some say it houses the true rebirth of a dragon, while others claim it's a sanctuary for the true dragon clan. Recently, rumors have been rampant. It's difficult to verify the truth. One thing is clear. There have been changes in the abyssal sea, which have led to various speculations. The nether fish is the key. Jiang Hao nodded and recalled what the person before had said. There were changes related to the ancestral dragon's heart. Now, it seemed he had a vague answer, although it was still unclear whether this was the case or not. Nevertheless, it was better to know something than nothing. What kind of person can enter the abyssal sea and return alive? Jiang Hao asked. You're not from the Heavenly River region, are you? Shangguan Qingsu asked. I'm not familiar with this area. Jiang Hao smiled. She didn't press him further. No one who enters the abyssal sea comes back unscathed. Even the heavenly kings have a hard time returning. It's said that someone did enter and return, but it's unclear whether that story is true. Who was that person? Jiang Hao asked. The first master of the heavenly tower, Shangguan Qingsu said. Have others tried asking him about it? Jiang Hao asked. Of course, but since that time, the first master has isolated himself and hasn't seen anyone, Shangguan Qingsu said. Jiang Hao nodded. The reputation of the fifth master of the heavenly tower was well-deserved. After a while, they reached the inn, and Jiang Hao asked them how many rooms they needed. They took one room and asked when they could begin. Jiang Hao gave them a rough answer and told them to prepare. He didn't want to hand over the heavenly fate misfortune pearl to them. It was too dangerous. Instead, he planned to use formations to establish contact and attempt to suppress the curse on their bodies. He didn't have to do this himself, though. He planned to consult Hong Yuye about it, and also inform her that Shangguan Qingsu might try to take action against him in 3 days. Now that he knew Feng Hua's weakness, he had made significant progress. Hong Ye didn't have to help him. If she chose not to, he would have to deal with these people alone. For the next 3 days, the 3 of you will stay here. I won't leave from here. Don't worry, he said, and then left the room. As they watched Jiang Hao leave, Shangguan Qingsu and the others sat down on the floor. The middle-aged man said, "Is he trustworthy? Regardless of whether we trust him or not, we need to try it," Shangguan Qingsu said. "Be prepared, and don't let him get away. If he really possesses this ability, he surely holds some valuable treasures or knows how to break the curse." The other 2 nodded in agreement, and they focused their power on a corner of the inn. All their power would be focused on Jiang Hao. There was no way they'd let him escape. "You certainly know how to stir up trouble." When Jiang Hao entered Hong Yuye's room, he saw her eyeing him. He sensed the actions of Shangguan Qingsu all too clearly. It was far too obvious. They weren't even trying to conceal anything. He sighed inwardly and closed the door behind him. "Senior, I was a bit reckless in my actions. I was eager to complete the task you gave me. Fortunately, I found out quite a bit today." It was rash to provoke someone in the Immortal Ascension platform, especially with Hong Yuye present. No matter how brave he was, he wouldn't willingly take on such a task. "Tell me about it." Hong Yuye turned toward the window. Jiang Hao walked over to take a look, but it was just a view of the street and buildings. He couldn't understand what was so interesting about it to her. After brewing some fresh tea, Jiang Hao explained everything. An avatar in the Sunset Immortal Sect? Hong Ye was also surprised. "Have you thought about how to deal with this avatar?" "I haven't decided yet. I'm considering whether I should confront the avatar in person or use some other method," Jiang Hao said. This matter was complicated, and he needed to be cautious. Since Feng Hua valued the avatar so dearly, she must have made thorough preparations. "How are you so certain the curse will erupt 3 days from now?" Her sudden, brilliant smile caught Jiang Hao off guard, but he quickly regained his composure. He just remained silent because he didn't know how to explain it. Hong Ye didn't seem to mind. "If you plan to use the Heavenly Fate Misfortune Pearl to help them suppress it, aren't you worried they'll turn against you once it's done?" "Yes," Jiang Hao nodded. "Then go and do it. If I have to step in later, remember that you'll have to pay the price," Hong Ye said. Jiang Hao hesitated for a moment. "I don't have any knowledge of formation." Hong Ye cast him a disapproving glance. "I've spent quite some time on cultivation, growing spirit herbs, tree planting, learning the forms of heavenly blade, body techniques, crafting talismans, and understanding them. I didn't have time to learn much about formations," he said. Besides, he didn't have much talent when it came to formations. Moreover, the cost of learning formation arrays was too high. Studying it himself wasn't an option. Hong Ye casually placed a piece of paper on the table and a small box. "I won't let you go unrewarded," she said. When he opened the box, he was stunned. It was a sea god pill. This was truly a valuable item that had saved his life on 2 occasions. But why did he feel like this divine pill wasn't as rare as he'd thought? Jiang Hao left the room. 2 days later, in the middle of the night, it was time for the curse to take effect. Sitting cross-legged within the formation, Shangguan Qingsu and the other 2 were extremely anxious. They had prepared many things over the past few days, all in the hope of lessening the pain. At this moment, they were apprehensive. They wanted to minimize their suffering. They even thought of sparing this mysterious person if he could help them. Soon, the curse marks started appearing on their foreheads. All 3 of them were terrified. Didn't the curse diminish in the slightest? It was useless. It was no use believing in a return to Void Realm Cultivator, after all. Now, they had no way to stop him if he decided to run. Chapter 647. Chapter 647. The Demoness in the Inn. Chapter 647. The Demoness in the Inn. Jiang Hao was in the room adjacent to Shangguan Qingsu and the others. He sat within a formation and was able to perceive the changes in their curses. The formation given to him by Hong Yuye was indeed quite remarkable. Now, he could sense the condition of the three people and even feel the flow of their energy. The curses seemed to originate from their primordial spirits and bloodline, gather on their foreheads, and then spread out. Their bodies were warped under the curse's influence, as if it were twisting their flesh and primordial spirits. It made them helpless. He could hear a muffled sound. Maybe the three people were biting on something to endure the pain. It wasn't that Jiang Hao couldn't stop it. He wanted these people to experience pain so that he could suppress their suffering completely. This way, they wouldn't think that he was lying. It would save him a lot of trouble. About a quarter of an hour passed, and Jiang Hao calmly took out the heavenly fate misfortune pearl. He placed it within the formation. He allowed the curse on the other side to sense the heavenly fate misfortune pearl. On the other side, Shangguan Qingsu and the two men remained seated cross-legged. However, they grimaced in pain and struggled. A muffled sound rang out. The pain was unbearable. A dim red glow appeared on their foreheads, extended all over their bodies, and dimmed again with each breath. Every breath was agonizing. It seemed like a fate worse than death. Shameless liar. Shangguan Qingsu gritted her teeth. It was futile. They had been deceived by smiling Sansheng. It was their own impatience that had led to this. They should have tried to find out more about the person. How can you say that, senior? I'm sincere about this deal, said Jiang Hao from the other room. The pain is only temporary. I'll make a move now. Shangguan Qingsu and the two men no longer believed Jiang Hao. They believed the curse couldn't be stopped. They had consulted many people and couldn't suppress it even slightly. However, as doubt appeared in their minds, they suddenly went still. The pain seemed to disappear all of a sudden. Moreover, the red glow of the curses on their foreheads also dimmed, and the curses seemed to retract swiftly until only the imprints on their foreheads remained. Even the forehead marks disappeared after a while. It felt as though the curse was fleeing. The sudden change left them in disbelief as if they had imagined it. They had used so many ways to try and find a cure. Was this real? They couldn't understand how their curse had been dispelled. With the pain gone, they felt a need to possess whatever treasure had made this possible. But soon, they suppressed this greed. Now wasn't the time. They would wait until tomorrow. After a moment of calm, they realized the curse's effects had truly disappeared. Not only had the pain subsided, but they also felt they could use their full power. This was quite unbelievable. For a moment, they suspected whether the curse had naturally dissipated, and smiling Sansheng was just taking the credit for it to deceive them. The three of them glanced at each other. Finally, the middle-aged man moved one step outside the formation. In an instant, his forehead glowed with a dark red light, and the power of the curse spread throughout his body. His face twisted in agony once again. He bent over in pain and fell to the ground. He couldn't even stand up. Shangguan Qingsu and the other man turned pale. They were terrified when they saw the middle-aged man struggling to crawl back into the formation. "Seniors, it seems you don't trust me," said Jiang Hao from next door. Shangguan Qingsu dared not speak. When the middle-aged man crawled back into the formation, the curse was once again suppressed. They confirmed that Jiang Hao indeed had the ability to nullify the curse. After much hesitation, Shangguan Qingsu suddenly asked, "Fellow disciple, do you have a way to remove the curse from our bodies?" "I don't." Jiang Hao shook his head. He had asked Hong Yuye about it, but she hadn't responded, which meant it was impossible. He could also ask Gue, but he was hesitant to ask her. What if she demanded a price that he couldn't pay? What about further suppression? Shangguan Qingsu persisted. Naturally, there's no way to do it. I can only do this once, Jiang Hao said. Giving them hope would only make them cling to him. Shangguan Qingsu looked at the middle-aged man writhing on the ground and fell silent. There was no further exchange between the two sides. This situation had to be maintained for a full day and night. They would have to wait here until next night. In the adjacent room, Jiang Hao sat cross-legged in silence. He took out 9 nether from his pocket. There would be problems if it was away from the heavenly fate misfortune pearl for too long. Jiang Hao waited for the right moment. He wanted to appraise Shangguan Qingsu and see if she had any intention of making a move against him. If they decided to make a move, they would learn that there were always stronger individuals out there. Even within the inn, there was Hong Yuye. The next morning, on the coast, Mr. Tao sat high on a fishing platform accompanied by a young woman, Tanya. Mr. Tao, what's the point of fishing? It's so boring. Fishing can help cultivate one's temperament. Mr. Tao smiled. Zhu Shan would have been quieter than you if he was here. In that case, Mr. Tao, please don't bring me along next time. I didn't want to come out, Tanya said helplessly. Your conversation is too hard to follow, and there's too much scheming and no fighting. Did you see Smiling Sansheng before? Mr. Tao suddenly asked. Yes, I gave him a bell. I thought he was a good business partner, Tanya said. Do you want to get to know him? He is only at the return to Void Realm. We don't need to worry, right? What do you think my cultivation realm is? Mr. Tao asked. Return to Void Realm. You suppressed it as a part of your disguise, said Tanya without hesitation. In that case, Mr. Tao smiled meaningfully. In that case, what? Tanya asked curiously. Mr. Tao didn't explain further. Never mind. When is Senior Zhu coming? I want to switch with him, Tanya said. It should be soon, but you can't do what he can. Bear with me for a while. Mr. Tao laughed. Mr. Zhu, all the people have been brought aboard. Zhu Shan stood on the deck and gazed into the distance through the fog. At that moment, a large ship in front of him was forced to stop because people from other forces had also arrived. He had to get on the ship before the others. Entering the fog was a bit risky, but it was worth it. There were too many people outside. He glanced at the people on the deck, and among them, the leading figures were an old and a young woman. They looked at him in shock. Mr. Zhu, what do you mean by this? The old woman asked warily. It seems you've met a formidable enemy. Your surveillance eye is gone. This saves me some trouble, Zhu Shan said calmly. After that, he took a step forward and headed toward the large ship. Everyone, gather on the deck. Or else, don't blame me for being brutal. Zhu Shan's voice reverberated throughout the ship. Chapter 648. Chapter 648. The Demoness. Explain then, I'm listening. Chapter 648. The Demoness. Explain then, I'm listening. Zhu Shan descended from the sky and positioned himself at the highest point of the deck. He looked down at everyone below. Senior, may I ask what brings you here? Li asked respectfully. It's a minor matter. Don't worry about it, my friend, Zhu Shan said politely. At that moment, he looked at everyone on the deck. Something seemed to activate in his hand, as if he was searching for something. Mi Lingwei was extremely surprised. The first disciple of the 6th master of the Heavenly Tower. Why would someone this powerful come here? Madam, be careful, said her maid. They were worried. Such a person was beyond their ability to confront. Don't worry, the others are fine. People from the Heavenly Tower, on the other hand, won't dare to harm me, Mi Lingwei said. She couldn't help but wonder. If it weren't for something significant, Zhu Shan wouldn't be here. He had even ventured into the fog and intercepted a large ship. Our people should have received the message, and they'll be coming soon, one of the maids said. There are more people who are afraid of us than we are of them, especially the people of Heavenly King Budong. They even have the blood of True Dragon. Mi Lingwei chuckled. However, she also knew that everyone here had sent for reinforcements. The people should be waiting just outside the fog and would arrive soon. But to Mi Lingwei's surprise, Zhu Shan walked straight up to Jing Fengyun. Why was he doing this? Even Jing Fengyun was bewildered. Why would such a distinguished senior approach him? His cultivation problem had been resolved, and he had left Chaos Stone Island. However, he hadn't expected to encounter someone of this stature right after leaving. Young friend, are you free? Would you be willing to join me for a chat? Zhu Shun asked politely. Did Jing Fengyun dare to say no? Jing Fengyun was led away by Zhu Shun. I apologize for any trouble we've caused. Please go about your business. A loud voice resounded on the ship. Then, the ship belonging to Zhu Shun retreated. Others were somewhat surprised. They heaved a sigh of relief, especially those related to Heavenly King Budong. However, safety was only temporary, and danger could return at any time. On Zhu Shun's ship, Jing Fengyun watched the people around him in a daze. As senior, what do you want me to do? Before Zhu Shun could say anything, the old woman said, Mr. Zhu, aren't you going too far? Too tar. Zhu Shun chuckled. If I've gone too tar, someone will undoubtedly hold me accountable. But there's no need to worry about that now. Don't think you can do as you please just because Mr. Liu favors you. What you've done today will surely be punished by the heavenly tower, the old woman said loudly. Zhu Shun ignored her and turned to Jing Fengyun. Young friend, can I see your storage treasure? Jing Fengyun didn't dare to hesitate and immediately handed over his belongings. Don't give it to him. You have someone backing you. What are you afraid he will do? Put away, the old woman shouted. Jing Fengyun was baffled. Someone backing me? This was Mr. Zhu, who could speak in front of the heavenly kings. He didn't even count. He had never even seen a heavenly king's face before, much less speak to them. Zhu Shun took the storage treasure and pulled out a jade scroll containing only 3 pieces of jade slips. Seeing this, the old woman was excited and terrified. Zhu Shun breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally intercepted Madame Gong's token. Mr. Tao's prediction was right. Who do you work for? He asked. Jing Fengyun knew what Zhu Shun was looking for. The jade scroll had been given to him by the old woman as a trade deal. She asked him to take it out of the island. He hadn't expected to run into someone of Zhu Shun's caliber immediately after leaving. The person behind him isn't someone you can provoke. Go and ask your people if Chaos Stone Island has encountered a force that made it tremble. Jing Fengyun was working for that person. If you ask your people, they will tell you everything, said the old woman. Zhu Shun looked toward man in the corner. He was the one who had given Jiang Hao 2,000 spirit stones. Jing Fengyun did tasks for Smiling Sansheng on Chaos Stone Island, and Smiling Sansheng entered the 7-day village. He met Madame Gong there. We saw a terrifying force that shook the whole island. It might have been Smiling Sansheng trying to intimidate Madame Gong. Mr. Zhu, you should be careful in handling this, the man said truthfully. Zhu Shun nodded. In that case, I'll take him to Mr. Tao. Since I've crossed paths with Smiling Sansheng, I believe Mr. Tao has as well. This should help clarify the situation. Then, Zhu Shun looked at the others. The rest of you should return. They nodded. Zhu Shun disappeared into the sea with Jing Fengyun. Jing Fengyun realized that nobody cared about his opinion. Not that he had any particular opinion to offer. These people said whatever they wanted, and they knew best. After all, their status was much higher than his. More importantly, he seemed to have unknowingly found a backer. All of this was because he had done a job for Smiling Sansheng. Is he really Smiling Sansheng and not an imposter? What have I done? Jing Fengyun was filled with remorse. He had had a way out, but he had carelessly lost it. Jiang Hao opened his eyes and touched the wall lightly. At once, he saw the 3 people. Shangguan Qingsu and the 2 men. They also noticed him. He appraised her. Jiang Hao sighed. He planned to leave with the heavenly fate misfortune pearl. Senior, feel the pain a bit more. I'll be waiting for you. Jiang Hao's voice reached Shangguan Qingsu and the others, and he disappeared in an instant using the golden ring. At this moment, agonizing howls filled the air. Meanwhile, Jiang Hao stood in Hong Yuye's room. He saw her drinking tea. He sat down as well. Is it over? Will they come up? Hong Yuye asked. Jiang Hao nodded. Judging by their condition, they should. Hong Yuye lifted her teacup. Have you thought about what price you're willing to pay? He couldn't afford another September spring. He'd already spent his spirit stones on the beast and the immortal peach tree. He only had a little over 100,000 spirit stones left. Still not sure. Hong Yue's cold eyes flickered. I will brew you a pot of September spring, senior, Jiang Hao quickly said. Hong Yue smiled. When there's no urgency, you can't afford it. When needed, you could buy it multiple times. It seems you're becoming more and more bold around me. Jiang Hao was surprised. Senior, please don't misunderstand. Please allow me to explain. Explain then. I'm listening, she said with a smile. Jiang Hao was speechless. Chapter 649. Chapter 649. Seniors, let me see you off. Chapter 649. Seniors, let me see you off. Seeing Hong Yue's serious face, Jiang Hao felt somewhat worried. Various things flashed through his mind, but he ultimately decided to stall for time. Senior, please allow me to explain, Jiang Hao said in a calm voice. Hong Yue looked amused. She remained silent. It's like this. I've been thinking about this matter for a long time, Jiang Hao said. How long? Hong Yue suddenly asked. Since I met you, senior, I've never dared to be negligent, Jiang Hao said as he bowed his head. Senior, your awe-inspiring presence, outstanding virtue, combat prowess, and exceptional fame have left a deep impression on me. I've always made buying good quality tea my priority. Hong Yue glanced at him and laughed. Go on. Jiang Hao lowered his head and glanced outside. Normally, by now, the second day would have arrived, so why hadn't Shangwan Qingsu and the others attacked? The matter with the tea encountered too many unexpected setbacks, which delayed it for quite some time. Otherwise, I would have prepared the best to satisfy you, Jiang Hao said. Oh, Hong Yue showed a bit of interest. What kind of unexpected setbacks? List them one by one. Jiang Hao lowered his head and fell silent. He couldn't explain further, as that would only get him into trouble. He had no choice but to maintain his silence. Hong Yue smiled. It seems like someone is looking for you outside. Jiang Hao felt relieved. I'll go outside and check. When he opened the door, he saw 3 people kneeling at the entrance. Their limbs trembled, their faces were filled with fear, and their heads were pressed to the ground. It was as though they had encountered the most terrifying thing in their lives. Seniors, why are you doing this? Jiang Hao held the 1,000 Faces treasure fan and fanned himself slowly. We didn't know any better. Please, show us mercy, senior. Shangwan Qingsu trembled. Jiang Hao smiled. All right, do you have any other matters to discuss, seniors? If not, our deal is already concluded. You may leave. The 3 individuals raised their heads and exchanged glances. Would you like it if I saw you out? Asked Jiang Hao. No, we dare not, the 3 of them said in fear. After that, they got up and retreated. Jiang Hao was quite surprised by their behavior. What had these 3 encountered? However, he suddenly realized that he needed to leave as well. Seniors, please stay. Allow me to escort you out, he said as he closed the door and followed them. However, Shangwan Qingsu and the others were terrified. Jiang Hao saw them off downstairs, and they left. Only then did they snap back to reality. What do we do now? Asked the pale-faced man. Do you think he can use the ability from yesterday once again? Shangwan Qingsu asked. No one answered. They didn't know these things. When they went after him, they realized their insignificance. There were such powerful individuals overseas, but they rarely ever saw them. Even when they did, these powerful people might not be willing to help them. Smiling, San Sheng, Shangwan Qingsu frowned and sighed. Let's return to our clan and tell them of this. This was the first time they had felt the curse being successfully suppressed. Jiang Hao watched them leave and breathed a sigh of relief. He was much safer now. He hadn't earned many spirit stones from this interaction. He still needed to buy September spring. He was only fulfilling Hong Yue's task. However, she acted like she wasn't involved in this, and he was just asking for favors from her. It was difficult to predict the actions of the strong. He had taken a stroll around, but couldn't find any proper shops. What's going on? If he couldn't find big shops around, he wouldn't be able to buy September Spring. He asked the shopkeeper who sold talismans why there weren't any shops near. This place used to be deserted, and the current crowd was only temporarily there. That was why there weren't many large shops here. Jiang Hao tossed a spirit stone to the shopkeeper. Do you know where I can buy September Spring tea? You can ask a powerful cultivator. Some high-level cultivators might have a reserve, the stall owner said with a smile. Jiang Hao nodded. Given the proximity to the abyssal sea, there were plenty of powerful cultivators around. Some of them might offer September Spring if they wanted to form a connection. He asked around, but didn't find anyone selling September Spring. Although it was in high demand, it was uncommon in this area. He thought he might as well go fishing. He had already completed half of his mission, and the rest depended on the changes in the abyssal sea. However, that was not easy. The information about the heart of the ancestral dragon had already been circulating for quite some time, yet there were no clear developments. He would have to wait for more information. Jiang Hao's main goal wasn't the heart of the ancestral dragon. It was the Archean Abyss Dragon Pearl. That object was even more obscure. There was also the possibility that he would have to venture into the abyssal sea for it. He had heard that there were new changes there, which made him think of the Archean Abyss Dragon Pearl. However, the details remained vague, and it would likely cost him spirit stones to obtain more information. Maybe I should look for Tanya. Jiang Hao had already appraised Tanya. Unlike Madame Gong, she wasn't scheming against him. At the waterfront, Jiang Hao happened to see Tanya. She was leaning against a pavilion pillar. Her gaze was somewhat vacant. Beside her was a burly man who sat by the fishing platform. He seemed steady and calm. He was incredibly powerful. Without even sensing his aura, Jiang Hao could guess that the man was exceptional. It seemed that the abyssal sea was indeed no ordinary place. The fact that people gathered here indicated that they were all powerful cultivators, or perhaps they had powerful backers. Only strong individuals had the qualifications to compete for the heart of the ancestral dragon. Smiling, San Sheng. Tanya's eyes lit up when she saw Jiang Hao. Miss Tanya, Jiang Hao said politely. He had intended to leave because he didn't want to interact with someone so powerful. Mr. Tao also looked over in surprise. Friend, do you want to do some fishing? He appeared calm and friendly. Middle stage of the return to Void Realm. Jiang Hao was a bit surprised that this man had suppressed his cultivation to such a low level. From various signs, it was evident that this individual was extraordinary. He was possibly the most powerful person he had encountered during his time overseas. Thank you, but I have some urgent matters to attend to, so I can't stay, Jiang Hao said politely. Are you really not going to stay? Tanya asked. Mr. Tao knows a lot of things. You can ask anything. It'll be much more efficient and informative than asking around. Besides, if you ask him about Fenghua, he won't demand spirit stones from you, unlike Shangguan Qingsu. Jiang Hao and Mr. Tao both were at a loss for words. Jiang Hao felt embarrassed to just leave, while Mr. Tao forced a smile and hoped this person would insist on leaving. Chapter 650, The Fish Takes the Bait. Chapter 650, The Fish Takes the Bait. Jiang Hao wanted to leave, but realized that what Tanya said made sense. Moreover, individuals of the caliber like Mr. Tao were unlikely to act recklessly. Furthermore, the way Tanya addressed this man piqued his interest. In the Heavenly Tower, very few were addressed as Mr. If someone as formidable as Tanya was addressing him with respect, he must be someone powerful. Jiang Hao glanced at the robust man who was fishing. He felt that the person might be from the Heavenly Tower, like Madame Gong. However, he didn't know who he was exactly. Well then, it'd be impolite of me to refuse, said Jiang Hao. If this person were truly a Mister of the Heavenly Tower, he could provide valuable information. After taking a seat nearby, Jiang Hao took out a fishing rod and began fishing. Aren't you going to use bait? Tanya asked curiously. Anything willing will bite, Jiang Hao said mysteriously. It wasn't that he lacked bait, but he could sense that the fish here weren't interested in it. He didn't know what they liked to eat. Anything willing will bite. Tanya frowned. You're as boring as Mr. Tao. Jiang Hao smiled and remained silent. Did you come here alone, disciple Sansheng? Mr. Tao asked. Do you know me? Jiang Hao asked. He knew that this man was well-informed, but he needed to continue the conversation somehow. If he just answered this person's questions, he might be led in a certain direction and wouldn't get to ask what he wanted. I have heard of you from many people, Mr. Tao said with a smile. Everyone calls me Mr. Tao. You can call me that too if you don't mind. Jiang Hao nodded politely. He now had a rough idea of who his person was, but he needed more information. Did you come here for the ancestral dragon's heart? Mr. Tao asked. Jiang Hao shook his head. I don't have the ability to compete for the ancestral dragon's heart. Is it because of the new aura that has appeared? It seems to be emanating from beneath the abyssal sea. It has grown more active in the past few days, as if something is calling it or resonating with it. Mr. Tao said. Jiang Hao was surprised. Are you saying something has emerged from the abyssal sea? It's possible, but no one has ventured in to confirm. It's too dangerous to enter, and those who do never return with news, Mr. Tao said. Could it be that someone from inside is trying to get out? Jiang Hao asked. He remembered that Heavenly King Hai Luo's lover was in that sea, and Hai Luo was doing everything in his power to help her. Perhaps that had some effect. Nobody knows for sure, as no one has seen it themselves. Some people plan to go in with the nether fish. If they find anything, they will communicate the message through the nether fish, Mr. Tao said. Jiang Hao nodded. Those who entered probably wouldn't be able to leave again. Something else has happened, Mr. Tao said as he looked out at the sea. The ancestral dragon's heart also seems to have become more active. Many people have sensed it, and it seems to be related to the sudden changes in the area. If it is related to a person, that's fine, but many are concerned that a true dragon might appear. A true dragon? Jiang Hao looked toward the abyssal sea. It wasn't impossible. It was normal for the dragon clan to be there. He had only met a young dragon named Shaoli. If he could peacefully communicate with a true dragon, he might be able to ask about Shaoli. It's just speculation, though. They say that the blood of a true dragon has been sent out from Chaos Stone Island and will arrive in a few days. That is expected to create quite a stir, Mr. Tao said. Jiang Hao nodded and remained silent. He could sense the presence of a nether fish nearby. He saw one of the fish hovering near Mr. Tao's bait. Can he not see it? Jiang Hao was surprised. He had discovered traces of the fish by extending his senses, but he wasn't sure if Mr. Tao could sense it. By the way, Mr. Tao suddenly said, Do you know Jing Fengyan? Jing Fengyan. Jiang Hao was surprised. Do you also know him, Mr. Tao? They say he works for you? Mr. Tao looked at Jiang Hao. Sort of. Jiang Hao nodded. Jing Fengyan was a decent person who had helped him a lot. Then, in the next few days, if you come here again, my people will bring him here, Mr. Tao said. Jiang Hao was puzzled, but he didn't ask more questions. After a while, Jiang Hao put away his fishing rod and prepared to leave. You're leaving? Tanya, who had been leaning against the pillar, asked. How about staying for a while? When you're not talking with Mr. Tao, you almost seem like a normal person. Jiang Hao smiled and shook his head. The fish is taking the bait, and it's time for me to leave. Huh? Tanya was puzzled. She particularly disliked people who talked in vague, cryptic ways instead of having conversations like a normal person. Jiang Hao praised Mr. Tao before he left. He was relieved that he hadn't been discovered. Then he turned and left. Mr. Tao, what did smiling Sansheng mean when he said the fish has taken the bait? Asked Tanya curiously. Mr. Tao shook his head. I don't know. By the way, next time, don't be so direct with him. You know either, Mr. Tao. You guys are so complicated. Tanya was surprised. Mr. Tao looked down at the fishing rod and sighed. It seems it's time to leave. Tanya was confused. In the next moment, Tao raised his fishing rod. In an instant, a pitch-black fish burst out of the water. You caught it. Tanya was astonished. So, smiling Sinshan was talking about this. He remembered that the nether fish couldn't be detected. Normal cultivators couldn't see them. So how did he sense it? Don't think too much about it. You won't understand it anyway. Let's go and sell the fish. Tao put the fishing rod away. Tanya, as his guard, was naturally the one who handled such matters. On the road, Zhang Hao stood by the grass with his hands behind his back. He appeared to be admiring the scenery, but his mind was in turmoil. Before appraising Tao, he had maintained his composure. But after the appraisal, it was different. The information had shaken him. Shifting star technique. Zhang Hao sighed. Tao holds a high position and possesses astonishing power. He even has the shifting star technique within him. He came here specifically to meet Smiling San. This undoubtedly hinted at one thing. This person might be Lu. I wonder if there were any signs of error just now. Chapter 651. Chapter 651. 18 True Dragon Protecting the Heart. Chapter 651. 18 True Dragon Protecting the Heart. Zhang Hao never expected that this person would be Lu. He had thought it was just another high-ranking member of the Heavenly Tower, but it turned out to be someone he was somewhat familiar with. He does look similar. I wonder what he's thinking now. Smiling, San Sheng might not necessarily be Jing. In the future, I need to meet him, so I need to keep my distance and not linger here for too long. The difference in strength was too great, so he couldn't get involved too much. I kind of want to go back. Zhang Hao sighed. Being outside was all well and good, but it wasn't as safe as being in the sect. With his current cultivation realm, he was too weak in this place. He could go back and tend to spirit herbs or head to the mines as punishment. However, his task was not done yet, which was rather frustrating. I wonder if the Archean Abyss Dragon Pearl will appear. If it doesn't appear, should I just go back? If it took a long time, he couldn't stay here unless there was a mine here. Zhang Hao couldn't help but feel that he needed to ask around to find out more. After asking around a bit, he actually found a mine. It was just that the ore was rather common, and the people who needed it couldn't get here, while the people who could get here didn't think much of it. These people are really wasteful. Zhang Hao found the location in the middle of the night. Then, he took out a hoe to start digging. The mine was on a small hill. It was sturdy. He felt that he might find something here. Perhaps he could find more bubbles here. "What are you doing?" asked a sudden voice from behind. At the sound, Zhang Hao froze. He turned to see a woman in a red and white gown. It was Hong Yuya. Under the moonlight, she looked stunning in her red and white dress. Her calm gaze seemed to hide a killing intent. It made him nervous. "I heard there might be something extraordinary here, so I came to take a look. I wanted to present it to you, Senior," he said. Hong Yuya chuckled. "Pack up your things and get ready. The Archean Abyss Dragon Pearl is about to appear." Zhang Hao was surprised. "Let's go to the Abyssal Sea," Hong Yuya said. "All right." Zhang Hao nodded and put his things away. Then, he headed toward the direction of the Abyssal Sea with Hong Yuya. They traveled very fast. However, it wasn't as close as he had imagined. It took them about half a day to reach the endless darkness in the starry sky. It was as if there was a hole in the parallel lines of the starry sky. The sea flowed and surged and flowed downwards. There was no echo in the pitch-black area. Zhang Hao frowned. He couldn't see clearly. There was something interfering with his perception and vision. "We have to wait for dawn. If you want to see the appearance of the Abyssal Sea, you need the light of daybreak." The person next to him dropped from the high altitude. It was an old man. Zhang Hao couldn't see his cultivation realm. "Do you know this place well, Senior?" "I have some understanding of it. But what are you here for, Junior?" asked the old man with a smile. "I came to see the heart of the ancestral dragon." Why else would someone come here, if not for the heart of the ancestral dragon? His goal was the Archean Abyss Dragon Pearl, but he mentioned the heart of the ancestral dragon to the old man. The heart of the ancestral dragon isn't visible. The old man shook his head and smiled. Jiang Hao didn't say anything more, but stayed in place and waited. If Hong Ye said the Archean Abyss Dragon Pearl was about to appear, it probably would. He was more concerned about the abyssal sea. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he could feel a force emanating from within. It was just hard to capture. It was even harder to discern what kind of force it was. I heard that Heavenly King Budong got hold of true dragon's blood. Perhaps when the true dragon's blood comes near, the dragon's heart will appear, said the old man. I wonder when the people of Heavenly King Budong will arrive, Jiang Hao said. The old man thought for a moment. It should be in the next day or two. They will send it over as quickly as possible. Maybe it isn't the true dragon's blood that summons the ancestral dragon's heart. Jiang Hao thought that the heart of the ancestral dragon was summoned by something indeed. It made sense if it happened to be the Archean Abyss Dragon Pearl. From the looks of it, the appearance of the heart of the ancestral dragon will mean the appearance of the Archean Abyss Dragon Pearl. Jiang Hao was somewhat concerned, but he soon stopped thinking about it. There were countless powerful people here. There was no need for him to act. Senior, what do you think will happen if the heart of the ancestral dragon appears right now? Asked Jiang Hao. It's impossible. The old man shook his head. If such a situation really arises, the powerful individuals in the vicinity will rush over immediately. Actually, small fries like us might have a chance of obtaining it. There is rarely such an opportunity. Jiang Hao wanted to agree, but he saw Hong Ye turn back to look at the old man. He followed her gaze. What if the opportunity arises? Will you take action, Senior? Of course. But what are you looking at, Junior? The old man was puzzled. He saw that Jiang Hao's cultivation realm wasn't very high. He even flew over a little to see if Jiang Hao was any threat. If he had a formidable background, he would naturally make an acquaintance with him. If not, there was no need to be concerned about him. However, right at that moment, they sensed a vast aura. Shortly after, a radiance appeared in the distance, and a deafening dragon's roar resounded in the sky. It's here, Jiang Hao said slowly. Roar. The dragon's roar shook the heavens and shocked the old man. He regretted rushing forward. The dragon's roar was deafening. 18 rays of light rose into the sky. It was the shadow of a true dragon appearing in the sky. In the middle was a golden, beating heart. 18 true dragons surrounded and protected it. The heart of the ancestral dragon. Jiang Hao was astonished by its grandeur. He turned to the old man. Senior, the opportunity has come. The old man returned to his senses. He looked embarrassed. He forced out a smile. How can I have such fortune? This must belong to some other senior. Jiang Hao shook his head. He also didn't have such good fortune either. He looked at Hong Ye. She didn't seem that interested in it either. The heart of the ancestral dragon was really just a golden heart. When it appeared, Jiang Hao felt that many forces were coming in their direction. They were all after this treasure. On the island, Mr. Tao sat by the shore. He suddenly turned to look in the direction of the abyssal sea. What's going on? What happened? Tanya asked curiously. But soon she also noticed it. 18 beams of light rose into the sky, and 18 true dragons revealed their forms. She was shocked. What's going on? The heart of the ancestral dragon has appeared, Tanya. Are you sure that no one has done anything today? Mr. Tao stood up. No, absolutely not, Tanya said firmly. Let's go and see. Mr. Tao took a step forward. Tanya followed closely behind, and they soon left the island behind them. On the way, Tanya was quite excited. Mr. Tao, the other forces haven't arrived yet, and the Heavenly Kings are very far away from here. If we make a move, can we seize the heart of the ancestral dragon? Chapter 652. Chapter 652. Something emerging from the abyss. Chapter 652. Something emerging from the abyss. On the way, Mr. Tao shook his head. Our purpose for this journey remains unchanged. Don't let the benefits blind your eyes. This is a great opportunity, one that we might never encounter again, Tanya said. For us, the ancestral dragon's heart may not necessarily bring benefits. Mr. Tao's pace was slow, but each step covered a great distance. The current troubles are nothing compared to what might come later. We don't need to invite more trouble. Besides, do you really think we are the only ones who have come here? Some people hide in plain sight. They are far beyond your imagination. Who are they? Tanya asked in surprise. Mr. Tao smiled but didn't answer. Tanya rolled her eyes and continued on. After some time, they saw 18 true dragons spiraling in the sky. Among them, there was a golden heart still beating. Is the ancestral dragon still alive? Tanya asked in confusion. There's not much information about the true dragon clan. It's hard to guess. Mr. Tao shook his head. When they arrived, many others had already reached. They were just a bit slower. The aura of the true dragons descended from the sky, and Mr. Tao looked up. He frowned slightly. It seems like they're heading for the abyssal sea. They were summoned by something. If we don't intercept them, they'll enter, and we'll have nothing left, Tanya said. They will take action. Mr. Tao pointed to dozens of cultivators in midair. Can they stop them? Tanya felt a bit anxious. Although the 18 true dragons hadn't done anything, trying to stop them seemed insane. They're just phantoms and not as terrifying as you might think. Mr. Tao thought for a moment, but stopping them is indeed difficult. Some people have already tried, Tanya immediately said. At that moment, an elderly cultivator soared into the sky and began using his techniques to create a barrier of spiritual energy to block the true dragons. Everyone below watched closely. The 18 true dragons continued forward and ignored the barrier. Then, with a resounding crash, the true dragons collided with the barrier. Crack! The barrier of spiritual energy collapsed. Seeing this, the elderly cultivator was rather delighted. The true dragons didn't retaliate. They simply continued forward. Below, many people were delighted as well. They thought maybe they could trap the true dragons. It looks like we can wait for more powerful individuals to arrive, Mr. Tao said. If we can stop them, why not just go and seize the ancestral dragon's heart? Tanya asked. Mr. Tao was taken aback for a moment and then smiled. Well, I suppose someone will do just that. Indeed, a person went straight for the ancestral dragon's heart. By the abyssal sea, Jiang Hao watched that person, who seemed joyous, as if he believed the ancestral dragon's heart would soon be his. Others were shocked and tried to stop him, but it was too late. Can he succeed? The elderly man asked Jiang Hao. There was no reason. He only said it because Hong Yuye looked disdainful. Roar! A dragon's roar sounded. One of the 18 true dragons moved and swallowed the person who had approached. This both surprised and delighted the onlookers. They were surprised at the formidable power of the true dragon's phantom, but delighted that no one had managed to take the ancestral dragon's heart. With the previous example, no one dared to approach recklessly and could only try to prevent others from advancing. Why don't you give it a try? The elderly man asked Jiang Hao curiously. He realized that even in the absence of stronger individuals, he had no chance. Jiang Hao shook his head. He didn't want to throw his life away. As for Hong Yuye, she had no intention of getting involved. Boom! The 18 true dragons moved in the sky. Ahead of them, dozens of powerful figures were laying down formations to block their progress and secure the ancestral dragon's heart. Notify the heavenly kings, someone said in a low voice. The others also informed powerful individuals to come and fight. The 18 true dragons gently collided with the barrier, and the massive formation began to tremble, but it didn't shatter. The true dragons didn't launch an attack. They were just testing the strength of the formation. Once they weathered the first wave, It became much easier. After several attempts, the formation finally stabilized. "It seems they're trapped now," said Jiang Hao. He could tell that the ancestral dragon's heart was drawn by the aura from the abyssal sea. It was an elusive presence that was hard to grasp, but it definitely existed. "Who do you think will obtain the ancestral dragon's heart?" the elderly man asked. Jiang Hao didn't answer immediately. Instead, he turned to look at the abyssal sea. The abyssal sea was still a vast pool of nothingness, but there seemed to be something trying to emerge from within. He sensed it from the auras in it. The elderly man turned to look as well. He was quite puzzled. "Senior, what's happening with the abyssal sea?" Jiang Hao shook his head. He couldn't answer, nor did he need to. As for this elderly man, he didn't even know him. He had just called him Senior, and now the man insisted on addressing him as Senior too. It was somewhat uncomfortable. However, there was one thing he didn't understand. Senior Dan Yuan paid a lot of attention to the ancestral dragon's heart. So why hadn't his people come here? They might have a chance to obtain it. It wasn't just Senior Dan Yuan. Who should have been here by now? Why weren't they taking action? Were they all like Hong Yu? Maybe they weren't interested in the ancestral dragon's heart, but something else. Jiang Hao glanced at the woman beside him and didn't say much. On the other hand, Tanya was confused. "Mr. Tao, are we just going to watch?" Tanya asked. "Why not? Haven't you noticed that these 18 true dragons are no ordinary beings? It's not easy to avoid them and get the ancestral dragon's heart, Mr. Tao said. "It feels like we're handing over the treasure to others." Tanya sighed. "No need to worry. They're here." Mr. Tao turned to look into the distance. At that moment, a teleportation formation activated underwater, and a dozen beams of light shot into the sky. Within a breath's time, figures emerged from the light, and each of them made the entire sea area resonate with power. They could communicate with the sea. "Heavenly King Bu Dong is here," Tang exclaimed. Did he already absorb the benefits he got from the south? He's the first one to arrive. His aura has become stronger. Mr. Tao is also somewhat surprised. Soon, Tang spotted more figures. Heavenly King Taomu is here too. Heavenly Kings Kuer and Mu Longyu are here too. So many Heavenly Kings have already arrived. If they make a move, won't this sea area suffer? These Heavenly Kings are interested in the ancestral dragon's heart. If not now, then when will they come here? Mr. Tao asked. Tang nodded. Indeed, the ancestral dragon's heart was quite extraordinary. Soon, she noticed that these people were standing in the skies and showed no signs of making a move. Why aren't they fighting each other? Because they're not like you. Chapter 653. Chapter 653. Something seeks my help. Chapter 653. Something seeks my help. At the edge of the abyssal sea, Jiang Hao also noticed the presence of the Heavenly Kings, and their auras were powerful. However, he had never sensed such a presence in King Hai Luo. Even when he first met Mu Longyu, he hadn't felt this way. It seemed that the Heavenly King's strength underwent a significant transformation when they were overseas. They're probably discussing what to do with the ancestral dragon's heart. It's just difficult to reach an agreement since the sea area is not only inhabited by the Heavenly Kings. Jiang Hao wondered if they would come to an agreement. As more teleportation arrays appeared, unidentified, powerful individuals emerged from them. The discussions took time, and the whole atmosphere seemed less friendly. Before long, they ceased their conversations. As time passed, two more figures appeared in the sky, but they also remained silent, which only increased the sense of unease. A storm is approaching, Jiang Hao said to the elderly man beside him. Stay further away from here. It won't do you any good to linger here. The elderly man expressed his gratitude and quickly moved away. Senior, what should we do? Jiang Hao asked. She looked at the abyssal sea. We wait. Jiang Hao nodded. He could sense that something was struggling to emerge from within. But they didn't have to wait long before a sudden roar echoed through the sky. Boom! A tremendous force swept in all directions and caused the seawater to rush toward the SKV like a reverse waterfall. Blinding lights flashed and something rumbled. The overwhelming force instantly engulfed Jiang Hao. Without Hong Yuye's presence, he wouldn't have had time to escape even with the golden ring. He had to use the 1,000 miles teleportation talisman. Otherwise, he wouldn't make it out in time. In the aftermath of such a force, Jiang Hao was unable to see the figures of the people at all. He couldn't even see the battle properly. So, he could only patiently wait for the force to weaken. However, after a short while, he frowned and turned toward the abyssal sea. The aura had become stronger, as if something was struggling to break free. Amidst the eruption of boundless power, Mr. Tao retreated to a more distant location and finally saw the person he had been looking for at the edge of the abyssal sea. It was a figure of a scholar. He gazed at the abyssal sea with surging power behind him, yet it couldn't touch him at all. Smiling, San Sheng? Is he watching the abyssal sea? But wasn't he supposed to be in the return to Void Realm? How is he blocking those forces? Tang exclaimed. Mr. Tao didn't bother with all the questions. He seemed puzzled. What's in the abyssal sea that had captured his attention? He is not even looking at the ancestral dragon's heart. The enigma of the abyssal sea left not only Mr. Tao perplexed, but also Jiang Hao, who could only sense a presence struggling to emerge. Now that struggle was becoming evident. After observing for a moment, he suddenly frowned. It seemed that the other party was about to struggle fiercely. It's coming. Hong Yuye, who had been watching Jiang Hao all along, turned toward the abyssal sea. In the next moment, a blue beam of light shot out of it. Boom! The speed was unimaginable, and the strength was astonishing. In an instant, the blue light shot into the sky and illuminated the surroundings. The 18 true dragons came to a halt. They didn't dare move recklessly. Both Mr. Tao and Tangyu were astonished. The moment the blue light appeared, Jiang Hao instinctively raised his foot to enter the abyssal sea. But he immediately snapped back to his senses. This beam of light seemed to be seeking his help. It hoped he would enter the abyssal sea to rescue it. Is it seeking only my help or calling out to everyone here? Jiang Hao looked at the person beside him. Hong Yuye just stared at him in indifference. Do you want to go in? Hong Yuye suddenly asked. Senior, you must be joking. Jiang Hao lowered his head respectfully. The abyssal sea is not a place someone like me can enter. Actually, you can. Hong Yuye raised her hand and gently pulled up her sleeve. The golden ring was visible on her wrist. Now you can go in. Senior, you're joking, right? What if? Jiang Hao noticed her sharp gaze. I'll go in. He was indeed helpless in front of a powerful individual. He didn't want to go down and look, but he wasn't the type to act recklessly when he knew it was dangerous. Regardless of what was down there, he wouldn't risk himself for the sake of curiosity. However, Hong Yuye's words reassured him. He didn't want to be careless, though. He had prepared all teleportation methods in case something went wrong. After that, he took a step forward and leaped to make contact with the blue beam of light. Then, he began to fall into the abyssal sea. Mr. Tao, Mr. Tao, he jumped in, Tang exclaimed. She saw clearly that smiling San Sheng had jumped in. The abyssal sea was an endpoint. It was hard to turn back from there. Even someone as great as Mr. Tao dared not enter it. But smiling San Sheng had jumped in willingly. Mr. Tao just looked in the direction of the abyssal sea. The blue beam of light was now disappearing. This sudden change didn't stop the powerful individuals, as if such disturbances weren't that unusual here. People would jump in from time to time, and no one paid much attention because nobody ever came out. Hong Yuye, on the other hand, kept her eyes fixed on the abyssal sea and didn't look away. Jiang Hao, who had leaped into the abyssal sea, plummeted. He couldn't use any techniques or spells at all. His strength was compressed within him. It was difficult to move. It would take a long time before he could use anything to save himself. Moreover, his descent was much faster than expected. During the descent, Jiang Hao saw stars. At first, they appeared as faint points of light. Then they multiplied into a multitude of stars. Soon, it was as if a galaxy was surging, but the further he descended, the more unsettling it felt. It was as though the galaxy was converging downward. The stars gathered like a vast river flowing downward. He, too, seemed to be in that state and unable to escape the abyssal sea. His powers were suppressed, and his body was under immense pressure. He looked up at the sky and could see the stars winding down and eventually converging below. This won't work. If I keep falling like this, I won't be able to get out of here at all. By now, the blue light was nowhere to be seen. The distress he had sensed from this place had disappeared. It might as well have been an illusion. After waiting for a while, he suddenly saw several floating rocks. Bam! Jiang Hao fell heavily onto one of the rocks. His legs were a bit sore. Looking around, he noticed several people sitting cross-legged. Most of them had weak auras, as if they were resisting the pressure from the abyssal sea. "Another corpse has fallen," said a middle-aged man. "A corpse? Is he referring to me?" Jiang Hao wondered. He didn't pay it much mind and instead approached the edge of the rock to look down. At that moment, he felt something coming up from below as if it had locked onto him. "Is this the abyssal sea?" Jiang Hao asked the middle-aged man sitting on the rock beside him. "The abyssal sea? This is just the edge of the abyssal sea. If you want to see what the abyssal sea truly looks like, you'll have to go further down," the middle-aged man said. "Do you know what the abyssal sea is, sir?" Jiang Hao asked curiously. The man didn't respond. Jiang Hao turned to look at his side and noticed that the seawater was still rushing downward without an end. Some say there are true dragons down there, while others say it holds the secret to becoming a heavenly king. Do any of you have any clue as to what might actually be there? Jiang Hao asked. As soon as he entered, he had communicated with the golden ring to see if it was still connected to the outside. It set his mind at ease. After he finished speaking, two more elderly men suddenly appeared behind him. Each wielded a weapon. Jiang Hao was puzzled. "Hand over the storage treasure," one of the men said. Jiang Hao was astonished. These people, who appeared so feeble, wanted to rob him of his spirit stones. "I advise you not to struggle. It takes a long time to adapt here, and you're not a body cultivator, so you're no match for us," said the middle-aged man beside him. "Of course, we won't be brutal. We'll leave you with something at least." Jiang Hao was speechless. Chapter 654. Chapter 654. The Archean Abyss Dragon Pearl. Chapter 654. The Archean Abyss Dragon Pearl. Jiang Hao looked at the two men. This was the first time someone had blatantly demanded for his storage treasure. There were many things inside. 110,000 spirit stones were not a small amount. Jiang Hao had never seen anyone below the return to Void Realm as rich as him. However, he had two storage treasures, and they weren't noticeable. They were just normal items he had obtained within the sect. As for the items that couldn't see the light of day, they were stored in his primordial spirit storage treasure. One of them had the golden rings. Jiang Hao watched the two men and noticed that they had almost no cultivation left. They relied on their physical strength. After that, he observed everyone around him and did not see anyone special among them. "Do you all see the people falling from above when you're here?" asked Jiang. "How?" "Cut the crap. Hand over the storage treasure, and don't even think about stalling for time," the elderly man in the gray robe said coldly. "Are you referring to this?" Jiang Hao took out his storage treasure and then hovered near the edge of the cliff. "Can we talk first?" The crowd was speechless. "Why bother, fellow disciple? You won't survive anyway," said the middle-aged man sitting on the rock beside him. "Answer a few questions for me first," Jiang Hao said. "You can ask," the middle-aged man said. "It seems they listen to you," Jiang Hao said with a smile. "Has a young and beautiful woman jumped down from here recently. Many young women have jumped down. Who are you referring to? Jiang Hao wasn't sure. King Hai Luo's lover had jumped down from here. That was all he knew. I think I remember. Her cultivation realm was quite formidable. Where is she? Jiang Hao asked. She jumped down. The middle-aged man sighed. She was too impulsive. We didn't have any intention of taking all her spirit stones, but she didn't trust us. Jiang Hao nodded. However, when he asked what was down there, no one could provide an answer. Can you hand over the stored treasure now? The middle-aged man asked. Jiang Hao put it away and showed no sign of handing it over. What do you mean by this? The elderly man asked coldly. Jiang Hao shook his head. I'm not used to giving up my things easily. You're asking for death, the elderly man said angrily. This young man was mocking him. They attacked. Jiang Hao's eyes flickered as he watched their movements. When they approached, he used his fan as a weapon. After dodging a sword strike with a sidestep, he raised his fan and struck at the sword. Clang! The tremendous impact startled the elderly man, and the sword in his hand fell to the ground. Clang! While the elderly man was still in shock, Jiang Hao approached him. Senior, you've grown old. He then threw a punch. Boom! The elderly man was sent flying beyond the rock. Below was the boundless abyssal sea. Jiang Hao did not pay any attention to him and moved to the second man. With just a few moves, he tossed the second person out of the rock. He had already planned for the situation where he might not be able to use his spiritual energy. He had never learned any martial arts, but he had some skill in hand-to-hand combat. Moreover, he had also learned heavenly blade techniques, so using a fan as a substitute for a blade was not a problem. Most importantly, how could a group of old and weak people be a match for him? Jiang Hao felt nothing when he saw the old man fall. He didn't believe that they would leave him with something. How are you so nimble? Asked the middle-aged man, sitting on the rock next to him. He didn't seem worried about people falling off the rock. Perhaps it was better with fewer people around. Who knows? Jiang Hao didn't want to answer him. With various divine treasures on his body, he naturally had an advantage here. At that moment, 3 young men stood up. One of them said, He has a secret treasure on him. Perhaps it can help us get out. He wasn't the only one. Everyone was thinking the same. It was the first time they had seen someone so extraordinary here. Many people who fell down here were unable to move freely, but this person had no such constraints. Why are you staring at me? Jiang Hao looked at the cliff and smiled. There are other things more worthy of your attention. What things? Everyone was a bit puzzled. After a moment of silence, Jiang Hao said, It's here. His strange words aroused curiosity in some people, while others became cautious. Before they could question it, a blue light appeared from below. This sudden change shocked everyone. Even the middle-aged man who had been there from the beginning stood up. Their reaction made Jiang Hao puzzled. Hadn't they seen the blue light just now? But now wasn't the time to think about that. He stared at the ground and saw a streak of azure light moving rapidly within the blue light. In just a few blinks, it appeared above the group of rocks. The light gradually dissipated and revealed an azure blue pearl hovering in the air. It was about the size of 2 or 3 fists. Archean Abyss Dragon Pearl. Jiang Hao guessed. The aura emitted by the pearl was the same as the one he had sensed before. Moreover, this pearl gave him a strange feeling as if there was some inexplicable connection between him and it. As soon as the pearl appeared, everyone was stunned. They had never seen something like this before. In the span of a breath, those who were planning to attack Jiang Hao all rushed toward the blue pearl. This was a rare treasure. At the same time, they felt that this was their hope for an escape. A pearl that could float up from below could easily lead them out of this place. Step back, the middle-aged man shouted. However, no one paid any attention to him. Senior, don't think too highly of yourself at such a time, said someone. Senior, he glanced at the person coldly, and a small knife appeared in his hand. It shot out and caught the person off guard. The young man couldn't even react. He fell to the ground. He clutched his neck and struggled, and blood kept pouring out. The stones were stained red, and the abyssal sea absorbed the blood. Jiang Hao was surprised. He didn't expect injuries to be this severe here. Senior, he did not stop and continued to throw knives one after another. One of them was even aimed at Jiang Hao. It was aimed directly at his throat. Jiang Hao avoided the fatal strike with a dodge. Out of curiosity, he reached out and caught the handle of the small knife at the moment it grazed his neck. It was a blade of good quality. It was no wonder it could kill so easily. However, by that time, Senior, he had already killed all the people around him. Seeing Jiang Hao catch the flying knife, he narrowed his eyes. He didn't pay Jiang Hao any attention and headed straight for the Archean Abyss Dragon Pearl. This was their hope for escape. He used all the spiritual energy he could muster and leaped forward. In the blink of an eye, he reached the pearl. However, the moment he touched it, a blue light flashed. Splat! Senior, his entire arm turned into nothingness, and he was sent flying backward. He fell onto a rock and writhed in agony. That are tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.